Chapter 1146. Can we really be resurrected? Laura asked blankly. That's great, Mom. I missed you so much. Siri looked at Pavetta with tears in her eyes. Gerald hesitated. Asha was indeed resurrected without any aftereffects. But what's the problem? Pavetta quickly asked. I heard from Brandon that the priests of the 7 gods had resurrection, but it was cancelled due to a flaw. Gerald frowned. When was Asha resurrected? Danny asked with a smile. 20 years ago. When I met Laura, even the Song of Fire wasn't complete. Times have changed, and my realm has been rising. Of course, if you don't feel at ease, you can choose to remain silent. Danny said. Mom, you must resurrect, Siri said anxiously. Pavetta looked at her ancestors and nodded gently. Your Majesty, please resurrect me. Let me say this first. After resurrection, you will no longer have the ancient blood, but the blood of the true dragon will still exist, Danny reminded. Didn't you say perfect resurrection? Laura frowned. Laws have their own uniqueness. The complete ancient blood is the main law, and you are the chorus of the main law. Seeing their blank faces, Danny sighed and explained. Using the Song of Fire as an example, I sang the Song of Fire with the characteristics of fire creation. Before me, there were Beleriand and Lalo with their own unique songs of fire. A world only has one Song of Fire. Beleriand's Song of Fire was stronger than Lalo's, so he replaced it. However, the position of Fire God changed, but that didn't mean that the previous Fire God's songs of fire disappeared. They were always recorded in the Sea of Laws. The more types of songs of fire there are, the more prosperous the world will be. The sum of all the songs of fire is the first flame. In other words, me, Lalo, and Beleriand's songs of fire are only a part of the first flame. The above statement isn't accurate. I'm just making it easier for you to understand. In fact, the songs of fire are only the best medium to control the first flame. The first flame isn't the sum of all the songs of fire. The first flame is the sum of everything. If the complete ancient blood is the first flame, each of you is equivalent to a song of fire. Laura was slightly stronger, her ancient blood equivalent to Beleriand. Siri was the strongest, equivalent to my early creation fire. So, do you understand? Our Song of Fire was taken by you? Laura said bitterly. Danny nodded lightly, but she was still defending herself. It's a waste not to take it. Anyway, if you die, they'll disappear into the world. But Siri isn't dead yet, Pavetta said excitedly. Mother, don't worry, I'm just... Siri said uncertainly, I haven't lost my ancient blood, I'm just a little weak. Danny said, Siri is not dead, but she has to fulfill her sacred oath. I only made a copy of her ancient blood. Her weakness wasn't because her body was weak, but because the transmigration laws contained in her bloodline were unstable, causing her to become illusory. However, there was no need to panic. It was difficult for the same tree to bear 2 identical fruits. In the future, Siri and I will definitely walk different space-time paths. When that time comes, her bloodline will slowly stabilize. There were only so many paths, and there might only be one that led to the elven race's original transmigration laws. With her as a competitor, Siri's achievements would definitely be severely affected. But she wouldn't say this. There were some secrets that wouldn't affect her if they were made public, so she didn't mind saying them in public. If it involved the struggle of the Great Path, even if it was her closest kin or the slightest disadvantage, she would keep it a secret. On the path of cultivation, loneliness and hardship were eternal friends. I thought our bloodline was the price of the oath, Laura said, staring at Danny. The good sister didn't look ashamed as she shook her head. Those who break the oath have to pay the price, just like borrowing money and paying interest. If Siri never comes to me to fulfill her promise, The oath will continue, and she and her descendants will repeat your old path. At that time, it won't just be a copy of the bloodline. You said we were friends, Laura said softly. Even blood brothers have clear accounts. The female elf's face turned ashen. Seeing this, the good sister comforted. The sacred oath can't be violated. This is the rule. The original agreement was fair and just, so you didn't get nothing. Whether you can comprehend the flame of creation depends on your talent and luck. But the true dragon's blood that is engraved in your veins is real. After resurrection, you can continue to control the flames and the healing saint technique. This power has formed a new ancient blood that will be passed down in your descendants forever. Laura was still silent, but her expression looked better. Danny first resurrected Poveda and Idalia. Their daughters were still alive, and now 4 generations were living under the same roof. The resurrection process seemed very simple. Dragon Queen summoned a fist-sized red fireball, sucked in their souls with a whoosh, and then spat them out with a whoosh. They were 2 living people. They even had clothes, and they were real. Miracle! This is a power that only the gods can control. Gerald was stunned. Mom. Ciri. The mother and daughter hugged each other, crying tears of joy. The prophet, Idalia, was also wiping her tears. Seeing their daughter resurrected, Laura's great-grandson also chose to resurrect. Idalia and her mother hugged each other and cried. Seeing their daughter resurrected, Laura's grandson also chose to resurrect. Seeing their son resurrected in the blink of an eye, only Laura was left as an undead. Danny, turn me into a fire elf. I only owe 3 people in my life. My father and my clansmen violated the sacred oath, and I was helpless, unable to resist. I let you down, but you have already been repaid. I died right after Leon Lewin, her daughter, was born, and I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a mother. But before I died, I combined my magic with. Laura gently stroked her daughter's cheek and said bitterly, I left everything to you, and I did my best. Only the elves. She turned to Danny. After hearing your words today and thinking about my life, I understand how cruel the world is, how willful and childish I was. I owe the elves too much, and I only hope that the fire elves can help them get a chance to comprehend the Song of Fire. Turning into a fire elf is equivalent to being reincarnated, and you will lose your memories, Danny reminded her. Forgetting the past isn't necessarily a bad thing. Laura said, Sigh, I was going to help you resurrect Craignan. Danny stretched out her hand, ready to burn the female elf. Wait. Laura took a few steps back and said nervously, Did you say resurrect Craignan? Yes. His soul is with you too. Laura asked excitedly. His soul has already dissipated into thin air, but... Danny glanced at Little Mist, who was sitting on her shoulder. Once I absorb the ancient blood, it shouldn't be difficult to travel through time and space to retrieve his soul. Laura fell into deep thought. I can travel through time too. Can I go back to the past and bring him back alive? Ciri frowned. Danny laughed. Have you ever tried to go back to the past and save your mother? I haven't thought about it. Can I? Ciri was stunned. You can go back to the past, but it's difficult to go back to your own. Laura said in a deep voice, Ciri, the biggest taboo of our race is to travel through time. And the biggest taboo is to bring back living things from other points in time. Why? Ciri was puzzled. Laura shook her head. The sage taught me this since I was young. I'm not as good as you, so I can't travel through time. Think about it. If time travel is really possible, why would the Aenir elves leave their mother world? Why didn't they open the world door before White Frost arrived and bring their race to 100,000 years ago? Why look for a new world? Gerald pulled out the 2-handed sword on his back. We've brought this sword to different points in time on Earth. Danny carefully looked at the iron sword and said in surprise, "This sword is a bit interesting. It looks like iron, but it's actually made from time and space fragments. What ability does it have?" "This sword was forged by you," Gerald said strangely. "Is that so?" Danny smiled casually. "I haven't experienced it yet. Laura, let me turn you into a fire elf." She extended her right hand to the female elf. "No, no need. If you can revive Craig, Laura blushed, her expression awkward. Danny's mouth twitched a few times, and she slowly put down her right hand. "It's almost Christmas, and Slaves Bay is lively. You all go around first. Give me a few days to familiarize myself with the ancient blood." Then she called her second apprentice and sent the group back to the Great Pyramid. Well, the second apprentice was the female warlock Yennefer with big breasts, and the first apprentice was the black girl Larissa with no breasts. In the past 100 years, she had taught hundreds of students, and the two girls only had the title of apprentice compared to the others. Bull, Neck Marvin, went to heaven. The magic tower on Dragonstone Island was still managed by the black girl, and Yennefer helped to manage the cave in the Five Dragon Cave. After the guests from another world had left, Danny picked Little Mist up. Two of her fingers seemed to pass through the illusory smoke as she reached between the fire elf's eyebrows. She gently pulled out a glass orb that was radiating a bright red light from the fire elf's soul core. "This is the essence of the bloodline of 7 generations of Laura." Danny's calm heart began to ripple. She clenched her fist, and silently, the red glass beads shattered into specks of colorful light. The specks of light vaguely formed 7 figures, Laura and her 6 descendants. Ciri's figure was the most illusory, but her image was the clearest. Ciri's bloodline is too strong. If she doesn't come to me for the rest of her life. Shaking her head, Danny threw away all distracting thoughts. Her nose flapped, and the specks of light turned into a stream of light that entered her nostrils. Boom! Her purple pupils turned into 2 balls of flames, and the flames spread from her eye sockets to the rest of her face. It was as if her jade-like skin cracked open, and the golden-red magma inside leaked out. Boom! When the flames spread to her whole body, Danny directly exploded, and the golden-red light dissipated, leaving behind a bean-sized flame. The flame was very small, and the light was weak. The temperature did not seem high, and it was extremely ordinary. But this was a first flame that had a completion rate of 85%. Danny still had not been able to raise the flame of creation to 100% first flame. The speed of improvement of the flame of creation had 2 peaks. The first was when she had just finished singing the complete Song of Fire. The second was when she had started singing the songs of other elemental laws, and when she had integrated the Song of Law's life mastery into the flame of creation. The speed of improvement was faster than the first time. But there were only 4 elemental songs: earth, water, wind, and fire, and she had sung them all. After that, the miscellaneous songs of law, such as death, mercy, and moonlight, had little to no effect on the flame of creation. Even if the first flame was only at 85% completion, it was enough to perfectly integrate the information of the ancient blood into Danny's bloodline. At this moment, the first flame was herself. This technique was derived from the theory of the first flame's evolution of the world. The world was born from the first flame, and the complete world was equal to the first flame. Then, using the human body as an analogy for the world, could the small world of the human body be equal to a small first flame? Danny proved that it could. She traced herself back to the first flame. The information of the ancient blood was completely absorbed by the first flame, which meant that it was absorbed by Danny. When the first flame was transformed into a human body again, the ancient blood had completely become Danny's blood. Huff, huff, huff. Half an hour later, The bean-sized flame began to expand, and the flames retracted, and a brand new Danny appeared on the spot. It's done. Chapter 1147. Ugh. Danny clutched her forehead and groaned. The first flame traced back to its origin and recreated itself. Before she could celebrate, an infinitely large, invisible spider web fell from the void. The web of time and space was also a web of information. The sudden, massive flow of information made her feel as if she had been hit by a soul attack. Endless images flashed through her mind. Many times, she would even take the perspective of the elves or unicorns in the images. It was as if she had become an elf and had completed an elf's life. It was as if she had become a unicorn, born from the chaos of the universe and finally turned into energy to feed the universe. This is bloodline tracing? Danny was not immortal. She was only caught off guard at the beginning. Gradually, she calmed her mind and was even able to distinguish the details of the images in her mind. She also understood why such a phenomenon would occur. The ancient blood was too powerful. Her ability was also powerful enough to instinctively trace the origin of her bloodline. The law of transmigration was contained in her bloodline. It was not something she had just comprehended. And as long as it was a bloodline, there would definitely be a source, just like the source of the Targaryen flame of creation was her. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 50,000 years, she was like a skilled boatman, going against the strong winds and waves, steering the boat towards the final source. Along the way, she even encountered countless tributaries. She even accidentally fell into a great whirlpool. After passing through the whirlpool, she instantly returned to the original river channel. If it had been Ciri or any other elf who had awakened the ancient blood, they would have been lost in the massive flow of information and the extremely complicated river of time and space. 100 years ago, Danny would not have been able to hold on for long. But now, she had mastered the first flame. Even if it was only 85%, the first flame's energy level was higher than time and space. The first flame could contain the entire world's information, not to mention the story of a race's origin and decline. Until Christmas morning, the Targaryens had yet to see the 150-year-old grandmother Dany. But the birthday celebration was still held on time. When the fireworks in the Great Pyramid's garden shot into the sky and exploded into a lifelike image of the Megalosaurus, Astapor was immediately shaken by the cheers and drums. The small buildings with colorful flags on both sides of the street threw flower petals onto the street and into the sky. To find the eternal fire, a voice said softly. This was the last scene. The female elf with long golden braids and pointy ears leaped with her back facing down. She stared at Dany as she fell into the abyss that was emitting bright white light. Crack! Crack! The white light froze the chaos energy, time, and space. The female elf's body seemed to have blurred, flickering continuously in the white light as she teleported downward. The image froze from time to time, and every time it froze, time would either fast forward or rewind. The long-braided female elf was jumping through the timeline. Every time she traveled through time, it was as exquisite as an antelope's horn. Just by looking at her movements, Dany could faintly sense the aura of the Song of Laws. What is she doing? Why does she have to go down? Dany was very puzzled as she watched the long-braided elf continue to dive into the abyss. Roar! At some point in time, a roar that shook the dimensions of space and time erupted from the bottom of the abyss. She wasn't sure if it was the roar of a beast, the airflow brought out by the white light, or the sound of space and time being torn apart like cloth. In short, after a soul-freezing roar, the endless white light expanded violently and instantly became more than 10 times brighter. It was obviously a glaring white light, but it didn't have the warmth of the sun. Instead, it was terrifyingly cold. The white light was like a tsunami that drowned the agile female elf. Danny followed her line of sight and was instantly covered by the white light as well. Crack, 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 crack. With Danny as the center, frost spread rapidly in the air and on the ground. Huff, huff, huff. The entire five-dragon cave was frozen. The intense temperature difference formed a huge tornado that penetrated the heavens and the earth in a short period of time. The cold air spread like a white spot from the five-dragon cave in all directions. It's suddenly snowing? It's already early spring, and it's still so cold. Astapo, the wanderer who was immersed in the celebration, was at a loss. Bam! The extreme cold caused Danny to explode into a ball of flames of creation. The bean-sized flame melted all the frost in the world in an instant. The snow stopped, and the temperature returned. Is the weather in Slave Bay that strange? The guests who attended the Dragon Queen's birthday were puzzled. Five-Dragon Cave, to search for the eternal fire. In the state of the first flame, Danny saw the scene in the white light clearly again. The female elf had finally failed. Like an insect in amber, she was frozen in the white ice crystal. Her breath of life had completely disappeared, and only a trace of her will remain. She went to the top of the abyss and entered the river of time, waiting for her descendants to track her down and obtain the information in her will. To search for the eternal fire. Only this sentence was left. The seam disappeared, and Danny woke up from tens of millions of years of backtracking. The eternal fire is what the elves call the first flame. Searching for the eternal fire should be to deal with the white light in the abyss. Danny was deep in thought. Why must she go to the bottom of the abyss? What does she want? Also, what do the abyss and the white light represent? Danny looked at the jade ground beneath her feet. Her gaze seemed to pass through the planet and look at the bottom of the universe. What was below the bottom of the universe? What was there? What was the relationship between the white light and the white frost that destroyed the world? Danny's heart was filled with questions, but she was also faintly looking forward to it. The elf Danny risked her life to go down. There must be benefits, and she had the first flame. When the flame of creation had completely evolved into the first flame, she must go down and take a look. With a decision in her heart, Danny's figure suddenly disappeared. 1,000,000 years ago, the land of the setting sun in the wild forest, the hills that would be named Noble Heart in the future. The timeline has been touched. The tall weirwood that reached the clouds woke up from its deep sleep. Door God! The next moment, a surprised cry came into its mind. Door God, are you calling me? The weirwood's leaves rustled. The person who jumped out of the river of time just now was you? Are you from the past, the future, or other worlds? In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through Danny's mind. In the end, she suppressed her excitement and said, Hello, Wind God. I am Stranger, the god of mystery and the unknown. I came from the future 1,000,000 years later. You are very sharp, and the complete you is also very strong. When I just came here, I was still in Slave Bay, but you found me. Also, only you found me. My vision can only see the end of the era. 1,000,000 years, that's a few eras. How did you pass through the era gap covered in fog? You came here too? Could it be that you can physically pass through time? How is that possible? The weirwood asked. I thought I could physically pass through time, but I failed. Danny said dejectedly, the world 1,000,000 years ago was still in the higher universe. 1,000,000 years later, the world has fallen into the lower universe. I directly hit the wall of the universe, and my body bounced back. Even my consciousness couldn't enter. Luckily, I still have the megalosaurus in the upper universe's energy dimension. I barely managed to project a thought and float above time. This information was too much. The weirwood thought for a long time before saying in fear, "Our world has completely fallen. I can't say much, but don't worry, everything will be fine." Danny comforted. "It has already fallen into the lower universe. How can it be fine?" The old weirwood shouted. "Don't worry, I'm here." The old weirwood couldn't be at ease. "Why can't you tell me the ending? In the era, we often talked on the river of time." "You said it yourself, that's in the era." Danny sighed. A world that had fallen into the lower universe no longer had the era of world change. It would always be in the same era. Time travel was relatively simple. However, the Song of Ice and Fire world had just fallen into the lower universe not long ago. It was easy to cross eras by traveling to the past. Without crossing eras, traveling through time would change individuals and society. It would have little impact on the world itself. To the world, human society wasn't worth mentioning. It might be able to spontaneously correct time and space. Crossing eras could change the outcome of an era. If the change was too great, the world wouldn't be able to repair time and space, or the price would be too great. "You're called Red Leaf? I heard Wind God call you that." Danny asked the child of the forest beside her in origin language. The green-eyed squirrel person knelt beside Danny and placed the horn cup on the tree stump in front of her. It said in origin language, "Your Majesty, stranger, I'm Red Leaf. This is the blue flower water I've prepared for you." Danny was currently wearing a huge hooded cloak. The shadow completely covered her face and figure. She had been invited by the old weirwood to exchange cultivation experiences with it. The squirrel person sleeping on the weirwood's branch brought her fruits and tea. Danny glanced into the horn cup. A flower that looked like a golden chrysanthemum floated on the surface of the water. It was a bright blue color. The water in the cup was blue and emitted a refreshing fragrance. "Thank you. Your tea smells good, but I'm not a physical body." She smiled. "Tea?" The squirrel person's red eyes were somewhat puzzled, but it still retreated obediently. "I'm not too sure about the theory of crossing eras. I've just comprehended the ability to travel through time and space. I need to slowly explore it. Maybe it's just because our world is special. Sometimes I really want to tell you something, but the next moment," Danny said, uncertainly, "it seems like someone is warning me not to say anything. Also, I seem to have forgotten something. Since you can travel through time, then I'm guessing that there should be a higher-level existence guarding our world's timeline. If it allows it, you'll come. If it doesn't, you won't be able to come," the weirwood said faintly. "Hee, that's impossible. No one is higher than me." Danny shook her head and smiled. After a moment of silence, the old weirwood said, "Since you can travel through time, your realm must be higher than mine. Can you answer some of my cultivation problems? For me, the future is still uncertain. I want to work hard to change the world's tragic fate, no matter the price." His tone was very heavy. "I don't think the world's fate is tragic. Forget it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Danny only wished she could be more generous to the old weirwood. Time passed, and Danny sat under the weirwood for a whole 2,000 years. "I have to leave. The longer I stay in a time point, the greater the world's rejection of me. I've reached my limit." Danny stood up from the tree stump. Her expression under the hood was very complicated. "If my efforts can change the future, I swear to you that I will use my life to make the future you're in better," the old weirwood said solemnly. Good luck." Danny did not agree, but she did not want to dampen the old weirwood's enthusiasm. "Your Majesty, stranger, are you leaving?" The green-eyed, chestnut-skinned squirrel man brought her another cup of flower tea. Ever since she said she could not drink but could smell the tea, the squirrel man brought her a cup of flower tea, almost every day. There were all kinds of flowers and leaves. Red leaf, thank you for your hospitality for the past 2,000 years. Wait. After a pause, Danny smiled and said, "Why don't you come to the Church of the Seven Gods and be my subordinate god? Thank you for your kindness, but I'm the child of the Mother God. I'll follow the Mother God until the end." Red Leaf shook her head and refused. "I'll always leave a place for you here." In the next instant, Danny jumped out of the river of time. Chapter 1148. Damn it, there's something wrong with my memory. After spending 2,000 years, a million years in the past, it only took a moment to return to the original time and space. Then, Danny suddenly realized that what she had boasted about back then seemed to have become a reality. But in the time and space a million years ago, she had forgotten about it. Why is this happening? Slavery Bay, Christmas Day. When the parade team came to the front of the pyramid, the square was already crowded. The dwarf pulled Gerald, who was squeezing forward, and said, "You're an adult, and you're still watching the circus like a child? Let's find a place to drink. I've been running around for the past few years, and I haven't had many peaceful days. Now that it's so peaceful, what's wrong with me having some fun? Besides, I was originally with Yen Neve, but when you found me, we were separated," Gerald complained. He had taken off his demon hunter leather armor and put on a purple woolen coat and a colorful canvas hat with the words, "Long live the Celestial Emperor" on it. He was submerged in the crowd and could not be distinguished from the guests and people of Slavery Bay. "I haven't seen you for a few years, and I miss you. Yen Neve, you can see me anytime. I have to go back to Aiden in 2 days. The dwarf pulled the demon hunter in the direction of the Divine Grace Temple. Gerald said helplessly, "It's Christmas Day, and it's her 150th birthday. Everyone is out celebrating. The Red Saintess will definitely not receive guests. I'm not looking for a woman. I just want the peace. Forget it. Let's go back to the Great Pyramid. I don't want to waste my time explaining to Yen Neve." The demon hunter struggled to walk to the pyramid. "How have you been these years?" The dwarf did not insist and asked as he walked. "Last time in Stega, you didn't even say goodbye to Melisandre and ran away. After that, you didn't contact us. Now you still have the face to ask." Gerald said disdainfully, "I lost half of my body, and my vitality was greatly damaged. It took me 2 years just to recuperate. What else do you want me to do?" The dwarf sighed. "You didn't have to run away. Ciri's crying had moved him here. He understood that forcing it would only lead to a repeat of Pavetta's tragedy. Then he let us go," Gerald said. "That's a crazy monster. The Mad King," Tyrion shouted. "I know the Mad King better than you do. They often have the same thought one moment, but in the next moment, they give up on the decision they've made for a long time and do the opposite." Imhir's repeated actions proved that he was the Mad King. "If Melisandre and I don't run away immediately, but instead reveal our tracks and gather together with you, his killing intent may be aroused, and he may think that he can kill us to silence us. What should we do?" The red-robed woman, and I immediately fled, which made him not dare to harm you again. "Even if you're right, why didn't you look for us afterward?" Gerald asked. "After all, it's not nice to run away. I'm embarrassed to see you guys again. Secondly, you guys are the source of trouble and disaster. I don't want to provoke you," Tyrion said righteously. "Hey, Brandon, you guys are—" At the entrance of the pyramid, they saw Brandon and Pavetta pulling each other. Brandon's face was full of enthusiasm, while Pavetta's reaction was cold. I invited Pavetta to the square to watch the play. Bran pulled back his right hand from Pavetta's sleeve with an awkward expression. "Master, I'm going to find Ciri." Pavetta bowed to the old monk and turned to disappear into the crowd. "Hey," Brandon reached out to pull her back, his expression dim. "Kid, don't tell me you've really fallen in love with her?" The dwarf asked in surprise. I'm not sure, but she's definitely obsessed. But she still can't let go of Tony. Bran sighed. What? The dwarf was shocked. Didn't you tell her what that monster did? That bastard him here pulled back at the last moment and let Ciri go. Later, he even announced that Ciri was his only successor. Brandon sighed. As they talked, they came to the big stone steps on the 3rd floor. The servants brought out tables and chairs, as well as wine and food. They sat under the sunlight on the 3rd floor and looked at the bustling scene below. This is a good spot. We can even hear the music on the stage. Gerald smiled. Even if Tony didn't marry Ciri, how many bad things did he do before? For example, the Sintra massacre. What about that? Also, Tony said himself that he didn't love her. Even the law of accidents could be a conspiracy, Tyrion said in confusion. No matter how many bad things Tony did, he's been single for more than 10 years. Gerald sighed. What's wrong with being single? The dwarf didn't understand. It's true that Tony doesn't have much love for Pavetta, but Pavetta is the only one he's ever loved. Most importantly, he's the great emperor who conquered the world. I don't understand. What's the connection? The dwarf asked in confusion. I didn't understand at first. Gerald sighed. Then Yennev showed me a romance novel called The Overlord Fell in Love with Me. The demon hunter's expression began to twist. Reading that book was more painful than fighting Wild Hunt. But I've more or less figured out Pavetta's situation. She's like the female lead in romance novels. She cares about love the most. She married Hedgehog Man because of love. She fell out with Tony because she realized that he didn't love her as much as she thought. Now that she saw that he only had her in his heart, she couldn't let go of him. I don't understand, the dwarf muttered. Bran glanced at him with a sense of superiority. Uncle, although you're famous and experienced, your level is still too low. What, you want to challenge me? Tyrion glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. You're not as good as me when it comes to women. Bran looked up at the sky and sighed. Tell me about it. Bran said emotionally, I like women like Pavetta who are full of love. After living with you for a while, the only thing on a normal woman's mind is life and career. Household chores, daily necessities, children's education. They'll gradually turn from lovers to family. But I already have a mother and father, grandparents, son and daughter, brothers and sisters, a whole family. I don't lack family at all. What I need is a soulmate who can keep my mind and body in an excited state. Everyone says I'm fickle in love, but I'm only chasing after the person who fills me with excitement. I don't want to live like a brick of society. I don't want to be a pillar of family. I'm a person with rich emotions, not a brick. It's a waste if I don't live well after coming to this world. Uncle patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, we weren't wrong about you. You do have the potential of our ancestor, the Mad King. I just have different thoughts from you. Why are you slandering me? Bran said unhappily. Mad King Dad isn't stupid. He just has a different way of thinking. But a different person is a crazy person. Your thoughts seem beautiful, but you forget that you're a member of society, a member of family. You can't escape your family's responsibility and social morality, Tyrion said. If reality is the same as ideals, then what's the use of ideals? Bran retorted. Bran, I think you can pursue other people. Gerald looked at his little brother with concern. Laura's family. Well, they all advocate love above all. Maybe you can choose Calanthe's mother or grandmother. After all, they'll be 16 years old after being resurrected by the Dragon Queen. Bran's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new world. Tyrion, come here quickly. I have something to talk to you about. Dany's voice suddenly appeared in the dwarf's ears. The dwarf looked around. Today is your birthday. Everyone is waiting to present their gifts to you. Let Sir Barristan handle this, Danny said. The dwarf was puzzled. Where are you? Where do you want me to go? Stand up and take 3 steps forward. Tyrion did as he was told, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped at the edge of the big stone steps. You can't take 3 steps. If you take another step, you'll miss, he said. You won't die from the fall. Hearing the impatience in her voice, the dwarf braced himself and took another step. Sure enough, with 1 step in the air, Tyrion fell involuntarily. He screamed in panic and kept screaming. Hey, why haven't I landed? He composed himself and looked around. He was shocked to find that he was surrounded by clouds, and below him was a continuous mountain range. I'm falling from a high altitude. The dwarf went from being shocked to being at a loss. Then, Danny's voice appeared in his ears. Why aren't you transforming? Do you want to fall to your death? Oh, the dwarf's body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally squirmed into a 10-meter-long shit-green little megalosaurus. Where am I? This, after adjusting his vision. The mystic dragon Tyrion's vertical pupils contracted. This seems to be the Andaz Mountains. It's a little different. The old monk Tyrion had once traveled the world barefoot, and was very familiar with the scenery of the world. However, the Andaz Mountains at this moment was a little different from the one in his memory. Come here. Danny's voice came from the southwest direction. The mystic dragon flapped his wings and followed the voice to a small valley full of purple bamboo. Landing in the open space in the middle of the valley, Tyrion saw the dragon queen sitting cross-legged on a large green rock. You sent me to the Goose Down Mountains? Tyrion turned into his human form and took a few steps forward. He was surprised to find that under the large green rock, there was a white-haired girl prostrating herself on all 4s. What's going on? He asked, puzzled. Tyrion, you once swore a sacred oath that you owe me 500 lives, right? Danny smiled. Tyrion's hair stood on end, and he took a few steps back in fear. What are you doing? Did you know about Laura's family's experience from Geralt? Danny's smile became even gentler. Plop. The dwarf knelt and begged. Don't torture me like that. I want to help you. If I don't fulfill the oath, the debt won't disappear, and the interest will only accumulate. I'm willing to repay the debt. Tell me, what do you want me to do? The dwarf said dejectedly, I have something good to give you. Danny pointed at the girl who was peeking at the dwarf with her dark blue eyes. She's the wife the girl gave you. White dove, you will be crowned king by the Heavenly Father. Saying that, she waved her hand towards the sky. The clear blue sky suddenly lit up with 7 stars. The starlight flowed like water, turning into 7 pillars of light, and fell into Danny's palm. When the silver light disappeared, the 7 stars in the sky hid, and a 7-star crown appeared in her hand. She tossed it casually, and the crown landed on the dwarf's head. From today onwards, I crown you as king. Her expression became solemn and dignified. What king? The dwarf asked blankly. The king of Andaz. The Heavenly Father, Danny announced majestically. Who are you going to abolish? The dwarf thought hard, but he couldn't remember which Targaryen was this generation's king of Andaz. That person hasn't been born yet. You will be the first king of the Undulls, the king of the hills. Hugo. Danny laughed. What? The dwarf was horrified, and then he suddenly woke up. He shouted in disbelief, This is 6,000 years ago. The purple bamboo forest cut their flesh to feed the eagles. She's the white dove, the pigeon spirit. According to fate, the harpy has been slapped to death by me, but, sigh, it's fun to pretend for a while, but it's hard to fill a hole for 10,000 years. Danny supported her forehead with her right hand and said in distress, The king of gods can't lie, and there's no way to lie. My mouth contains the heavenly law, and every word I say determines the direction of fate, the fate of the past, the fate of the present, and the fate of the future are all distorted by my words, no matter when I say them. Chapter 1149. No matter what I say, it will become reality. This is the first law of the world. Even I can't go against it, Danny said, helplessly. The old monk Tyrion could recite the 7 saints' scripture backwards now. He quickly understood what she was trying to do. Can't you find the real king of the hills, Hugo? Why me? He asked in confusion. You are the real Hugo. Danny smiled. That can't be right. Hugo isn't a rare name. If you shout, Hugo, your mother is calling you home for dinner in Lannister Harbor, 2 or 3 Hugis will appear at the same time. The dwarf said. Before me, how many girls in the Westeros were called Danny Rise? Danny sighed. Not a single one. It was only 100 years ago that Targaryen had a princess called Danny Rise who married into Dorne. Am I the historical Hugo? The dwarf asked in surprise. I don't know. You can try. But I can't have children. Where did Hugo's 44 sons come from? The dwarf smiled bitterly. It's all right. The 7 stars scripture only says that the white dove brought you 44 sons. They might not be your own. Aren't you Tywin's son? Tyrion's expression twisted. Go. Your people are waiting for you. Only you can lead the Undulls to survive on this land. Danny waved her hand. The dwarf and the white dove disappeared. Soon, Hugo, the king of the hills, understood why Mother of Saints had sought him out. It was because the living conditions in Ursos 6,000 years ago were too harsh. King, this is bad. The Loina Rangers have massacred our Lannister town at the Upper Lone River. All the men have been killed. The women and children have all been enslaved. A soldier in bronze armor reported, Bastard, bring me my axe. Prepare the army for revenge. King Hugo gritted his teeth. King, this is bad. An evil god has come from the north. He has already sacrificed 18 villages in the Andros Plains. What? It's the evil god again. Do those bastards not learn their lesson? Quick, go and bring my axe over. I want to use their skulls to pave the floor of the ballroom. King Hugo roared. Your Majesty, it's not good. The fact that we sent scholars to secretly learn Loina's iron smelting techniques has been discovered. Prince Godot is leading 5,000 knights here. A soldier hurriedly rushed into the palace and reported. On the low couch, King Hugo was entangled with a few blonde and blue-eyed Undul beauties. Hearing this, he suddenly stood up, the muscles on his right arm bulging. Call the 7 princes over and fight with me. I want to defeat Godot. Soon, a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes arrived at the palace. Father, don't be so agitated. The Duke of Loy knows of your bravery. This time, he specially invited the old man in the river to hold the line. You have to be careful. The old tortoise in the river. Bastard, I have spared its life many times. Doesn't it know? King Hugo smashed the stone lion at the gate of the palace with his axe. The soldiers were in awe and admiration. The old man in the river has a true god behind him. The first prince advised. Sigh, in this fucked up world, the true gods are still alive. King Hugo slumped down his axe and waved his hand. Prepare gold and silver to bribe the prince's court officials. Also, go to the prison and behead those slave traders. Send their heads to Godot and say that they are scholars. The scholars secretly learning iron smelting techniques has nothing to do with our royal family. Father, William, and the others are all lords with military merits. Just because of a few foreign slaves. Isn't it too much to kill them? Which country in Ursos doesn't sell slaves? The purple-haired and blue-eyed second prince said. King Hugo went up and kicked the second prince right in the chest. With a bang, the second prince flew back more than 10 meters. The soldiers were shocked. The princes were shocked. King Hugo was still angry. He walked over and scolded, "Second prince, I'll say it again. We Undulls are believers of the 7 gods and children of the Holy Mother. We don't sell slaves or worship evil gods. We can't do anything that goes against the teachings of the 7 gods. You understand?" Yes, yes. The second prince was a descendant of the gods and had an extraordinary bloodline. He didn't even spit out blood after being kicked. He got up and apologized profusely. "Great news, my king. Blessed by the Holy Mother, the queen has given birth to another prince for you," the palace nanny said excitedly. "Good, very good. It's already the 18th. Soon. It'll be the 44th soon." King Hugo cried tears of joy. That night, he held a banquet for his officials. "Bad news, my king. Winter is here. The long-haired men in the east don't have any food. The entire tribe, more than 30,000 strong men, broke into the Andros Plains. Many of our people have died." King Hugo, who was sitting by the fire and drinking wine, pushed away the woman on top of him. He stood up naked and roared, "Bring me my axe. The eldest will be the regent. The second to the 22nd will follow me into battle. I want all the women in the Norfoss Mountains to cry for their husbands and sons." "Father, please calm down." After we drove the long-haired men into the Norfoss Mountains, they were quickly taken in by the God of Clock. The God of Clock is a powerful god who has comprehended the law, the 7th prince said. King Hugo raised his fist and punched the 7th prince's face. He said angrily, "You suspect the 7 gods and me? It's just a stupid bell. It's just a sound wave law. Do you think I'm afraid?" Half a month later, in the Norfoss Mountains near the Upper Rhone River. "Save me, Holy Mother." King Huji's helmet was askew, his horse and axe were gone, and his left iron boot was nowhere to be seen. With his dozens of sons and hundreds of defeated soldiers, he staggered to the border post of the Kingdom of Hill in the west. "Father, don't be afraid. Mother and I are here." The first prince led a group of men to meet them. "Prepare the arrow formation. Bless the 7 gods. Kill the demons." Queen White Dove commanded loudly. Seeing the reinforcements, King Hugo stopped running. He turned around, pointed at the black clouds in the sky, and cursed, "Black goat, you are the god of death, but you don't have any morals. You sneak attacked me. A mortal! Do you have any shame? One day I'll kill you and use your golden horn as a pedal for the latrine." Dawn the bell in the sky shook. The Undulls threw down their weapons and howled in pain. "Stupid bell, fight me one-on-one if you dare." King Hugo found another axe and stood firm in the sound wave attack. "King, we're no match for the evil gods. Let's retreat first," the queen said. King Hugo turned to his sons and scolded, "It's all your fault. I've taught you the way of the knights. But now you don't even have a sword saint. Father, you've always said that you can control the sword with your heart, but you've only killed with brute force." The first prince couldn't help but retort, Yes, we have 8,000 cavalrymen, but none of them have reached the sword saint level." The other princes agreed. The dwarf was speechless. "King, this is bad. Megalosaurus. There are so many Megalosaurus in the sky." A guard ran in and yelled. King Hugo hurried out of the palace and saw more than 30 Megalosaurus of different colors circling the city. Valeglia's Dragon King battle team. King Hugo didn't panic. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity and excitement. But soon, he became even more excited. "What? You want me to give you the Velvet Plains in the south?" King Huji's face turned red. He wanted to punch the arrogant, silver-haired man's head. Not give it away. Sell it to us to build a trading city. The messenger of Valeglia said, "What if I don't sell it?" King Hugo said in a low voice, "If you don't sell it, then give it away." The messenger said, casually, "Give it away. If we lose the battle, of course we have to give it away as compensation." The messenger said matter-of-factly. King Hugo was about to fly into a rage. The eldest prince beside the throne quickly pulled him back and whispered, "Father, there are 30 megalosaurus in the sky. We can't defeat them." Fuck. The messenger smiled and said, "Your Majesty, we Valeglia are not unreasonable. Sell the land to us, but the Undulls don't have to leave. We can even choose a few princes to marry the noble descendants of the 14 Fire Peaks and rule the new Pentos together." Pentos? King Hugo was stunned. "You want to build a sea city beside King Huji's bathtub?" The messenger frowned and thought for a while. "I think that after the new city is built, King Huji's bathtub can be renamed to the Sea of Pentos." King Huji's eyes turned. His voice slowed down, and he asked, "Messenger, are you also from the 14 Fire Peak families? I heard that there is a family called Targaryen in Valeglia. I wonder if they are here today." The silver-haired messenger was stunned. He asked doubtfully, "Your Majesty, you know about Targaryen?" "I am the current patriarch of the Targaryen family, Igor Targaryen." What a coincidence. The dwarf looked at the other party carefully, but did not see any familiar features. "You are the patriarch. Why are you here as a messenger?" "To be honest, if there are not 30 dragons in the sky, I am prepared to chop off your head and form an alliance with the Loiner people to kill you Valeglia people," he said strangely. Igor's handsome face darkened. He said, "The reputation of the Mad King, Hugo, has already spread to the summer sea. We will not give you the chance to go crazy." "I am the Mad King?" Hugo pointed at his own nose, his face filled with disbelief. "Father, you have gone against the heavens, the earth, the gods, and demons. Other than the 7 gods, you have not submitted to anyone. You have scolded the true gods, slashed the gods, slaughtered the long-haired barbarians, massacred the Loiner villages and towns, and even repeatedly attacked the powerful Loiner city. You have used the heads of the gods to pave the floor of the ballroom. Everyone has some misunderstandings about you." The first prince said carefully. "Slap." King Hugo slapped the first prince in front of all the ministers, making him dizzy. "Also, you like to hit your sons." "We are so brave, smart, and obedient," the first prince said, feeling wronged. "You still dare to talk back." Seeing the messenger's dumbfounded expression, as if he was looking at a monster, King Hugo awkwardly retracted his hand and forced a smile. "Mortals think I am crazy, but they do not know that I am fighting for survival for the Undulls. The living environment in Ursos is too difficult. When I pass away, these bastards may still be able to protect their family business, but after a few generations, I am afraid." With such a deep conversation, the messenger could not hide the awkwardness on his face. He returned to the previous topic and said, "I am the coachman of the Balerian family, the head of the 14 Fire Peaks. To be the messenger of the 3rd young master is a great honor for the entire Targaryen family." King Hugo sighed and said, "Messenger Igor, opposite Pentos, I have Dragonstone Island. I admire your courage and honesty. Dragonstone Island is yours." Igor was at a loss. As expected of the Mad King, he did not do things in any order. "Thank you for your kindness, your Majesty, but—" Igor hesitated. "The great wizard has forbidden Dragon King to go near the land of the setting sun. I appreciate your kindness. There is a volcano on Dragonstone Island." King Hugo smiled. "Volcano?" Igor was shocked. He was surprised and hesitant. This matter must be decided by the third young master. Seeing the cowardly look of his honest servant, King Hugu waved his hand dispiritedly. Enough. Choose a few noble ladies from the 14 Fire Peaks to go on a blind date with my son. Pentos will be the betrothal gift. King Hugu had lived for 150 years. After his wife gave birth to his 44th son, he closed his eyes in satisfaction. His children and grandchildren were not as crazy as him. The size of the country decreased with each generation. In the end, the country was destroyed, and the nobles could only escape to the Westeros by ship. Chapter 1150. Above the river of time and space, a transparent bubble floated. Tyrion was in it, looking down at the changes in the mortal world. After a long while, he asked in doubt, transmigrating to the past really won't affect the present? Dany said, of course there will be an effect. There are no two leaves that are exactly the same in the world, but there are similar leaves on the same tree and the same branch. In the time and space when I became a god king, the world was a plump willow leaf. In the time and space when I didn't become a god king, the world was a withered willow leaf. Our world is always a willow leaf, different leaves on the same willow tree. When I choose one of them, it will replace the real world. The changes in the world are negligible, just like in the eyes of ordinary people. All willow leaves are the same. They can't notice the fine details. Only I, who chose the willow leaf, and those who cultivate time and space arts can feel the difference. Are there many parallel worlds in the universe? Tyrion frowned. Dany shook her head and said, the nature of the world is different from what mortals feel and think of as the world. What do you mean? Do you think the world is a stable entity? Dany asked, isn't it? The flame is a solid entity. The flame is stable in one form without changing. The dwarf was stunned. After pondering for a moment, he asked in doubt, can the past be changed just by mastering the first flame? Dany continued to shake her head. At first, I thought the mystery of time and space was too profound. It couldn't be summed up by a law. When I first transmigrated to 1,000,000 years ago, I thought it was impossible to transmigrate across eras. But now I can even bring you to 6,000 years ago. I guess that we were born in the previous era, lived to the next era. And the era just passed not long ago. That's a little far-fetched, Tyrion said. Dany smiled. The more complicated a theory is, the less likely it is to be the truth. All the laws of physics are very simple. A sentence, a formula, can represent a law of physics. So, I suddenly realized that I might be wrong. The laws of time and space transmigration might be complicated, but the laws of time and space transmigration should be simple. See if it allows you to transmigrate. Who is it? Tyrion was shocked. Dany replied, it could be a space-time manager or a unique law of the world. At this moment, I was 100% sure that transmigration would bring about changes, and changes would come at a price. If it doesn't want you to transmigrate, it must be because the price is too high and it can't afford it, or it doesn't want to pay for you. At this time, Dany was vaguely aware that there was a space-time manager above the time of the world of ice and fire. She couldn't even see his shadow, but she could feel a familiar aura. It could not have been her. She would not have confined herself to one world forever. The most likely possibility was that she was one of the 5 Megalosaurus, followed by the goddess of faith. How is that possible? Or did you secretly do something? Tyrion cried out. 800 years had passed since the time of King of the Hills Hugo, and 500 years had passed since the first batch of Undals crossed the narrow sea and entered the Westeros. The Undals had completely taken over the valley, and were now fighting with the king of the first people for control of the river. Both sides had victories and defeats. Then Saint Moses and the fugitive Undal slaves appeared. Dany showed her divinity among the first people, and gave Moses a holy sword that split the river of the trident. Only then did she return above the river of time, and said, "You are the cause, and he is the effect. Through you, I made him a reality. There was no Moses in history, but I have spoken, and Moses' deeds were even written in the Seven Stars Bible. So he must be real." Hu Ji's appearance caused the river of fate to change its original flow. After thousands of years, there were no major changes in history. But Tyrion also noticed that there were colorful stars flowing from the world below into Dany's palm at every moment. At the same time, her body was also emitting golden stars that fell into the world. "What is this for?" he asked curiously. As the only Bible of the Church of the Seven Gods, it must be true. So, Tyrion didn't understand. The souls of all believers of the seven gods must be judged by heaven and hell. Believers of great merit and practicing the path of the seven gods go to heaven, and sinners go to hell to be punished. Ordinary people go through the ancient cycle of reincarnation, which is to dissipate between heaven and earth. The soul is made up of two parts, spirituality and life imprints. Every time I collect a soul, I will replenish the world with the same amount of spirituality. In terms of energy level, the influence of the souls of the dead on the past has been minimized. Dany said solemnly, "You let me transmigrate, so bold and unrestrained, but now you are so calculating. What are you doing?" The dwarf complained. "I said that changing the time and space of this world must come with a price. Everything I do is to minimize the price." Dany said, "Even you are trying to minimize the price, so the price itself must not be small. Is it worth it to show off?" Tyrion asked. "At first, I thought it was a facade project, but now I realize that no matter the price, it is worth it." "Why?" "Because the seven gods are the gods of faith, and the biggest enemy of faith is falsehood. No one can give faith to false existences. You might not have noticed, but in the past 100 years, early angels like Matthew and Big Sparrow have not improved in their realm. The stronger they are, the more they know. The more they know, the more doubts they have about faith. Thus, they have reached a bottleneck in their realm. If I don't change, a level 9 seraph will never be born among the believers of the seven gods. It involves the future of the seven gods church and the seven gods. So no matter how great the price of changing the timeline is, it is worth it." Tyrion was shocked. "Is that so? The Seven Stars Bible is the foundation of the seven gods of faith. At first, I thought that as long as the doctrine is perfect, there will be no problem with faith, but..." Dany sighed and thought of her previous life. The new generation that was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze had almost received the most red education. The red theory that their teacher taught them was a truth that was almost perfect, but after entering society and being beaten up in reality, would they still believe in the completely correct doctrine? The doctrine of the seven gods was very humane and beautiful, but if the seven gods themselves went against their doctrine, how would the believers make themselves believe in them? So, Dany had to make the seven gods real. "Now, do you think that I am a fake seven god?" Dany looked at Tyrion and asked, "You are the most genuine fake." The dwarf smiled bitterly. "Before me, did the Undals have the concept of the seven gods? The doctrine of the seven gods was not passed down by me. The seven gods church was not established by me." "Yes, but you changed the past. In the timeline, there is only one past." "All right, you are the seven gods, the real seven gods." Tyrion sighed. Dany was satisfied. "Oh, right, be careful. As the ancient king of the hills, Hugo, returning to the present is equivalent to crossing the timeline, and there may be strong side effects." She reminded, "What? I am a modern person." The dwarf shouted, "Are you the king of the hills?" Dany asked, "Yes." "Is the king of the hills an ancient from 6,000 years ago?" "Yes, but..." "No buts. You are an ancient person." I don't want to argue with you. There is no harm in being straightforward. The dwarf said. Danny looked away. Your cultivation realm can no longer be improved. Just like the wood cut down in ancient times, it can only slowly decay but can no longer grow. As an ancient person, you have already sealed the coffin. The dwarf's face was pale, and his eyes were dazed. Isn't that too cruel? There is a price to pay for changing the past. You owe me 500 lives, and this time you have paid one back. The dwarf muttered, Can you take me to 130 years ago and shut my mouth, so that I won't make such a stupid oath? Sorry, I don't want to be stupid. Don't worry, you can go to other worlds to cultivate. I have the ancient blood of the elves, and will definitely choose the most suitable cultivation world for you. The space-time curse of this world cannot affect other worlds. Danny comforted him again. 150 years ago, when Danny and Rise Stormborn on Dragonstone Island, Danny encountered an accident. The space-time in front of her was incomparably solid, countless times more solid than 1,000,000 years ago. That was to say, from this point in time, she could not change any history. Although she could only watch movies, she was still collecting the life imprints of the dead. In fact, not only did the soul dissipate, even the life imprints dissipated. However, she controlled the fire of creation and could read the information of life memories. Once she read it, it would exist. Slavery Bay, Christmas Day, the Great Pyramid, the third step of the Big Stone Steps. Bran and Geralt saw Tyrion walk to the edge of the steps as if he had drunk fake wine. Then he missed a step and smashed the big stone steps of the second step. Awoo, the pyramid had been recast by Dragon Queen, and the first step was about 7 to 8 meters high. The dwarf's bones were not broken, but he still cried out in pain. Are you drunk? Bran poked his head out to look. The dwarf touched the broken bridge of his nose and leaped onto the third step platform. He sat back in his seat, picked up the bottle of wine, and gulped it down. What's wrong? After a fall, you've suddenly become much older. Geralt said, puzzled. The dwarf did not speak. He put down the bottle of wine and closed his eyes to meditate. A moment later, he wailed with a sad face, It's not an illusion. My cultivation base is even more stable than this great pyramid. It's not moving at all. You're really drunk. What nonsense are you talking about? Bran asked strangely. At this moment, Danny's voice rang in the dwarf's ears again. Tyrion, your father Tywin and Aerys have returned as vengeful ghosts. Remember to save up more merit and redeem them. Forget about Father Tywin, but Aerys is your father too. The dwarf wailed indignantly. Nonsense. We separated long ago. I'm the daughter of Queen Layla, the Pentashade dragon Targaryen. You're the direct descendant of the three-headed red dragon Targaryen, Aerys's super illegitimate son. That's right, Brotherway is also yours. He's your brother. Although Rhaega is also in hell, he has Jon. Brotherway is alone and can only enter your temple, Danny said with a faint smile. The dwarf hugged his head and wailed, 7 levels of hell. I'm just a monk. I don't even have a kingdom. How can I be considered a direct descendant of the three-headed red dragon? Nonsense. How many countries have I given you? First it was Jean Island, then it was Dear Cauldron Kingdom. Now, there's still Aerys's memorial tablet in Dear Cauldron Kingdom's temple, in my slave base temple. There's only Layla's memorial tablet. Danny said, Did you plan this long ago? The dwarf said, angrily, When I announced that you were Aerys's super illegitimate son, weren't you smiling so widely? Danny said lightly, The dwarf recalled that when the Dragon Queen announced that he was Aerys's only successor, he was indeed very proud. Sansa was also very afraid of him because of this, until she lured him into her bed and swore that he would not fight for the Iron Throne with her. Chapter 1151. After practicing in the Song of Ice and Fire world, Danny immediately went to the Demon Hunter world and used the same method to collect the life imprint of Laura's human husband. She also studied the timeline of the Demon Hunter world. A previous conjecture was verified. The space-time rules of each world were different. The Song of Ice and Fire world had just fallen from the upper universe, and it was the first time the celestial sphere converged, which basically guaranteed the integrity and independence of the timeline. In other words, the river of time was really like a river. The Demon Hunter world had countless celestial sphere converges. When a pile of cow dung and a pile of horse dung collided, a part of cow dung would be missing and a large piece of horse dung would be stained. As a result, the river of time had broken and large tributaries. After many celestial sphere converges, the Demon Hunter world's river of time was like a 1,000-layer cake with countless holes drilled by insects. Each layer of cake represented a different world's space-time fragment. Each hole represented a space-time tributary. In that world, space-time travel was very difficult, but also very simple. It was difficult because space-time was chaotic. It was almost impossible to comprehend the law of space-time travel through cultivation with an ordinary bloodline. It was also easy because space-time was chaotic and there were no strict rules. As long as your bloodline contained the innate law of space-time travel, you could travel freely, but the price, if space-time travel in the Song of Ice and Fire world was like buying a ticket to enter, the ticket was paid by the traveler. Then, the Demon Hunter world had no strict space-time rules and time guardians. There were no guards at the gate, and one could enter at will if they found the right way, and the price was paid by the world's origin. Traveling freely in the Demon Hunter world, changing history and the future, the world's origin would be damaged, space-time would be more chaotic, and even more riddled with holes. Perhaps the world's will would punish the traveler through fate. After Danny brought back the human warlock Craignan, Laura and her descendants were ready to leave. You don't want to settle here? Your world is so chaotic. In recent decades, the North and the South have been fighting a lot because of the destruction the warlocks have caused to the cities and the huge casualties to the people. Organizations such as witch hunters have begun to appear among the people. Danny said, "No, I've been away from home for too long. I want to go back to the elf kingdom." Laura shook her head. "If you go back, what about me? The elves won't allow a human to be with the elf princess openly." Craignan frowned. Laura hesitantly said, "Perhaps we can ask the Sage Parliament for forgiveness? Now that I don't have the ancient blood, I'm no longer that important to them. They should. I will stay in the Demon Hunter world," the male sorcerer said in a deep voice. "Craignan." The female elf looked at her lover, her heart at a loss. Danny sighed. "The convergence of the celestial spheres will continue for another 30 years. You are always welcome here." Also, she looked at the sky. The spring sun was shining brightly, and the blue sky was filled with white clouds. Everything was peaceful. "I'll help you deal with the elves." As soon as he finished speaking, a crack sounded as if a hole had been torn open in the sky. Large chunks of black smoke spread out in all directions from a single point. In a few breaths of time, the sunlight and the blue sky disappeared. Through the dark clouds, one could vaguely see the dim halo of the sun. The atmosphere of fear spread from the sky to the ground. The inexplicable uneasiness triggered the most primitive fear in the citizens of the city. The livestock in the animal pens were restless, stomping their hooves, raising their heads, and neighing. The wind is blowing. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into a nightmare. They could faintly hear the screams of the undead in the wind. This is the wild hunt. Laura's pupils contracted, and her whole body trembled. "They chased us to this world." Gerald was shocked. Danny laughed. "When you guys first arrived, They chased us to the outside of the world. They should have returned in defeat at the gate of the world. I felt that the matter of the elves had to be dealt with, so I threw them into a space-time bubble. The flow of time in the bubble is different. They thought that they had followed you guys through time. Whoosh! A thin ribbon flashed across the sky. It seemed to come from the distant abyss of hell. The atmosphere of darkness and fear became more intense. Thud, 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 thud. This was the sound of the hoarse hooves of the knights. At first, the distance was too far. It was almost impossible to distinguish the figures of the knights. As they got closer and closer, the thin ribbon gradually enlarged into a group of knights galloping in the sky. "This appearance is too flashy," Danny murmured. Thud, thud, thud. The knights were getting closer. With the naked eye of mortals, they could see the horns on their helmets. They could see the protrusions in the middle of the horned helmets. They could see the hollow visors. They could even see the terrifying skeleton-like faces of the knights through the gaps in the visors. Even the war horses of the knights were skeleton horses. The sides of their bodies were bare like rotting wounds. Danny's interest grew. "I'm really a frog at the bottom of a well. I actually thought that I had reached the peak." Roar, ga! The skeleton knights galloped in circles above the Great Pyramid, bringing with them a bone-chilling wind. Perhaps this was not the wind, but the singing of ghosts or a curse. "Your Majesty, they're just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Do you want me to go and cut them down?" Arya showed disdain and asked the Dragon Queen for instructions. "The Wild Hunt is a group of demons. They're the spiritual projections of the Elven Knights. They can't be killed," Geralt said. "Use soul attacks. At least their minds will be damaged." Arya said, "It's the new year. It's not good to fight and kill." Danny shook her head. The skeleton knights galloped a few times, stirring up a funnel-shaped black cloud storm in the sky. Suddenly, the Wild Hunt King at the front of the skeleton knights turned his horse around and charged towards the sky garden below. Ga ga ga! The Wild Hunt King let out a terrifying laugh. Behind the rusty visor, the hollow eye sockets burned with light blue flames. The tattered cape behind him rustled. The knights behind him turned their horses around and pulled out their lightning-shaped swords. The blades of the swords shone with silver light, like stars twinkling in the night sky. The hooves of the skeleton horses burned with blue will-o'-the-wisps, black smoke, ghost howls, strong winds, and the ghost knights in rotten armor formed a huge vortex that fell directly on top of everyone's heads. That scene was abnormally terrifying. Fuck, this is too impressive. It's even more arrogant than the appearance of the heavens Saint Seiya, Tyrion cursed softly. "It's a pity that they're not strong enough." Danny extended her right hand and spread her fingers, making a grabbing motion. Bang! In the center of the vortex formed by the ghost knights, a ball of golden light suddenly exploded and disappeared in an instant. The blue sky reappeared, and golden sunlight shone on the ground. The terrifying atmosphere and the annoying ghost howls all disappeared. There were only about 1,200 knights left above. They were like insects that fell into amber. Their expressions and movements froze. Faint seven-colored smoke spread out from between the knights' eyebrows. The smoke vaguely formed a distorted person. No, it wasn't the seven-colored smoke from between the eyebrows. It was the seven-colored smoke that came from the void and merged into the bodies of the ghost knights. Their translucent bodies slowly solidified. Skeletons began to cover their flesh and organs, turning into handsome elven knights. The red, rusty iron armor became shiny and solid. The tattered cape was bright in color and looked as good as new. Ah, my physical body transmigrated. The Wild Hunt King screamed in horror. His voice was no longer as terrifying as the ghost howls. It was the deep voice of a middle-aged man. After regaining their physical bodies, the Wild Hunt Kings could no longer float in the sky. The horses neighed, and the elven knights kicked their limbs and screamed in shock. "They are falling! They are going to fall on our heads! Run!" Some guests fled in panic. "No, they are becoming smaller." Someone shouted. The lower the altitude of the elven knights and their war horses, the smaller their bodies became. They were free-falling, and the speed of their fall increased. They shrank visibly. The tall knights became half-humans, little elves, finger-headed people, ant-men, in the end the 1,200 knights, and their war horses all fell into the hands of the Dragon Queen. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such a flashy entrance, and such a tragic ending. Tyrion smiled bitterly and shook his head. Bran looked at the palms of Grandmaster Dany. He was shocked to see the little people getting up dizzily, looking for their war horses and swords. They even regrouped under the yelling of the Wild Hunt King. "Ha ha ha!" He couldn't help but laugh. Then he saw a gust of wind in the palms, blowing the little people around. "Hey, this is fun." He purposely blew at the Grandmaster's palms. The elven knights floated up like goose feathers in the wind. Because he was too close and too excited, he spat out some saliva. The world of the palms started to rain heavily. "Go away. Disgusting." Grandmaster Dany looked disgusted. She pushed her unfilial grandson to the side. Then she raised the hand with the little people and made a grabbing motion towards the sky. Boom rip! 100-meter-long crack appeared in the sky. Then an exquisite city built by the lake in the forest rose from the ground. Like a sesame cake, it spun and fell from above. "Ah, the Elven Royal City!" Laura exclaimed. The sesame cake city expanded to its original size in the sky. It covered the whole of Astapor with a radius of 100 miles. The residents and guests of Slave Bay could even see the rippling lake beside the Elven Royal City, the elves running in panic in the streets of the city, and the elven sages casting forbidden spells with their staffs. It was like colorful fireworks exploding in the sky above the Elven Royal City. The effect was just fireworks. As the Elven Royal City fell, it started to shrink rapidly. Just like the Elven Knights before it, the people in the Sky Garden looked at the Queen's palms in a daze. They saw a city model the size of a broad bean. "Do you admit defeat?" she said. "Yes, yes," the people nearby said in a daze. "I'm not asking you." She pointed at the palm of her right hand with her left hand. "I'm asking them." They admit defeat." Dany smiled at the people beside her. "Why don't we go to the Elven Royal City for a walk? It's more exquisite than my Astapor. It's more natural. Jump into your palm." Geralt muttered. "Try jumping on the spot." Geralt tried, but he didn't land. He disappeared on the spot. The Elven Royal City was so small, but they still saw the demon hunters in the square in front of the palace. Everything was clear. Even the blank expression on Geralt's face could be seen. As the guests in the Sky Garden disappeared one by one, Dany also entered the Elven Royal City in the palm of her hand. A group of defeated elven sages knelt on the ground to welcome her. Dany didn't go overboard. She didn't face them with the attitude of a conqueror. She didn't even sit on the seat that represented the Elf King. Instead, she accepted the elves' hospitality as an honored guest. Well, it was mainly because Laura was beside her. If she humiliated the elven sages in a domineering manner, it would be a slap to her own face. She had previously vowed that Laura was her friend. She couldn't slap her friend's parents in front of her friend, right? Chapter 1152. In the back garden of the Elven Palace, Elf Sage Avarak said bitterly, "What kind of witchcraft is this? Why can't we break it even with our combined efforts?" He was Laura's fiancé. Dany smiled faintly. "Forbidden spells are just child's tricks. I stopped playing after I turned 25. Looking at his fiancée who had been dead for over 100 years, Avarak sighed. You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. We failed. We couldn't fight back. Dragon Queen, how do you plan to deal with the elves? The Wild Hunt King in the blood-red armor said bitterly, and the Wild Hunt King that was the nightmare of many worlds was just the leader of an elven cavalry team. Before the ancient blood was lost, the elves used their physical bodies to travel through worlds, enslaving and robbing the natives. They weren't afraid of the white frost. Even if they couldn't stop the ice aeon, they could open the gate of worlds and migrate to a comfortable and safe new world. With the loss of the ancient blood, the elves couldn't travel through time and space with their physical bodies. They could only use the form of demon spirits to project their minds to various worlds. They could kill people, rob people, and rare resources, but they couldn't directly colonize for long periods of time. Danny thought for a moment and said, Ciri and I have already completed the sacred vow. In theory, the elves should have paid the price for breaking the vow. However, the ones who decided to break the vow are you, and the price is paid by my good friend Laura and her descendants. This isn't fair. Laura's good friend's face twisted slightly. The dwarf sighed softly, looking at the elves with pity in his eyes. Pity for fellow sufferers. Completed the vow, you obtained the ancient blood. The elf sage's face turned ugly. Why do you think you can break the vow? Danny sneered. I'm not afraid to tell you. I was able to find the elven world and easily grasp the elven capital in the palm of my hand. The ancient blood played a huge role. The old elves' faces turned ashen. Avarak raised his spirits and said, Since the oath has been fulfilled and Laura has been resurrected by you, the price of breaking the oath will be paid by her. How about letting her inherit the position of the Elf King? He could see that the Dragon Queen had obtained a lot of benefits from Laura's sacred oath. Even if the elves were to break their oath, she would still be too lazy to haggle with the elves. Perhaps because she was too strong, the elves didn't have any treasures that she could think of once their interests were satisfied, and they couldn't squeeze out any new benefits. They would start to talk about relationships and satisfy the needs of friendship. Or was it purely for the sake of face? The elven sage didn't know, but he was sure that as long as Laura was properly arranged, the elven race's catastrophe would be easily resolved. Thinking of this, he quickly added, I swear on behalf of the Sage Parliament that I will no longer harass Ciri and her friends. I will even allow Ciri to become Laura's successor and the next Elven King. The Wild Hunter has offended your dignity. In order to express our apologies, the elf tribe is willing to compensate you with rare treasures, wizard scrolls, alchemy potions, and other items. The treasury will be open for you to choose. Compensation is just a token. The key is Laura. Danny waved her hand indifferently and looked at her good friend. Laura, what do you think? Laura looked at her elf fiancé and then at her human husband. I am willing to serve the elven race, but Craignan, well, Laura has paid a huge price for the elven race. I think you should be able to accept a human royal husband. Danny looked at Avarak. Laura's former fiancé forcefully swallowed the feces in his mouth and nodded. We have already accepted Ciri as the next Elven King. Craignan becoming the Elven Queen's royal husband is a matter of course. Well, happy ending. Today is Christmas. Everyone come to Astapor to participate in the Christmas banquet. Danny clapped her hands and said excitedly, I have something to say. The Wild Hunter King stood up with a worried expression and complained to Danny. Your Majesty, the reason I hunted Ciri wasn't for a personal grudge. As you can see, the Wild Hunter can travel between worlds, so I know a lot of terrible news that you don't know. What news? Danny asked curiously. The White Frost is coming. His eyes were filled with fear, and his voice was trembling. It's not the usual white frost. It's like the universe has entered winter, and a cold wave has arrived. I have seen with my own eyes that one world after another has fallen into complete silence in the white frost. Not only the elven world, but the demon hunter world, your seven gods world, and all the nearby worlds have been invaded by the white frost. If the white frost is coming, what's the point of hunting Ciri? As the inheritor of the ancient blood, she has her own destiny. She won't escape the responsibility of saving the world. Danny's expression was indifferent and didn't show much emotion. The Wild Hunter King's cold face behind his helmet turned red. He felt that Ciri wasn't qualified and didn't have the ability to be the savior. He felt that he was the one destined. Therefore, he wanted to seize Ciri's bloodline and control the future for himself. If my ability can stop the white frost, even if I have to pay the price of my life, I will do it. The gray-haired demon hunter woman said in a deep voice, "If you ask me, you guys are worrying for nothing. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up." "It goes without saying who's the tallest," the dwarf complained. The elven sages glanced at the Dragon Queen and looked at each other. Their expressions were much more relaxed. The dwarf was right. The white frost would come when the celestial spheres converged. Even if the Dragon Queen only swept the snow in front of her door, they could still hide behind the seven gods' world. The only question was, could she stop the white frost? Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. In the past 10 years, the celestial spheres converged more frequently. At first, it was only the seven gods' world and the demon hunter world that collided. Now, there were 7 more great stars in the sky. The world had its own rules, just like cars on the highway. As long as there were no accidents, there wouldn't be collisions. However, once an accident happened, there would be a long line of cars involved in car accidents. One world's trajectory was abnormal, and it would collide with another world, causing the worlds to derail one after another. Therefore, the convergence of celestial bodies was like the scene of a large-scale car accident. Multi-star collisions were common, but the 8th great star that appeared in the sky above the Song of Ice and Fire world terrified the living people of every world. It was an ice-blue dead star, a world that was withering in the white frost. Everyone knew that the white frost had come. The demon hunter world and the nearby worlds had longer winters. Only the Song of Ice and Fire world was unaffected. Where's the Dragon Queen? In recent years, more and more people from other worlds have applied to relocate our world. What's she thinking? John found Bran, who was cultivating in seclusion at the North Pole. Yes, Danny's white knight, Bran. After his wife, Mara, passed away, he came to the North Pole to guard the World Gate for the Dragon Queen. Guarding the World Gate had the highest salary, but he still had his mother suffering in hell. He could not enjoy life by the Queen's side like Barristan. After obtaining the ancient blood, Her Majesty began to travel to other worlds. She might be testing her Tao in one of the worlds now. When Bran opened his eyes, John, who met his gaze, felt dizzy for a moment. Your eyes. He saw endless images flash past his eyes. The huge amount of information and the distortion of time and space made his head swell. I'm the Green Prophet, a natural time traveler. Bran said, at this moment, he was no longer as young as he was 100 years ago. His weed-like white hair fell to his shoulders. His eyebrows grew to his temples, and his silver beard reached his chest. His cheeks were thin and handsome. He was tall but shriveled. His eyes were full of wisdom. You're also cultivating the law of time and space. John was shocked. I'm not just the White Knight. Like Arya, I'm Her Majesty's vassal god. Vassal gods can borrow the Lord God's power. I think. Bran looked hesitant. Do you know that the world has changed? After the celestial bodies converged, the world changed every day, John said. No, I mean some things have changed forever. Bran mumbled, be more specific. John was getting impatient. You've seen Legger? Bran asked. John was silent. After a while, he asked in a muffled voice, say, is the dragon queen my aunt or the reincarnation of the 7 gods? Both. Bran sighed. What do you want to do? John asked. I'm thinking, what should I do for Robb and Father? Bran said, they've returned to the world and will enjoy eternal peace, John said. The past can be changed, Bran said faintly. John looked down and said, I'm only concerned about the current migration problem. As for the rest, I can't do anything. Let in all the otherworlders with excellent bloodlines, Bran said. Many of the migration problems aren't people. Even demons can be brought in to fill up hell. The species are too complicated. There might be political turmoil in the future, or even racial wars, John said worriedly. Then let's fight. Pointless fighting will only deplete the world's vitality. Furthermore, the power of our families will be greatly impacted. John said. Bran looked up at the sky. Say, how many stars do you think are real? One true god represents 1 star. That's not accurate. Bran shook his head. 1 small plane also represents 1 star. The world we're in right now is actually the main world. John's expression changed. I remember that all the small planes have fallen into the Sosros continent. Our world will definitely level up. Bran didn't have a trace of doubt on his face. Her Majesty doesn't just travel the worlds to verify the laws. She's also looking for worlds with potential. Using otherworlders as small planes? John was shocked. Bran nodded. In the future, there will be many more stars in the sky above our heads, real stars. With enough resources, there won't be racial wars in the near future. What kind of worlds are considered to have potential? John asked again. For example, the ancient blood in the elf world can provide us, especially Her Majesty, with new high-level laws. For example, the demon hunter world has a strong origin and has survived countless world-destroying white frost. It can provide us with a large amount of chaos force. So, the demon hunter world and the elf world will become our stars, and we can open our doors to immigrants? No, the Queen will look for the empty shell world that has been destroyed by white frost. Bran's expression was complicated. The human mind is unpredictable. If we move the demon hunter world to the astral world, the people in that world will think that we're colonizing them. There's no way to explain. We're indeed extracting the force of their world. Nothing forcibly done is sweet. John nodded, then asked doubtfully, where will the ancient blood come from in the empty shell world? Past and present, it makes no difference to Her Majesty. The ancient blood of the elf race and Her Majesty's fire of creation are a perfect match. Bran sighed. I wonder how many stars she's found in the past 10 years. John said leisurely, I don't know how many, but I'm sure that there'll be a world called Earth among them, Bran said with certainty. Why? John was puzzled. Big Sparrow has been to the Paradise Island of the Earthlings. Chapter 1153. Dany did find Earth. She accidentally entered the solar system while searching for the source of the white frost. The white frost was not a point explosion, as she had guessed before, which meant that the white frost suddenly appeared at a certain point in the universe. It had its own source, just like the roots of a tree. From the deepest, undetectable, and indescribable source, white light in the shape of tree roots erupted. The white light was like lightning, twisting and scattering, and the aftermath was the white frost. The forked, lightning-like white light had the ability to track civilized worlds. Like an embroidery needle thrown by Dongfang Bubi, it accurately pierced through the lotus seeds that Yang Lianting threw into the sky. With a flash of white light, countless worlds were pierced by the white frost. What was more terrifying was that the worlds destroyed by the white frost would break away from their original orbits and have a chance of colliding with other worlds, which was the intersection of the celestial spheres. The white frost was like a virus. When the celestial spheres intersected, the worlds that had been destroyed by the white frost would attract the white frost, destroying the worlds that had come into contact with it, but had not yet encountered the white frost. The eighth world that intersected with the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was supposed to be the virus spreader. Danny predicted the direction of the white frost in advance and turned into a flame, moving against the light and eating the white frost that destroyed the world. She became a savior in silence, the savior of many worlds, and no one even knew at this time. The price she paid was that half of the flame on her body was extinguished. When she turned into the fire of creation, the size of the flame represented the thickness of her origin. The price of losing half of her origin was too great. The white frost was more terrifying than she had imagined before she met it. It was not something that Frost God's white frost forbidden spell could compare to. Frost God's white frost was the ice power of the frost world. It was essentially an elemental power, no different from the fire and earth elements. The white frost in the lower universe was the power of the end that destroyed civilizations and worlds. The white frost was an energy that could not be absorbed. It represented the complete end, death, decay. It was the end of all matter and life. Although she had lost a part of her origin power, Danny was very excited. Even if her fire of creation was still 15% away from the real first flame, its energy level was not comparable to any other energy. In terms of fire energy levels, ordinary flames were level 1, wildfire level 2, ordinary dragon flames level 3, earth flames level 4, sun flames level 5, first flames level 6, and first flames level 7. True gods fluctuated between level 4 and level 5 according to the laws they grasped. Inferior songs of laws were only at level 4, while the extremely powerful songs of the elements could reach or even surpass level 5. Danny was not a true god, but she had far surpassed it. Her energy rank was around 6. 5. Frost God's Song of Ice was higher than LV4, but lower than LV4. 5. It was not worthy of Danny's Song of Ice and Fire. That was why Danny had given the Song of Ice to John. She hoped that he could sing an even stronger Song of Ice, and then use him as a cauldron to cultivate a Song of Ice that could match the first flame. John's talent was not bad. In just 100 years, he had almost completed 10% of the Song of Ice. Even if he took into account that it would get slower and slower in the later stages, he would be able to complete the Song of Ice in about 30 to 50,000 years. Not to mention Lalo. Even geniuses like Night Lion and Neodymium God of Lust would not be able to do so. After all, the Song of Ice's energy rank was naturally higher than their inferior laws. Danny had originally planned to wait 30 to 50,000 years, but now, power below LV6. 5 could not hurt her at all. Not only could the white light hurt her, but it could also reduce half of her origin. What did this mean? It meant that the white light's energy rank was higher than 6. 5, which meant that the white light was the other half of the Song of Ice and Fire that she had been searching for. Perhaps she had found her purpose in coming to the lower universe. One day in the future, when she completely grasped the first flame and could sing the ancient blood space-time law, she would definitely walk the same path as the long-braided female elf ancestor and explore the secret of the white light in the lower universe. Now, she was on Earth, the Death Star of the civilization that had been frozen by the white frost. If it were not for the fact that she was very familiar with the solar system's planets and the moon, Danny would not have recognized that this was Earth. Not only was the land and sea frozen, but the strange ruins of the superior civilization on the land were also unfamiliar to her. Even the continental plates were not what she remembered. Bran was right. While she was practicing her transmigration skill, she was studying the white frost and also looking for the high-level world that had been destroyed by the white frost. When she arrived on Earth, the white frost had just destroyed the world not long ago, and the people of the previous civilization had not died out yet. Before the white frost descended, the prophets among the people of Earth had predicted the arrival of the disaster. They had thought of two ways to preserve their civilization. The first was to build a deep-sea city in the trenches and use the huge amount of seawater to offset the extreme cold of the white frost. The second was to find a volcanic crater and dig out an underground world near the magma. The prehistoric civilization had more than one human race. According to their forms, Dany named them long-legged giants, slender people, crypt people, and normal people. The long-legged giants were also called TikTok beauty legged giants. They were giants with long legs and beautiful faces. They were about 5 meters tall, and their legs were 3 meters long. They were disproportionate to their bodies. Dany even wondered how their legs could be so deformed under the gravitational environment of Earth. The slender people's limbs, waists, and cheeks were very slender, but they were very tall. The average height was more than 8 meters, and they were slender. The crypt people had a triangular face, big turbid eyes, rough brown skin, thick palms, a height of 5 meters, and a slightly hunched back. These three races had a very high level of civilization. It was not simply technology or magic. At this time, the Earth's chaotic force was very rich, and the people of Earth had developed an advanced interstellar civilization. That's right, they could travel within the stars. In fact, the crypt people came from Mars. The long-legged giants came from outside Pluto. When the celestial bodies converged, they migrated from another world. Many years ago, their civilization was destroyed in the white frost. Perhaps, in the billions of years of history of the solar system, countless civilizations had been born and countless civilizations had migrated. When Dany arrived, the normal primitive people had already died out. Long before the white frost arrived, the giant civilization, like the elves, had experienced a great decline. At this time, they had lost the ability to migrate across planets and could only hide in mountain cities to survive. The hope of survival was very slim. The slender people built cities at the bottom of the sea and prepared a full set of space launch systems in advance. When the white frost cold air covering the entire solar system dissipated, some of their people would escape from Earth by spaceship. The crypt people did not choose to evacuate. Instead, they dug holes in the ground and prepared to build an underground world. Whether it was the crypt people or the slender people, it should not be difficult for them to survive this cold wave, according to the rules that Dany originally set for herself. As long as the civilization was not completely extinct, she would not interfere with that world. She would not save, plunder, or destroy. But after landing on the surface of Earth, Dany was shocked by two things on the spot. First, the will of the world of Earth was like a child welcoming home. It could not wait to accept her, and even directly gave her the control of the heavenly axiom. Even if she gave the Song of Ice and Fire world the first fire, even if she ended the long night and became the savior, even if she sang the Song of Fire, even if she became the God King, the will of the world of Song of Ice and Fire was not so affectionate. Dany forcibly extracted the will of the world from the depths of the world's origin with her strength and cast it into the Book of Fate. After being crowned the God King of Earth, without knowing anything, Dany immediately discovered another amazing secret. Through the resonance of the origin of this Earth, she could find other Earths or civilizations related to Earth. It was like telling the password of the bank vault to a peerless thief. How did Laura transmigrate? She first locked onto a world, which was often a star visible to the naked eye, and then used her mental projection to inquire about the information and determine the coordinates. When she thought it was appropriate, she would transmigrate physically. How did Ciri transmigrate? She had not received the special training of the elven royal family about the ancient blood. She blindly transmigrated, opened the gate of the worlds, and went inside, where the next station was all based on luck. Before the inheritance of the ancient blood was cut off, the main task of the wild hunters was the same as the rangers, to search the nearby area and determine the location of the enemy and the resource points that could be occupied. To put it bluntly, the wild hunters were responsible for finding the coordinates of a different world for the elven king of the ancient blood. How did Dany transmigrate to this earth? When she was chasing the source of the white light, she happened to come here. Dany was still thinking that when she chanted the Song of Law contained in the ancient blood, her descendants would also evolve with the bloodline. In this way, she could specially select a group of Targaryens who had awakened the soul transmigration talent and imitate the wild hunters of the elves. Their image was better, with white robes and silver armor, golden-maned unicorns, and the knights were all handsome and sunny, with hot spring eyes and spring breeze-like smiles. They were the representatives of the holy light and beauty. They could not be like the elves, ghost knights who brought nightmares to the living. On one hand, they acted as Dany's honor guard, helping her raise her status, and on the other hand, praising the name of the 7 gods in the universe, and on the other hand, helping the grand ancestor Dany collect information about other worlds. Now, it seemed that before the Targaryen male model group was formed, Dany could already transmigrate on a large scale. The will of the Earth world was forged into a 3-legged cauldron by Dany. In the future, after the birth of new humans, it would also take on the role of the Sea of Law. Sitting cross-legged and floating above the 3-legged cauldron, Dany first found the world of the Song of Ice and Fire through the resonance of the origin. This was not surprising, as she was already the king of gods in the Song of Ice and Fire world. It was normal for her to find her home. However, she was shocked to find that the Demon Hunter world was also within the resonance range. This was just the beginning. Among the hundreds of resonance worlds, she found 3 real worlds derived from movies and TV series that she had watched in her previous life. Worlds related to Earth, could it be, but I have no impression of 99% of the worlds. Dany was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Then she left Earth and went to the resonance worlds, picking out 20 smaller dead worlds that had been completely destroyed by the cataclysm. For smaller worlds, she could lift them up like a brick. The solar system was too big, and she could only slowly push it to the Song of Ice and Fire world, like a child pushing her grandfather's 2-wheeled cart filled with sweet potatoes. 20 small worlds, together with the Song of Ice and Fire world, the world wills of 21 worlds were all replaced by her will. However, after trying in the origin of each world, Dany did not find a world that could resonate with the origin of other worlds. She was almost certain that the resonance of Earth's origin was the same as the transmigration law of the elven mother planet, the rich origin of the demon hunters, and the fusion of ice and fire in the Song of Ice and Fire world. They were all talents of the world itself. Chapter 1154. There was only one thing that Dany was unsure of. Could this Earth, which made her feel like she was returning to her mother, be her home planet before she transmigrated? If she was born in this world, when she returned with the first flame, the will of the world would naturally cheer. Just like a family that was poor to begin with, and the father happened to be seriously ill. Suddenly, the daughter who was lost in the early years returned as a billionaire. Now that Earth had just been covered in white frost and civilization was on the verge of extinction, Dany returned with the first flame and the ancient blood, and the will of Earth leaned over. Did it seem reasonable? But the problem was that the time did not match, and the location did not match. When Danny transmigrated, Earth had already entered modern human civilization millions of years ago. When she transmigrated, the world of Song of Ice and Fire was in the upper universe, and Earth had already existed in the lower universe for many years. Transmigrating across dimensions. No, transmigrating across dimensions and time. Danny looked at the frosty Earth below her, and her expression became solemn. Maybe for the rest of the time, I have to stay here until that moment comes. With this thought, Danny stopped moving the solar system to the world of Song of Ice and Fire because there was a difference of 100 times in the flow of time between the two worlds. Another 20 years later, the convergence of the spheres between the world of Song of Ice and Fire and the world of demon hunters ended. But the communication between the two worlds was not cut off, and Siri often opened the gate of the worlds to come to the world of ice and fire to practice the laws. Later, she simply used the technology of the elves to build a permanent gate of the world between the two worlds. The gate of the world was built on the sea. The world of demon hunters was on the coast of Sintra, and the world of Song of Ice and Fire was on the Bay of Sorrows. Well, in the end, Siri did not marry the crown prince of the true dragon Khanate because she liked women. Siri did like boys when she was a lowly, but a series of later experiences had greatly changed her worldview and personality. It was said that she had relationships beyond friendship with several female mages in the world of the seven gods. Although the marriage with Siri did not succeed, the true dragon Khanate still supported Calanthe's restoration. Because Queen Calanthe's mother, the seer Adalia, had married a Targaryen prince. It was not Bran, but the Bran's reputation was too bad, and no one was willing. Danny did not interfere. They were free to fall in love. To be honest, Danny was far more satisfied with Adalia than Siri if she did not consider the ancient blood. Siri was not suitable to be a daughter-in-law. She was the space-time prodigal, a demon hunter with a big sword on her back, a female version of Geralt. The marriage partner had changed from her granddaughter to her mother. Calanthe was very confused and inexplicably sad. A few years later, her mother gave birth to a few more Targaryen brothers for her. On the 50th year since Danny obtained the ancient blood, she had finally separated a brand new song of laws from her bloodline. From that moment on, faith transcended time and dimension, and the glory of the seven gods spread throughout the universe. For example, in the world of demon hunters, 50 years of convergence of the celestial spheres allowed the Church of the Seven Gods, whose doctrines perfectly fit the three views of human beings, to flourish in the northern countries. Especially the war in the north that lasted for decades, affected millions of people, and was hated by the entire continent. It could be said to be the booster for the development of the Church of the Seven Gods. In the world of demon hunters, the one who contributed the most to the development of the Church of the Seven Gods was none other than Siri's father, Imhir. Although he was a heretic who did not believe in the seven gods, through the oppression of the northern countries and the instigation of the relationship between warlocks and royalty, he made the royal families of the various countries turn to the economical, safe, and efficient priests of the seven gods. The priests and paladins of the seven gods also lived up to expectations and successfully helped the various countries to stop the brutal Nilfgaardian army. The Nilfgaardians believed in the sun and did not have priests of the seven gods. During the war, the medical disadvantage was too great. The world of demon hunters never lacked devout believers. In fact, before the appearance of the Church of the Seven Gods, Meritley already had a church organization all over the northern continent. They were all public welfare organizations such as orphanages, hospitals, shelters, and the like. The three views and behavior of the people in charge were often very consistent with the teachings of the seven gods. When they changed their faith or slightly adjusted their doctrines, believing that the seven gods and Meritley were the same gods, it was very easy to change their profession to a priest. After 50 years of development, The seven gods became the mainstream religion of the northern countries. But with the end of the convergence of the celestial spheres, the distance between the two worlds grew farther and farther, and the priests and paladins began to lose levels, and their power gradually declined. Fortunately, the seven gods had always stood at the top of the lonely peak, and there were no competitors. Or, rather, there was no one who could fight. No matter how weak the priests of the seven gods were, they were still stronger than the priests of other churches who did not even have divine spell slots. For example, Aunt May's New Sun religion. When she was there, she really developed a group of extraordinary priests who could borrow her power. But when the convergence of the celestial spheres ended, the priests instantly turned back into muggles. When Danny began to understand the law of space-time travel, the believers of the seven gods in the world of demon hunters once again clearly felt the power of the seven gods. Their power was even stronger than when the celestial spheres converged earlier. The islanders' goddess Freya is also Merit Lay. Why not learn from the mainlanders and change the doctrine? No, not change, but replace the slightly backward doctrine of the three goddesses with a more complete seven stars Bible. Perhaps we can remove the seven stars and only revere the Bible. The prince of the Skellige Islands said to the nuns on the island, "We can try." The old nun had long been envious of her counterparts on the mainland. The humans' merit lay is our faith in Blom Magda. Why should they be the only ones to understand divine spells? The dwarf king in the corner of the mountain was unbalanced. "My king, I think we can give up on Blom Magda and directly believe in the seven gods. Although the three goddesses have holy healing, holy light, and wisdom, we dwarfs should believe in blacksmiths more." The dwarf priest said, "That makes sense." So, the dwarves directly changed their faith to the seven gods. After the dwarves, it was the elves because the elves believed in Dynamita, the three goddesses of the maiden, the virgin, and the crone. In the beginning, only the elves in the world of demon hunters used the Bible as their doctrine. The effect was so good that it was not long before the elves in the world of elves used it. 50 years after the convergence of the celestial spheres, the Seventh Northern War broke out, and the people of the world saw for the first time the legendary palm of the Virgin Mary. The demigod Archbishop of Sintra used only one move, earthquake, and directly slapped the hill 2 kilometers away, where the Nilfgaardian warlocks were, directly into a large lake. Such terrifying power. Even Danny was shocked. When the celestial spheres converged, more than 10 planets collided, and Danny quietly helped them resolve the White Frost disaster. The civilizations did not go extinct, and they also came into contact with the teachings of the seven gods, and also introduced churches and priest systems on different scales. When the law of space-time travel was first understood, the faith of the seven gods was no longer limited by space-time, and almost without exception, the seven gods became the mainstream faith of the world in just over 10 years. In addition, Siri and Danny often sent some believers of the seven gods to travel to other worlds, and the faith of the seven gods had already spread in that void domain. At least 30 worlds provided Danny with the power of faith. Unknowingly, the believers evolved, and there was a qualitative change. When the believers used the palm of the Virgin Mary again, they could borrow a part of the physical power of the Virgin Mary. It was equivalent to the clone of the Virgin Mary personally attacking, and that power, after resurrection, the Virgin Mary's palm became the second forbidden spell to be restricted by Danny. In the early years, as long as one was promoted to a level 4 great priest, there was a certain chance of understanding the Virgin Mary's palm. After the long night, it was changed to a level 5 demigod. At this time, angels below level 3 could forget about it. Killing an entire warlock group with one palm was too domineering, and it affected the balance of power too much. It did not conform to Danny's plan of the Seven Gods Church to be gentle, harmonious, low-key, and down to earth. When Dany was 500 years old, she finally stopped interfering in the mortal world. She gave up the title of Empress and did not let her successor rule the world as Emperor. In fact, when Dany was 100 years old, the world's population had recovered to 60% of what it was before the Long Night. In fact, she had gradually given up her rule of the world. When she was 500 years old, the celestial emperor was no longer around, and she was only the divine king. Even Slave Bay and Astapor's hometown were handed over to her nth crown prince. From then on, Christmas was really Christmas. If one wanted to celebrate Grandmaster Dany's birthday, they had to have the ability to go to the astral world. Another 500 years later, the Dragon Queen completely became a legend, and there was no trace of her in the world. In this 1,000 years, the celestial spheres converged twice in the Song of Ice and Fire world. The first time was very small, and the worlds only approached without colliding. It lasted for a few months, and a group of otherworlders migrated in. The second time was huge, and dozens of worlds collided. Dany even took action again, and quietly blocked the destructive white light for the many worlds. At this time, the faith of the seven gods had spread to thousands of nearby worlds, and the number of heavenly angels had exceeded 10,000. After 1,000 years, Yennefer finally started with the Song of Fire, and Ciri started with the Song of Wind. The two women joined forces with 3 angels of the seven gods who could use the Holy Mother's palm, and successfully blocked the second white frost of the demon hunter world. The first white frost was blocked by Dany. The Holy Mother's palm has a miraculous effect on white frost. This news was spread by the Lady of Space and Time, Ciri, and the seven gods' missionaries to various worlds. With the first time, there was a second time, and when the second interception was successful, more and more worlds summoned level 3 angels to save the world when the world was in danger. Not all civilizations could summon angels to save the world. First of all, they could not do it at the last minute, and had to have enough power of faith. Second, the world had given birth to angels before, and it was best if they were level 3 middle angels or above. Lastly, the white frost could not be too strong. The world, the church, and even the lower universe, everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. Dany, however, encountered the first cultivation bottleneck in her life. Her progress of the flame of creation was stuck at 85.7%, and no matter how she tested the songs of the 4 elements in hundreds and thousands of worlds, she could not advance any further. For a whole 500 years, the progress bar did not move at all. If it were Lalo, he might have been able to encourage himself with precision down to 9 decimal places, but Dany could not help it. She did not lack patience, but she had a vague feeling that she would never be able to master the first flame in the lower universe. But the first flame was incomplete, and she was not qualified to explore the secret of the white light. Here came the problem. To master the first flame, she had to leave the lower universe. But if she left the lower universe, she would lose the opportunity to understand the ice of destruction. It's time for me to start a new journey. Dany looked at the sky, and her gaze pierced through the dimensional fog, and saw a sea of bright stars. There was something there that made her flame of creation restless. Chapter 1155. Dragon Calendar Year, 1600, Spring. In the 5 dragon caves south of Astapor, the originally spacious white jade square seemed especially small today. It was packed with people shoulder to shoulder. There were more than 1,000 people, all of them Targaryens. There were leaders of various families, kings of kingdoms, and demigods who had long escaped the danger of their lifespans. Brandon, where have you been? I haven't seen you in a few hundred years. The dwarf pulled the former crazy prince, his face full of enthusiasm. My 3rd tribulation is coming soon. What else can I do but work hard to earn merit? Bran said dejectedly. Once they heard about the tribulation, a group of demigods of Targaryens surrounded him. There were 400 to 500 of them. So soon? Bran, didn't you just go through your second tribulation 500 years ago? Yeah, why are your tribulations so frequent? Bran, are you confident? I've been feeling uneasy recently. I often wake up in the middle of the night, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Is the tribulation coming soon? The dwarf used his high status to push the juniors aside and said to Bran with a forced smile, "In about 20 years, my first tribulation will come. Bran, if you have any tricks to go through the tribulation, you must teach me." Looking at those who have gone through the tribulation in the past 1,000 years, more than 70% of them have died in the first tribulation. It's terrifying. Yeah, it's terrifying. The soul disperses, the cultivation disappears, and only the life imprint is left to reincarnate, the nearby Targaryens said sadly. Bran, you're the first to go through the tribulation. The first to go through the tribulation. The first to encounter the second tribulation. The first to go through the second tribulation. And you're about to go through your third tribulation. You must have a lot of experience, right? Yimont with the scar also came over. There are 4 main essentials to going through the tribulation. Looking at the hopeful and respectful gazes around him, Bran's heavy heart relaxed a little. First of all, the tribulation can only be resisted, not evaded. Those who fled to the other world after sensing the impending tribulation are completely brainless. Why don't you think about what realm the old ancestor is at? If even you can go to the other world, is it difficult for the heavenly tribulation to follow? The power of the heavenly tribulation will be doubled for those who flee to the other world. Thus, the failure rate of the tribulation is now as high as 74%. You also ran away back then, right? Dany asked. Ahem, I escaped. That's why I'm deeply moved. If it weren't for the fact that I'm a triple demigod in my cultivation of magic, body, and sword, and even borrowed Geralt's sword of space-time, there's an 80% chance that I wouldn't have been able to withstand it, Bran said awkwardly. The sword of space-time? Is it the divine sword that the ancestor gave him? And Ciri? Someone asked. Yes, that's the sword. This is the second main point of the heavenly tribulation. Bran raised 2 fingers. The heavenly tribulation artifact. Powerful divine artifacts could help the cultivator withstand the heavenly tribulation. Actually, the sword of space-time wasn't very effective. If it were in the shape of an umbrella or an iron shield, the defensive efficiency would be higher. For example, the human crown of Westeros has its own merit and destiny. It should be able to block the heavenly tribulation. Looks like I'll have to find a divine craftsman to create a heavenly tribulation armor for the next 20 years, the dwarf said thoughtfully. The third main point of the heavenly tribulation is strength. Needless to say, at the end of the day, the heavenly tribulation is a test of your cultivation progress. It's no different from the final exams in school. If you have excellent results, you're naturally not afraid of exams. At the same time, if you have good results in one subject, you'll also fail in other subjects. Therefore, it's best to cultivate magic, body, and skills. Everyone nodded silently. The stronger one was the easier it was to survive the heavenly tribulation. This was a matter of course. Finally, it's merit. Merit is the most practical and the most useful treasure for surviving the tribulation. First of all, with the addition of merit, the interval between the heavenly tribulation will be much longer than others. No wonder you, Bran, are going to undergo the third heavenly tribulation in a short 1,500 years. Everyone was enlightened. That's why I've been thinking of ways to earn merit recently. Bran sighed. Other than prolonging the interval between the heavenly tribulation, Merit can also offset the power of the heavenly tribulation. It's too useful. Devil power is easy to obtain, but merit is hard to earn. I've been a herdsman in a poor mountain village for 300 years. I've saved thousands of people and helped countless children open up the path of cultivation. I've never collected any fees, but I've only accumulated 40 merit points. It's too bad that when I was king in my early years, I got drunk and whipped 2 maids to death. A total of 20 merit points were deducted. After that, if I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have become king even if you beat me to death. Someone lamented. I'd like to continue being king. I've been king for 40 years and earned 800 merit points. After I abdicated, I cultivated for 1,200 years and did a lot of good deeds. Instead, I lost 150 merit points. Someone disagreed. Cousin, you're talking nonsense. How can you lose anything? The king from before was full of suspicion. Why can't I? When I was king, I had people following me everywhere. No one dared to offend me, and I didn't have the chance to kill anyone. After I abdicated, I traveled the world alone. Those bastards didn't know who I was. They thought I was putting on airs and was an old man who liked to show off. The cousin's handsome face was full of grievances. I'm just used to fine clothes, good food, and good service. Is it too much to hire 8 beautiful female elves to carry a palanquin? I've lived like that my whole life. But those fellows just couldn't stand it. They were jealous and wanted to provoke me. You guys know that I have a bad temper. I can't tolerate sand in my eyes. So I started a fight. If I kill someone, my merit points will be deducted. You don't deduct merit points from killing people in battle, right? Danny asked doubtfully. Everywhere I go, people provoke me. I've killed a little too many. The cousin sighed. Based on the way he's doing things, only 150 merit points will be deducted for 1,200 years. That's really very little, Brandon complained. Sigh. It's hard to earn merit, but easy to get sin. It's hard, Tyrion said. Bran smiled proudly. You guys haven't found the right way. What way? Everyone asked anxiously. Missionaries from another world, TSK, and here I thought it was something else. The onlookers were disappointed. Missionaries from another world have been around for 1,000 years. I've been one too. I only earned 98 merit points in 400 years. It's better than being a herdsman at home, but it's dangerous to preach in another world. The mortality rate is as high as 25%. Someone lamented. Hee hee, you guys haven't found the trick. Bran's smile was smug and mysterious. What trick? Tyrion asked curiously. This. Bran hesitated again. There are too many people here. Let's talk later, he said softly. But the people around him were all demigods. No matter how soft he was, they could still hear him. Bran, are you going to cut yourself off from the Targaryen family? Bran, the old ancestor is coming. I'm going to complain to her. You don't respect your elders. You don't love the young. You betrayed the family. Fuck, do you have to be so ruthless? Bran's face was pale. Bran, everyone here is Targaryen. There are no outsiders, Scar Yimont said sternly. Bran glanced at his uncle and sighed. Actually, it's very simple. Find the destined person to be your backer. Be more specific. Before we met another world, our merit came from the Holy Mother. But in another world, the will of the other world will also reward those who help the world. Following the will of the heavens is the greatest merit. How do we follow the will of the heavens? There's nothing simpler and more rewarding than helping the destined person complete the will of the heavens, Bran said solemnly. Fuck. The dwarf spat out the word dragon, a dragon swear word, and slapped Bran's but hard. Kid, you're so smart. Why didn't I think of that? Hee hee, you've been avoiding Siri all those years ago. But I've been following Geralt and Siri to the end. Guess what? Bran raised his right hand proudly. 500. A total of 500 merit points. Holy shit! The eyes of the Targaryens turned red. That's not right. If you have so much merit, why do you have to go through heavenly tribulations? Dany raised a question. Sigh, choosing the destined person is even harder than buying stocks with potential. In a world, in a period of time, there's only one destined person. Buying the wrong stock will result in a loss. Choosing the wrong true dragon will result in a loss of merit. In the early days, I used the ancestors and Ciri as a template and habitually chose people of noble birth who met with misfortune. In a world dominated by Western civilization, it was still considered smooth sailing. Even if I was wrong, they were the destined person's friends or subjects. There was always a small profit. But in a world dominated by Eastern civilization, I was wrong to choose those with noble status. Wrong to choose those with brilliant literary talent. Wrong to choose those with handsome looks. Wrong to choose those with elegant temperament. They're all the destined person's rivals. I've lost so much, Bran wailed and said proudly, but it's the same as trading stocks. I've lost so much. I've gradually figured out the trick of choosing the destined person for different civilizations. Big Brother Bran, the next time you preach in another world, bring me along. Grandpa Bran, I'm your biological brother's great-grandson. Remember to invite me to join your group next time. The juniors looked envious and surrounded Master Bran to flatter him. Bran was proud and waved his hand casually. We'll talk about it next time. Bastard, why didn't you tell me earlier about such a good method? Yimont with the scar had a ferocious look on his face. He grabbed his ear and twisted it with all his strength. I loved you so much back then, you unfilial grandson. You're really a good-for-nothing. The dwarf was also full of resentment and kicked him fiercely. This kid had kept him in the dark for more than 2,000 years. How much merit should he have earned in these 2,000 years? If he didn't earn, he would lose. He had caused him to lose a few thousand merit points. How much hatred was there? Seeing the resentment in his elder's eyes, Bran said bitterly, I knew it. If I didn't tell you, you'd admire me. If I told you, you'd hate me for not telling you earlier. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Why should I tell you earlier? When I was full of sins, did you contribute any merit to me? Bran said angrily. Leg saw the commotion and walked over. He said calmly, Mother is coming. What's with the commotion? Have you forgotten the Targaryen family's teachings? Cultivation and life are very personal matters. No one has the responsibility to pay for Bran's sins. Similarly, he has no responsibility to disclose the opportunities he discovered to you. After today's assembly, demigods are not allowed to leave. Follow me to the Moon Palace and be confined for 200 years. Father, I'm not making any noise. Yimont with the scar said anxiously, No, Master, my heavenly tribulation is coming. Bran wailed, Old ancestor, I know I'm wrong, but I have to prepare for the heavenly tribulation. Hee hee hee. Tyrion laughed happily at the side. Leg glanced at his uncle and said nothing. You still have the cheek to laugh. You haven't sung the Song of Laws even now. Jon shook his head and laughed bitterly, arguing with a group of juniors over the heavenly tribulation. Aren't you ashamed? The dwarf's face turned red. He straightened his neck and said, You can sing the Song of Laws, but you'll also have a heavenly tribulation. A demigod who has comprehended the laws will have a heavenly tribulation of 100,000 years. Within 100,000 years, I'll definitely be able to sing the complete Song of Laws, Jon said. Chapter 1156. You have no idea what I've done for Targaryen. As long as I'm still in this world, I won't be able to improve my realm, Tyrion said agitatedly. But you've been wandering outside. Jon said, What did you do? Bran asked curiously. I was crowned by your ancestor, as, at this point, the dwarf suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said agitatedly, Fuck, I almost forgot. The 7 Stars crown belongs to me. That thing is a defensive divine artifact. It might be the same as the human crown, a divine artifact of the human race with its own merits. I've been riding a donkey looking for a donkey. As expected, your ancestor was right. Karma has its retribution. My efforts will definitely be rewarded greatly. However, is the 7 Stars crown buried in my grave? I'll go dig it up a few days later. I still remember its location. No, first Prince Tywin is the crown prince that I've appointed. That son of a bitch inherited my throne, and must have inherited my crown, just like the Westeros crowns. What are you talking about? Bran asked blankly. The dwarf ignored him and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Looks like I have to ask White Pigeon, that little girl. Which paradise island did she go to in heaven? Ymont, where's Ymont? He looked around and shouted excitedly. Ymont could freely travel between heaven, earth, and hell. He definitely knew the whereabouts of his ex-wife. Granduncle is looking for me? Ymont with the scar leaned over. No, not you. Granduncle is looking for me. 4 or 5 juniors named Ymont leaned over. Not you guys. Old Ymont, Scholar Ymont, where are you? This is a gathering for the living. The old man won't be joining. A red light flashed, and Dany appeared in front of the square. The White Knights and Blood Brotherhood appeared with her. The White Knights were only left with Old Bart, Bran, and Darkstar. The Blood Brotherhood was only left with Jorgo. The rest were either Saint Seiya's in heaven or helping Jorgo manage the solar god palace in the astral plane. It could be said that the son inherited the mother's work. Greetings, mother. Leg and little Dany knelt down. Greetings, grandma. Greetings to great-grandmother. Greetings, grand ancestor. The crowd was like dominoes, with Dany as the center. From near to far, the crowd knelt down layer by layer. It was a spectacular sight. Dany nodded and said directly, This time, I summoned all of you here to announce 2 things. Firstly, Earth has entered the late Ice Age. I need a group of direct descendants to marry the spies from the bottom of the sea. Your descendants will become the royal family of the Western world. Why the spies? Why are they only from the West? Tyrion frowned. He had been cultivating on Earth recently, and he often interacted with the people on Earth. Among the existing advanced civilizations, only a small number of people are natives of Earth. The marriage was to repay karma. A portion of the will of the world that I controlled should have belonged to them. The East is a forbidden area. The fate of humans can only evolve naturally. No one can interfere with it. Dany said, Why is the East a forbidden zone? Tyrion asked again. Just be obedient. I don't need to explain my arrangements to you. The dwarf rubbed his nose and did not ask any more. Grand ancestor, I am willing to serve Targaryen. I can provide 8 sons. Grand ancestor, I have 3 daughters and 2 sons. You can choose as you wish. A group of Targaryens shouted. Grand ancestor Dany nodded in satisfaction and continued. The second thing is that I will fall into a deep slumber in the coming days. The world will be completely under the control of the 7 gods. The 7 gods were Dany's believers. The Targaryens knew almost all of them. This news was like an earth-shattering clap of thunder, exploding everyone until they were dizzy and terrified. Even a towering jade pillar was not enough to describe Grand Ancestor Dany's weight. She fell into a deep slumber. Why would she fall into a deep slumber? Was she seriously injured? How long would she fall into a deep slumber? What would the Targaryens do? For a moment, they were filled with confusion and panic about the future. Grand Ancestor Dany pressed down with both hands. Without waiting for them to ask, she explained, I fell into a deep slumber because the environment of the lower universes could not satisfy my cultivation requirements. For ordinary cultivators, the myriad worlds, countless planes, countless treasures, and countless strange bloodlines here are enough. However, the lower universes are the graveyard of the worlds of the losers. The laws of the higher universes are less and less helpful to me. Hence, my main consciousness will enter the higher universes and seek opportunities in the countless powerful and vibrant worlds. I see. The Targaryens heaved a sigh of relief. The Grand Ancestor had not declined. Instead, she had become stronger. She was so strong that the myriad worlds of the lower universes could not contain her. Must it be the main consciousness? Can it be a spiritual projection? Leg's eyes were filled with reluctance. His expression was still solemn and cold as he maintained the demeanor of a great clan's leader. Dany shook her head and said, separated by the dimensional barrier between the upper and lower universes, the spiritual projection cannot be maintained for long. However, I am not sure how long it will take for me to complete my cultivation. Secondly, a projection is only equivalent to a single thought. The main consciousness is the amalgamation of countless thoughts. In terms of sensitivity and speed of comprehension of the laws, the projection is definitely inferior to the main consciousness. Lastly, and most importantly, the first flame represents completeness. A single thought is not qualified to grasp the complete first flame. After you fall asleep, we can no longer contact you, asked the dwarf with a frown. That's not the case. My main body still has a part of my consciousness. You may even accidentally encounter me outside of time. My power and all the songs of the laws that I have comprehended will be given to Blackie. The 7 gods will take over the world's dominance. You have to be more cautious in the future, said Dany. Without the songs of power and laws, won't it be dangerous for you to go to the upper universes? Asked Leg worriedly. My power and laws come from the world. If I don't hand them over, I can't leave. Even if she did not completely give up her bloodline and power, there would always be a rope connecting her to the Song of Ice and Fire world, preventing her from entering the upper universes. Shaking her head, Dany did not voice her guess. There will definitely be danger. There is never a lack of danger on the path of cultivation. However, you don't have to worry too much. In the new world, it will not be difficult to comprehend the songs of the laws again. In fact, giving up my power will make it easier for me to integrate into the new world. The immense power will only arouse the vigilance of the other world's will. After you leave, the world will probably undergo an unprecedented change, said Tyrion with a sigh. The 7 gods can control the situation. After a pause, Dany advised, from now on, continue to do what you should do. Similarly, don't do what you should not do. I am easy to talk to, but the 7 gods are difficult to talk to. Its rules will be stricter than when I was here. Targaryen will lose a large part of its privileges outside of the rules. The Targaryens had grim expressions. Let me give you another piece of advice. Good, and evil will eventually be repaid. Accumulate more merit and do less evil. We will follow the teachings of mother, grandmother, and ancestor. The Targaryens bowed in agreement. Dany's gaze fell on her cheap son. Seeing the worry and confusion in his eyes, she sighed. Leg, after I leave, you will be the Targaryen leader. You have to restrain the actions of the younger generation. The rules of the clan must not be abolished. The laws of the country must not be violated, and the teachings of the seven gods must not be forgotten. Mother, don't worry. I will take good care of the clan. The tall man's eyes were red. A man does not have 1,000 days of happiness, and a flower does not bloom for 100 days. The Targaryen dynasty has lasted for more than 1,500 years. Perhaps the world is developing very quickly. Now, even the concept of a floating city has been brought up. While the convergence of the celestial bodies has brought us new technology, powerful and vibrant new ideas, and new bloodlines have also come with it, new ideas represent the budding of change. Talents similar to the elven race's ancient blood and the Targaryen true dragon's blood are rare in all the worlds. However, when there are many powerful foreign bloodlines, it represents the power of change. There are hundreds of kingdoms in the world, large and small, and all the royal families come from the Targaryens. It is too conspicuous and too ostentatious. In the future, if something happens to certain kingdoms, you do not have to mobilize a large force. You only have to protect the people. Do not use the power of the entire clan to oppress the other party. When I was here, the will of heaven was always with the Targaryens. When I leave, the seven gods will control the book of fate. It will only make the choice that is most beneficial to the world. It will not indulge you. The birth of a new child of destiny is inevitable. The Targaryens had terrified expressions. Dany sighed and said faintly, "Do not be too attached to the change of worldly power. Humans are the foundation of a family." Leg did not expect his mother to say such words. He was stunned and did not know how to react. "Is there a need for this?" Tyrion frowned. "Only you are allowed to create revolutions and experiment with new ideas in other worlds, but you are not allowed to ferment new ideas in our world." Sigh. "It seems that these old bones of mine will have to place more attention on the world. I can't really let the glory of the Targaryens wither away bit by bit." The dwarf sighed and made a decision in his heart. "Do not force things. Other than the main world, I have also placed 3,000 small worlds in the astral plane. Families that have lost their kingdoms can retreat to the small worlds. They can guarantee you riches and honor." Everyone knew that since the old ancestor had said so, she must have seen something in the river of time. For a moment, the atmosphere was sorrowful. It was as if the Targaryens had been completely wiped out. There were even some young juniors who started sobbing. When the old ancestor Dany saw this, she could not bear it. With a flip of her right hand, she took out a golden parchment and said, "The cycle of karma in this world and the rules of good and evil being repaid are set by me. No one can change them. Hell is the judgment of the dead, and the heavenly tribulation is the judgment of the eternal. No one can escape." This true dragon's 9 transformations was prepared for the Targaryen's tribulation. It mainly has 2 major abilities: purifying true dragon blood and strengthening physique. If your true dragon blood is too thin, after completing the first 3 transformations, you can become a paladin. When you become a level 4 Grand Knight, you will obtain the Sacred Blood Divine spell that only the Targaryens can encounter. Continue to cultivate the last 6 transformations. Blackie will use the Sacred Blood Divine spell to moisten things and silently provide you with his blood. After completing the 6th transformation, you will completely change your useless talent. You can freely switch between human and Megalosaurus. You can also partially transform your body into a dragon. It sounds very powerful, but the process is a little complicated. Can't you just ask Blackie for his blood? Tyrion asked. After I leave, Blackie will obtain all of my power. He will leave the mortal world and become the guardian of time and space. You won't be able to see him at all. At this point, Dany glanced at White Knight Bran and threw the parchment to Tyrion. She said to him, "Bran, let's talk in private." Barristan and Dark Star looked at each other in confusion and stayed outside the quiet room with Jogo. "You touched the timeline," Dany said. Bran thought for a moment and said, "Are you talking about the time I visited Robb in his dreams?" Chapter 54. "Yes, you borrowed my power and successfully changed the past." "I didn't succeed," Bran said bitterly. "You successfully changed the past, but the result was not what you wanted," Dany said calmly. "I can't compare to you. I was just trying to change a person's fate." Bran sighed. "I can pay the price of changing the past, but you can't pay the price of the result you want," Dany said. "What price?" Bran was confused. "About 500 years later, you'll understand. From today onwards, your ability to travel the timeline will be completely sealed. This is the punishment of the 7 gods." Bran was silent. "Continue to guard the world gate. Barristan, Jogo, Jello, follow me outside of time." After jumping to the upper universe, Dany began to use the 4 elemental universes of darkness, ice, water, and earth, where the 4 megalosaurus were, as a channel to find worlds that resonated with Earth's origin. Surprisingly, but naturally, she found many real worlds derived from movies and dramas in her previous life. Even the Song of Ice and Fire world was the real world of Game of Thrones. It seemed normal to encounter worlds such as Resident Evil, Chronicles of Narnia, Jinyoung, and so on. Unfortunately, those worlds were of no help to Dany. She was not willing to invest too much of her origin and only used a thought to reincarnate randomly. The end of a lifetime, the end of transmigration. For example, in the Resident Evil world, she became a researcher in Raccoon City. When she was testing the tyrant, the experiment malfunctioned, and she was bitten to death. The experience was terrible. Chapter 1157. The Western civilization's low martial arts, low magic, and even pure technology were of no help to Dany. On the other hand, although she didn't get anything from the Eastern world, she had a lot of fun. For example, in the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, she split a part of her consciousness and randomly reincarnated into Nun Miju. When the previous sect, Master Feng Ling, passed away, she found a box of small files and slowly sharpened them, cutting the heavenly sword in half. After that, she devoted herself to cultivation. She didn't have anything to do with her junior brothers, nor did she care if her old brothers were killed by the Ming cult. She didn't even watch the good show of Zhang Chuishan and In Susu fighting for the dragon saber. When she was 30 years old and reached a bottleneck in her martial arts cultivation, she went down the mountain. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she saw the Mongols slaughtering a Han village. It didn't matter if she didn't see or hear, but after seeing and hearing, she couldn't help it. She killed and killed. She killed the small ones and the big ones. Finally, she killed the Dog Emperor and several important people in the imperial court, including Prince Ru Yang. At that time, Zhao Min's fertilized egg hadn't formed yet. After this battle, the name Divine Nun Miju resounded throughout Jianghu. When she was 16 years old, she followed Master Feng Ling to travel Jianghu. She even used the Amei sword technique, and her white clothes fluttering in the wind. She was called Fairy Jin Xia by the people of Jianghu, but the battle in Dadu was too fierce. Everyone was terrified. Plus, she was older. 30 years old was already considered a senior, so she became a divine nun. The word divine was not ordinary. In Jianghu, only the 3 Shaolin divine monks and her could be recognized by all the heroes of Jianghu. Old Taoist Zhang was an immortal, so he was a level higher than them. Later, the divine nun also participated in the siege of the Guangming cult. It had nothing to do with conquering the world or morality. In Jianghu, there was only one reason: a religious war. Zhang Sanfeng was an open-minded immortal Why did he always see the Ming cult as a demonic cult? He was more than 100 years old. Did he need Zhang Wuji to teach him the principle of heroes don't ask where they come from? Who didn't know that the Ming cult was the most active in fighting against the Yuan dynasty? Zhang Sanfeng was neither blind nor deaf, nor was he stupid. However, he also understood that he represented Taoism. As the leader of Taoism in the world, he had the responsibility to uphold the orthodoxy of the Central Plains. When divine nun Dani held the heavenly sword in her hand and cut the cucumber in the 5 elements flags, Zhang Wuji appeared again. That little thing is really unlucky. Even the Riyang mansion has been picked, but it still managed to encounter the Xianming elders. Of course, it was also the divine nun's fault that she acted a bit too early. At that time, the Xianming elders had not yet pledged their allegiance to Prince Ruyang. Zhang Wuji once again set a 3-palm agreement with her. Divine nun Dani was very modest. Kid, you're not bad. Although you don't have a brain, you have a good heart. This poor nun doesn't want to hurt you, so I'll use the most common iron sand palm to test your skills. The iron palm was a third-rate secret technique, but it was a fire attribute technique. In Danny Shirtai's hands, it was even more powerful than the 9 white bone claw and the 18 dragon subduing palms. With just 1 palm, Zhang Wuji's internal organs were charred, even though he had activated the 9 yang divine art. No one knew the true identity of the dead. Niu. Zhou Zhirua was still chopping firewood. On Mount Amei, reality proved that even without the Ming cult and Zhang Wuji, the Han people could still revive China. The secret techniques of the martial arts world were not of much help to her, but the personal experience of roaming the world and settling grudges was great. After leaving the small world, Danny looked forward to encountering a great martial arts world. Before long, she found her target. Unfortunately, that world was even more exclusive than the Song of Ice and Fire. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was not completely sealed. There was always an entrance to the North Pole, but the Divine Path world was completely sealed. It was tightly wrapped in a web of laws woven with the power of faith. It was truly as round as a chicken egg. Its use of the power of faith had reached an unimaginable level. If Danny could learn this technique, the Holy Mother of Believers would definitely be greatly improved. She called it the Divine Path world because of its ingenious method of driving the power of faith. At the same time, it was also a classical, immortal martial arts world. Danny became more and more interested in it. She knew that the worlds in the upper universe would always rise and fall. A single world was like an elevator in an elevator. When it reached the floor, even if it did not open the door, there would be a crack in the door. Hence, she had been guarding the border between the dark universe and the Divine Path world. When the Divine Path world rose and fell, she would quietly slip through the crack in the door. There were only dark elements in the dark universe. Originally, there was no concept of time. Danny's location was close to the Divine Path world. The river of time in the Divine Path world gave this dark domain a faint concept of time. After guarding for about 3,000 years, she was extremely bored. She sang the dark song again. She tried her best to hold it in, but the ethereal voice still spread far and wide. Someone came to find her. Oh, there were no humans in the dark universe. She was a local dark demon god. She was like the god of frost in the ice universe. You can sing? It was a shadow of darkness that had turned into a substance. The shadow was long and twisted, and there seemed to be thousands of eyes in it. Her voice sounded like a spider's furry claws crawling on one's face. It was very creepy and disgusting, but it was also very in line with the characteristics of the dark universe. Sorry to disturb you. Danny was also a mass of darkness at this time, like a concentrated dark glue. However, her appearance was very normal. There was nothing fancy about her. She was just a cloaked giant that was 30 feet tall. Her voice was fleeting, fluctuating between existence and non-existence. Her main temperament was mysterious and unknown. In the dark dimension, this kind of appearance was really normal. She could also be the size of a normal person, but she was small and did not have a deterrent force. Dark demon gods were rare in the dark universe, but demons were often encountered. The bigger the size, the stronger the power. Little things did not dare to provoke her. Why can you sing? Thousands of eyes were filled with doubts and suppressed greed. Can't you sing too? Danny could see that the other party was also a true god. But you are so young, and you can even sing the universe's original song. She seemed to be very simple. The jealousy, greed, and fear in her heart could not be concealed at all. People's hearts were complicated. Danny did not care about what others thought, but she liked simple people the most. I was lucky. When I was wandering around, I accidentally swallowed a weak, dark demon god that was expelled by the world, and I advanced. Now, I am waiting here for the second demon god to be expelled. Danny pointed at the divine Tao world and made a solemn vow. There was also unconcealable greed in her voice. It just happened to be a weak demon god. The shadow was unable to hold back its excitement and gradually approached her. If it wasn't weak, I wouldn't be able to defeat it. Danny's figure rose again by several feet, and a powerful aura seeped out of her body. The distorted shadow stopped and stared at her for a long time. Fear overcame its greed, and it said, "The ruler of this world is a light god. Why was there a dark demon god born? It should be a foreign demon god, like me. I plan to sneak in. Is that so?" The other party seemed to be somewhat suspicious. "You know this world?" Danny asked curiously. She found the divine Tao world through the resonance of the origin, but the resonance of the origin could only find the general coordinates of the world. She knew nothing about the world. A long time ago, a light god entered it. When it became the ruler of the world, it immediately sealed the world completely, the shadow said. Solitary Yin doesn't grow, solitary Yang doesn't grow. It's impossible for the world to only have light and not have darkness. In fact, this world's umbilical cord is connected to the dark dimension. Danny said, "This is a sealed world. It doesn't need to draw energy from the outside world." Impossible. Danny shook her head. "I can feel that there are many powerful beings in this world. The strongest among them are not inferior to you or me. It nurtures so many extraordinary people. If it doesn't draw energy from the elemental dimension, how can it survive? Every 10,000 years, tens of thousands of years, or hundreds of thousands of years, the light disappears, and the world falls into complete darkness. The dense darkness is equivalent to the total amount of light in the past 10,000 years. No powerful being can escape the fate of becoming food for the light god. In this way, light and darkness are balanced, and energy is balanced. The world will always fluctuate back and forth on a line. It will neither fall nor rise. It will be eternal and immortal. The shadow's knowledge was far beyond Danny's imagination. She was stunned for a moment before she exclaimed, "You know so much. I've been guarding this place for a very long time." Her voice was faint, as if she wanted to stick her spiky spider claws into Danny's throat. "But I've never seen a dark demon god break in." "You're unlucky. I've been guarding here for 3,000 years, and I've only seen one. Soon, I'll be the second one." Danny laughed. The shadow was a little hesitant. "Should I stay here and wait for you to be kicked out in a weak state? Are you very free?" Danny laughed awkwardly. "Yes, I smelled the scent of the secret flame and was about to look for an opportunity. When I passed by, I heard your song." She said, "Secret flame?" Danny was shocked. I'm young, so I don't know what a secret flame is. Secret flame is the flame of creation. You don't even know this. She didn't hide her disdain. Danny was excited. That fire, is it ownerless? Greed made her dark, demonic body swell up again. Secret flame has never had a master. She was even more disdainful. Secret flame has no master. Secret flame has no master. It was a simple sentence, but it was like a morning bell. Danny was shocked, and she was stunned on the spot. Ha ha ha, yes, you're right. How can a secret flame have a master? The secret flame is everything. After coming back to her senses, Danny laughed crazily. A moment of enlightenment had increased the progress of the first flame by 1%. What's wrong with you? The scent on Danny's body disappeared in an instant, and the shadow was terrified and eager. Nothing. I chewed on that dark demon god and digested its head, so I sang the song of darkness. Just now, I digested its body, and it seems like there's another mysterious power. I don't know, Danny said casually. Gulp. The shadow swallowed. Is it delicious? Do you still have 4 limbs left? It's okay. Digest it slowly. Danny's body shrank, and she lowered her aura and pressure. She said softly, When I saw you, I felt that we were fated, like old friends reuniting. Is that so? The shadow was a little confused. By the way, I'm a stranger. What's your name? Danny asked in a friendly manner. Angorian. See, I said we were fated. Targaryen and Angorian are like sisters, Danny said excitedly. Aren't you a stranger? Angorian was puzzled. Moke Targaryen. Oh. Angorian had little interest in sisters, friends, and so on. Feeling that she was close, Danny began to make a request. Big Sister Angorian, can you take me to see the secret flame? I'm going to guard you here, Angorian said. Knowing that you're guarding me, I definitely won't go in, Danny said. Angorian seemed to be stunned. After a while, she said greedily, I can take you to see the secret flame, but I'm very hungry. Give me one of the demon god's hands in your stomach. Danny gritted her teeth and gave her a small ball of her origin. Ah, it's delicious. Angorian smacked her lips in satisfaction. The two walked along the dark universe for a long time. She stopped and stared at Danny with longing. Stranger, I'm hungry again. Give me another leg. Danny gritted her teeth and gave her another ball of origin. Angorian followed the black driver and began to take a detour. I'm hungry again, she said. Danny sighed and said, How about this? You swallow me into your stomach. When you're hungry, take a bite. When you see the secret flame, spit me out, okay? Okay. I've thought of that for a long time. Stranger, you're so smart. Angorian opened her mouth wide and swallowed Danny. Chapter 1158. It was a bonfire on a pitch-black field. It was a group of stars in the boundless dark sky. It was a chorus of countless living beings. It was everything in everything. This was outside the universe. There was no concept of time or existence. It was an absolute void. A golden flame burned quietly. So beautiful. Danny could not help but leave the dark dimension and step into an empty realm without the concept of existence. Hey, you are a 5-feet-tall dark demon, looked at her in surprise. Angorian, is that you? Your aura, the secret fire, the source of all existence, was the most brilliant treasure in the universe. It could choose to communicate with any energy dimension, including but not limited to the dark dimension. It drew nourishment from those elemental dimensions, thrived, and finally evolved into a great world. When it communicated with the elemental dimension, the demon gods in the elemental dimension also smelled the aura of the secret fire. They swarmed over like wild dogs that saw their poop. At this time, A large group of demon gods entered this empty realm and stared at the secret fire. While drooling, they were full of desire and greed. At the same time, they were trembling, instinctively feeling fear and humility. Danny looked at the 5-feet-tall demon for a long time, but still could not find the other party's identity from Angorian's incomplete memories. "I am Angorian, but I don't know you." She was very calm. Angorian devouring her was more terrifying than a snake devouring a whale. Just like now, a group of demon gods were watching in the empty realm, but they did not dare to go near the first flame. Whoever went up would die and become an insignificant fuel for the growth of the first flame. Even though Angorian had mastered the insatiable law of Tautai, she was still irresistibly burned into spiritual essence and life imprint. Then, Danny was perfectly reborn with her life imprint and spiritual essence. Even the life imprint was the same. Who dared to say that she was not Angorian? The reason why Danny did not know Angorian's acquaintances was that she did not want to replace her at first. When she found out that the fellow comprehended the law of Tautai, she knew that her idea of making friends was impossible. Angorian's greed was insatiable, since they couldn't be friends, and he had even devoured a significant amount of her origin energy. It was only natural that she would try to kill him. However, after killing Angorian and deciphering the secret flame information found in its soul, Danny was surprised to discover one thing. Angorian had the destiny of the new world evolved by the secret flame. In other words, that lump of secret flame was currently developing a great world. That world was the same as the divine Tao world. It was exclusive and sealed off, and there were even great figures guarding the entrance. The ticket to enter the big world is not worth much to Danny. She has the ability to sneak in. The key is destiny, the right to make trouble legally. This was too important. Thus, she came up with a plan to replace him. But at that time, most of Angorian's memories had already been treated as trash and burned into a piece of spirit. She didn't expect to meet someone she knew in the vast universe. "Oh, I'm Sagrado. How could you forget me? If I hadn't pulled you out of the way, you would have been killed by Emperor Sargeras," the 5-meter-tall black figure roared. "Let me think. I seem to have an impression of you." Danny found a trace in his memories. Angorian was once hunted down by the Titan gods. "I invaded the great world of light some time ago, and was exiled to the space-time rift by the main god. I was locked up for 98, 1 billion years. The space-time distorted my memories, and my mind is still a little muddled. Oh, I remember now. Is it those Titan gods?" "Yes, it's the secret flame Titans." After understanding his old friend's tragic situation, the 5-meter-tall black figure stopped roaring. His voice softened. "Secret flame Titans." Danny was shocked again. "Are those Titans the spirits of secret flames?" "Yes. The worlds of the top-level universes are all extraordinary. Some worlds with powerful origins have blazing secret flames at their core that are so vigorous that they give birth to living souls of the worlds," Sagrado said with a sigh. There was a lot of information in his words. Danny fell silent and thought about it quietly. First of all, the universe she was in now was not the top-level universe. Second, the worlds of the top-level universes were very powerful. They were so powerful that the initial flame at the core of the world could give birth to living beings who had innate control over the initial flame. This innate creation god, that's too scary and too enviable. Lastly, Angorian and her friends had been to the top-level universe and were even chased by Titans. Even trash like this could be chased down. The secret flame Titans seemed to be a little weak. "Do you remember now?" Sagrado's demonic figure slowly approached her, but he did not have any ill intentions. "I was locked up for 98, 1 billion years. In reality, only half a year had passed in the world, Danny said with a sigh. Ah, that's too tragic. How twisted is your mind? No wonder you don't even remember me, the 5-meter-tall demonic figure exclaimed. Danny glanced at the secret flame at the center of the void realm. She realized that the creation had not started yet, so she continued to talk nonsense with her old friend. Tell me about the top-level universe. There's nothing much to say. The demon lord used a summoning spell to summon the demon god of the dark universe to fight against Emperor Sargeras. You and I responded to the summon and luckily went to the top-level universe. When the demon lord was cut into two by the Emperor's sword, we fled in all directions. You were scared out of your wits and stood there shivering. I pulled you and ran. We found the passage to the dark universe and returned to the lower universe. Sigh, the top-level universe is rich in origin power. It's too dangerous, the 5-meter-tall demonic figure said with a sigh. Danny said numbly, I thought we fought 300 rounds with Sargeras and couldn't win in one move, so we ran away. What are you thinking? Emperor Sargeras is the god of war among the secret flame titans. Even the demon lord is not his match. How strong is the demon lord? Danny asked curiously. Countless times stronger than us. Their song of law is imprinted in the heart of the void of the top-level universe. They have unlimited power and eternal life. But they still died under Sargeras' sword, Danny said disapprovingly. No, they didn't die. Sargeras can't kill the demon lord. As long as the universe still exists, the demon lord can be resurrected from the heart of the void. Fuck, so Buggy? What is the heart of the void? Even the secret flame can't kill it. Its energy level is definitely not lower than the secret flame. But how is that possible? Danny was shocked. Just like any river has a source, the source of the dark dimension we are in is the heart of the void. Theoretically, the heart of the void's energy level is higher than the secret flame. I thought the secret flame's energy level was the highest, Danny said bitterly. How is that possible? The dark surface of the 15-meter-tall demon shadow rolled like water waves. It seemed very excited. Some powerful true gods can imprint their true god status at the highest point of the top-level universe. The energy level of the power they control can easily surpass the secret flame. Finally, it stretched out its scorpion tail-like arm and pointed at the flame in the center of the realm of the void. If the secret flame is invincible and has the highest energy level, why would this guy spend so much effort to evolve the world and prove his path? Isn't it because there is still a lot of room for improvement above the secret flame? Danny was silent. After some time, an androgynous, majestic, and sacred voice came from the realm of the void. At the beginning of heaven and earth, there was a single god named Eru. I am Eru, chaos appear. The next moment, the ball of first flame exploded into countless stars. Endless dark power was extracted from the dark universe and filled the realm of the void. Black had become a kind of substance. The song of wind was played in a star in the center. The song of fire was played in a star in the center. The song of water was played in a star in the center. The song of earth was played in a star in the center. The song of light, the song of darkness, the song of power, the song of vitality, the song of death, the song of ice. Danny was dumbfounded and felt ashamed of her inferiority. Every star in the darkness represented a song of law. When the first flame scattered into countless stars, it represented countless songs. After staying with trash like Lalo for so long, I thought that the whole universe was trash like him. I was wrong. I should have left the bottom of the well earlier, Danny whispered. Every star was a part of the first flame called Eru, or rather, a thought of it. At the same time, every star was an independent new life. Innate gods. They were as innocent and lively as children. Their songs spread throughout the realm of the void. Most of the time, they sang their own songs. Occasionally, a few of them would sing together, while the rest would listen from the side. At first, they were just a single thought created by Iru. However, as they sang without remembering the years, they gradually understood the melody of their companions. The more they understood, the more they grew. The longer they listened to each other, the deeper they understood each other. Their songs gradually harmonized. This method, Danny was amazed and convinced. She was also full of admiration for Iru. This is the great music of creation. She had also sung many songs of law. However, those laws were still single laws. They were not interconnected and could not evolve into one. At most, she could create polarities from those laws and integrate them into the flame of creation. Before today, she had never known that the first flame could evolve the laws. The laws could also harmonize and perform a unique, great music of creation. Danny listened as if she was intoxicated. The demon gods nearby also shook their heads, as if they were little monks who were listening to the Buddha's scriptures with eloquent words. After some time, Danny woke up from her intoxication. She heard a hint of disharmony in the song of the innate gods. She widened her eyes, and there were sparks in the depths of her pupils as she looked at the discordant parts. Gradually, she analyzed the discordant voice. "Valda, you're too beautiful. I like you so much. Let's be together." Danny's expression was strange. Is there an innate God thinking about the mortal world? Then, an even more shocking message was mixed in the song. It came from another star. "Get away, Mirko. You disgust me." Mirko was scared and angry. He gave up on the pursuit of light and focused on the power of fire. Ha ha ha. Danny could not help but laugh at such a drama in such a serious situation. "You're going crazy. Get away. Don't disturb us." Her laughter interrupted the song. The demon gods nearby glared at her. Danny ignored them. She sang in the origin language. "Iru, I want to join the chorus too. Why don't you take a look at yourself?" "How dare you boast so shamelessly," said a demon god in disdain. After a long time, Iru's voice came. "The more, the better, as long as you can keep up with the rhythm. Angorian, are you stupid? If you can't compete with the spirit of the secret flame, you'll lose face. If you're stronger than it, your song will become its song," said Shagrado anxiously. "I want to know how strong I am," said Danny. With that, she gathered her strength and sang the dark song loudly. Aren't you the song of gluttony?" She diverted some of her attention and said, "I recently swallowed an unlucky person called Moke Targaryen. She happened to have the dark song." "You're so lucky." Soon, Danny could no longer care about what was going on around her. Her singing was drowned out by Mirko. When it came to Mirko's dark song, it was like a broken calorie meeting thriller. It was like a bag of Wong Wong biscuits being thrown under the rolling stones of a road roller. There was no resistance at all. It was shattered. She could barely hold on because Mirko was singing the song of fire and the song of ice at the same time. "So miserable. She's being crushed," exclaimed a demon god. "Ha ha, I told you not to embarrass yourself. You didn't believe me. How can a wild demon god like you compare to the secret flame's song of creation?" Chapter 1159. Danny turned a deaf ear to the mockery of the demon gods around her and focused on the chord. Gradually, her voice was still choppy and out of tune, but she did not stop. She actually managed to hold on. A demon god exclaimed, "She's not strong enough. She won't be able to hold on for long." More demon gods were not optimistic about her chances. Suddenly, Danny had an idea. She remembered that the innate gods could increase their power in sync with the Song of Laws through singing together. Therefore, she stopped fighting Mirko directly and turned to look for other gods. The first one she found was a mid-level god that could sing the song of wisdom. Hello, I'm Angorian. Hello, I'm Olerin. The other party's reaction was cold with a hint of disgust. Danny still shamelessly tried to get close to the god that would be called Gandalf in the future by humans. Let's sing together. Nay. He did not wait for Danny to finish. He refused sharply and ran away. Danny was not discouraged. There were too many innate gods that were born in the secret fire. Even if 99% of them ignored her, there would still be a few weirdos left. Are you, yes, God? A magnetic voice asked curiously. Danny was pleasantly surprised. The other party was a god that could control mountains and poison fire. Even if he was not a main god, he was still very strong. I'm Angorian, born in the dark universe. What about you? I'm Soren, a Maya. Maya Soren? That sounded familiar. Danny asked again, is Maya a position? Just like below, we are all born under Anu. However, Anu also has nobles and lowly ones. Maya is Anu's servant. I'm Anu's servant and also his cousin. Soren said, Anu was a race and Maya was an identity. Danny's mouth twitched. This hierarchy was too clear. The world had not even been created yet, and they were already dividing the gods into different ranks. They were not mortals after all. After the introductions, they did not waste any time and immediately started singing together. Danny was very accommodating to Soren. She took the initiative to harmonize her tune with his. Although Soren was an earth-type god, deep in his heart, he yearned for darkness. With Danny's cooperation, he opened up his heart and showed her his song of laws. He did not teach her the song of the mountains. Instead, he used his own song of the mountains to introduce her song of darkness into the tune of Anu's Grand Symphony. To put it bluntly, according to Soren's music score, Danny, who was originally a singer of Hwangmae opera, gradually learned how to sing Peking opera. One was willing to teach, and the other was willing to learn. Soon, Soren's essence was tainted with a dark aura, and Danny also figured out the tone of Anu's chorus. Although it was like dry wood meeting a raging fire, it was actually a nightclub scum meeting a nightclub scum girl. After singing together for a while, they separated without any reluctance. Soren went to Mirko because Mirko's darkness was thicker. Danny went to Soren's leader, Ori, the god of earth. Ori was very reluctant, but he was honest and did not refuse. He had refused before because Danny did not get along with him at all. Gradually, the Anu found that although ES god Angorian's darkness was not as strong and harmonious as Mirko's, it was more comfortable than Mirko's. This was because Mirko was very domineering. Not only did he take the lead during the chorus, but he also changed the tune as he pleased, resulting in disharmony. Angorian, on the other hand, was very honest, like a well-behaved little girl who just entered the office for the first time. When your cup was empty, you did not need to shout. She would take the initiative to refill it. She even asked enthusiastically, coffee or tea? At some point, Danny's voice became high-pitched and coherent. Like the other Anu, the tune was melodious and moving. The dark demon god nearby was stunned. She really blended into the choir of creation. Roar. Angorian, are you provoking me? Mirko was furious. He came like a gust of wind, scaring away Anu, who had been singing a merry tune with Danny nearby. Danny was left alone. This time, she did not retreat. Their dark songs collided like two waves, splashing water everywhere. They were evenly matched. How is this possible? Mirko was dumbfounded. The demon god in the void realm was dumbfounded. Angorian, do your best. Sagrada was stunned for a moment, then excitedly cheered for his old friend. I am the king of the gods, the first son of Eru. You dare to go against me? Anger erupted like a volcano, and Mirko's voice was disrupted. Anger could not make him stronger. Instead, it broke the harmony between him and the great movement. After an unknown amount of time, his song of darkness shattered and was utterly defeated by Danny's tsunami-like singing. "No, this is impossible, impossible," Mirko wailed. That's not right, this." While howling, Mirko suddenly froze. Then he burst into laughter. His song of darkness was like a tidal wave, stirring up terrifying waves again. It was on par with Danny's, and then it shattered Danny with a single blow. "This is impossible." This time, it was Danny's turn to exclaim. "It's useless. This is the great movement of Iru. The dark song is destined to be sung by me. So no matter how much you perfect the song, your song is still Iru, and also mine," Mirko said proudly. Danny's face was gloomy. "Sigh, like I said, this is a thankless task. The theme song of the Secret Flame movement will definitely not be given to outsiders. When you raise the level of the song in the great movement, the owner of the great movement will learn it at the same time." Sagrado sighed. After a long silence, Danny regrouped and sang the dark song again. "At the very least, my strength has truly increased," she said. What she didn't say was that she didn't care about the dark song at all. She was more interested in understanding the overall operation of the great movement. "That's true." Sagrado nodded and stopped trying to persuade her. In the realm of emptiness, there was no concept of time, so there was no way to calculate it. Danny only knew that after the 49th evolution of the dark song, it couldn't be upgraded anymore. It wasn't that the dark song had reached its limit, but that the great movement of Iru didn't allow it to be upgraded anymore. If it upgraded again, the power would lose balance. If the darkness completely overpowered the light, the great world created in the future would definitely become a world of darkness. After realizing this, Danny decisively gave up on the main song of the Song of Darkness and started to sing a new song with a chorus that did not have any other Inu singing. "King Mirko, I am willing to submit to you," she said humbly. "Ha ha ha, at least you know your place." Mirko was satisfied and left with a laugh. Seeing her integrate the chorus into the great movement, the demons in the realm of emptiness were tempted. How rare is it to be able to participate in the great movement of creation by the spirit of secret flame? Countless demons began to try to integrate into the great movement. Danny felt that they must be laughing like Mirko now. After that, Danny didn't compete with the other Inu anymore. First, she spent some time turning Angorian's law of gluttony into her own. Then, she continued to be subservient to the other Inu. She flattered everyone she met and used the choruses of their songs to please them. For example, she called Manwë God King Boss and used the Song of Storm to save his Song of Wind. For example, she praised Valda as the most beautiful woman in the world. At that time, the Inu had no gender and no form. She used the Song of the Bane to complete Valda's Song of Stars. For example, she taught Aoki the forging techniques of the other world and sang the Song of Venomous Sand and his Song of Gaia. It was a little strange. Danny wanted to sing the choruses of the good laws, but those evil songs came out unconsciously. It must be Angorian's essence that is affecting me. Everything was going well. All the Inu liked her. She sang more and more choruses, so much so that it was a little scary. Until one day, Danny couldn't help but sing the songs of hypocrisy and flattery. All the Inu were shocked and angry. She is a hypocrite. Many honest gods still sang with her, but they no longer treated her as a friend and partner. Danny had no choice but to go to Mirko. He liked Danny's songs of hypocrisy very much and begged her to teach them to him. Danny hated the songs of hypocrisy and flattery, so she taught them to Mirko without reservation. Mirko started to treat her as his confidant and even told her the secret that he had been hiding in his heart. "I know Iru's plan. It wants to teach the new world to Manwë." He gritted his teeth. The great movement hasn't officially started yet. How can you be sure? Danny was shocked. In fact, she also thought that Manwë was the most stable, the most just, and the most suitable to be the king of gods. But she thought that Manwë and Iru were two different concepts. I am the one who knows the great movement the best besides Iru. Mirko said proudly. Danny didn't refute. She looked at Mirko's laws. Fire, ice, and darkness were all songs of the high-level elemental laws. The other Inu, even Manwë, only had one type. Most of them had less powerful choruses. In this period of time, Danny also understood the situation of the other Inu. Mirko had the most power and the most abundant knowledge. He had some of the special talents that the other Inu had. It was almost a Pinduodo version of Iru. Why don't you go and beg Iru? Danny suggested for her boss. No, I won't beg anyone. It's useless. Then, Mirko whispered his dark thoughts to Danny. I want to find the eternal fire. I want to use the eternal fire to turn my song into reality. I want my creation to fill this empty space. The eternal fire should be the origin of the first flame. Fuck, this guy wants to rebel. Danny was shocked. She was shocked and scared. She wanted to stand on her tiptoes and look around to see if Iru was spying on them. It was fine if Mirko was sent to the furnace to be remade, but if Iru was angry and chased her away, it would be a great loss if she couldn't participate in the great movement. King, don't. She hurriedly advised. Iru is your mother. You have to be filial and kind. You're advising me to be kind? Mirko's tone was strange. Danny knew that Angorian had no right to talk about kindness. She could only sigh and say what was in her heart. If you're not kind, you'll die. I'm secretly looking for the eternal fire. If I find it, I won't be afraid of anyone. If I don't find it, I won't do anything. What's wrong with that? Mirko said proudly. Danny was stupefied. Therefore, in the following days, Mirko often went to the realm of emptiness to look for the eternal fire that could never be found. Iru and the other Inu lived in the Hall of Eternity, the realm of emptiness, a sacred area covered by Iru's power. Other than Mirko, the other Inu rarely left the Hall of Eternity. Danny herself was the prototype of the first flame. She was 100% sure that the eternal fire was with Iru. She guessed right. The fire was in Iru's body. However, Mirko didn't die unnaturally. He lived peacefully until the eve of the great movement. On this day, Iru called all the Inu to him and announced, "The time is ripe. Chaos will open, and heaven and earth will appear. Today, I want you to work together to create this great movement. The theme of the movement will be greater and more mysterious than what has been revealed in the past. It includes the glory of the beginning of the world and the magnificence of the end." Hearing this, not only were the Inu surprised, but even Danny was stunned. Iru didn't only want to create the world. He was even more ambitious. When he created the world, he wanted to sing the end of the world. How was this possible? Iru didn't care about everyone's shock. Under Mirko's greedy gaze, he took out the eternal fire and ignited all the Inu. From illusory thoughts, they turned into real bodies. Anu had gained the power of reality. Now, each of you should do your best to decorate this theme. Use your thoughts and talents to do your best. I will sit quietly and listen. I will be sincerely happy to see the beautiful poem that you have summoned. Iru's great movement was about to begin. Although she was only a minor character, Danny was still very excited. She had created the world. Chapter 1160. Every Inu was born from Iru's thoughts. They were both Iru's children and Iru's thought clones. They represented a single thought and could barely be considered as independent individuals. After countless years of singing training, large and small choir practice, and even training with foreign demon gods like Dani, Inu slowly evolved. Not only did their songs of laws become stronger and more harmonious, their thoughts also became more perfect, becoming a true unique being. But at that time, they were still illusory imaginations that existed in one's thoughts. For example, when someone was browsing TikTok and saw a beautiful and sexy girl, he would have thoughts in his mind. The person he was thinking about was an illusory existence in his thoughts. Iru was far beyond the imagination of mortals. Its thoughts could exist independently for a long time, and truly, it could even sing and sing with physical demons like Dani. At this moment, Iru took out a part of the undying flame in its body, which was the flame of creation that Mirko was thinking about, and gave the illusory Inu a physical existence. Inu became a true god. Not only did it exist in Iru's thoughts, it was also no longer limited to this empty realm. If Dani had the ability, she could kidnap an Inu. Although every Inu was still a part of Iru, they had truly obtained independent thoughts, personalities, and bodies. However, Inu's bodies were different from those in the material world. Their bodies came from their understanding of the universe before the creation of the world. For example, Mirko was a body of energy that kept boiling like lava. Inside was fire, and outside was ice and darkness. The concept of limbs, head, and torso was blurry. Not only Inu, but Dani, Angorian, Sagrador, and other demon gods were also like naked souls. At this moment, Iru was sitting on the side. Thousands of Inu surrounded it, facing it, and with the greatest passion and joy, they sang their own song in the great movement. The voices of the Anu were like the sum of all the music in the world. There were harps, zither, woodwinds, and brass, violins, and organs. Countless singing groups were also included in the chorus, following Iru's theme. Their voices created a great movement that intertwined with endless harmonies. The choir of creation was like a wave in the sea, raising high waves as it rushed out of the hall of eternity, where Anu was, rushing into and quickly filling up the realm of emptiness. The empty realm had no time or existence. It was the purest emptiness. Now, as the echoes of the great movement floated in it, it was no longer empty. A world created according to Iru's theme was gradually formed in the empty realm. The speed of the world's formation was the same as the progress of the great movement. So, this is creation. Dani was extremely excited. It was the creation of the world from nothing, not the transformation of the world. This was a rare opportunity, so she became more and more devoted to it. Not only her, but the other demonic gods who were lucky enough to occupy a small position in the choir were also fully focused, instinctively doing their best to contribute their meager strength to the great movement. For a long time, it was perfect's theme was the greatest song, was the greatest, the most was the most magnificent, the greatest, the most, and the greatest song was the greatest, the most was the greatest S song. Ru's troublemakers come. It was not Dani. She had no desire to cause trouble, and she did not dare to cause trouble in front of Iru. It was her boss, the self-proclaimed king of gods, Mirko. The thought of rebellion rose in his mind again, although he was the leader of the choir. In essence, the baton was in Iru's hands, and they were singing Iru's theme. Mirko did not want to be just a screw in the great creation of the world, although this screw was very important. He wanted more glory and power. He wanted to steal the main character Iru's show. So he put his own imagination into the music that was not in harmony with Iru's theme. Well, it was equivalent to changing the score, changing the script, and adding scenes for himself. First of all, Mirko had the ability to change the score. He was the most capable and knowledgeable of all the Inu. Every Inu had their own talent and specialty, and Mirko's talent was a part of all the Inu's talent. Well, not all, just a part, equivalent to the king of the stronghold. Secondly, Mirko had the motive to rebel. He had asked Danny to help him find the eternal fire a long time ago. He himself often left the choir and wandered alone in the empty realm. Many ideas that were different from those of his companions gradually brewed in his mind. Finally, Iru's indulgence gave him the courage to put his ambition on the table. As the spirit of the secret flame, the real god of creation, it was impossible for Iru not to know Mirko's thoughts and actions. But she did not do anything, turned a blind eye, and ignored everything. If Danny was like Iru, she would have slapped the traitor to death. When Mirko put his many discordant ideas into the music, the discordant melody was like a sudden dark cloud, wrapping around him layer by layer. The Inu who were playing along with him were at a loss and could no longer keep up with the lead singer's pace. The harmony could not continue. The Inu were not angry, they just thought that they could not meet Mirko's requirements. So, although they were frustrated, they still tried to make their music work with Mirko. Some of the Inu could not keep up with Mirko's thoughts. Their music was scattered and gradually lost its rhythm. Some of the Inu simply gave up their original ideas and adjusted themselves to work with Mirko. Well, Danny was one of the Inu who tried to work with Mirko. She had no choice. Boss Mirko was the lead singer. She had to work with him or leave. Even the Inu did not want to leave. As a result, the noise caused by Mirko spread around the choir like a plague. The originally harmonious and beautiful movement became a violent and chaotic ocean. Danny glanced at Iru. It was still sitting there quietly and listening, unmoved. Seeing this, she had an idea. Her realm was definitely far from Iru's. What she thought was a flaw, maybe it was a well-planned trick. With this thought, she got rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind. She only left a small part of her attention on the choir and put more attention on the big movement itself and Iru's reaction. Iru smiled. It was actually smiling. It was happier than when the movement was harmonious and perfect. At this moment, the big movement had become a chaotic storm. The music led by Mirko was like a black giant wave, venting its anger and arrogance wave after wave. He was angry because Manwë and the other Inu were not willing to submit to him like Danny and the others. He was arrogant because Manwë and the other Inu worked together to maintain their harmony, but they could not stop his madness. Well, no matter how hard a pot of porridge tried, it could not stop a piece of rat feces. Seeing Manwë and the other Inu retreating step by step, Iru stood up and raised its right hand with a smile. A new theme appeared in the storm. It changed the music score. Danny was overjoyed. She seemed to have discovered Iru's secret. The new theme was similar to the previous one, but not the same. It gathered power and showed a new magnificence. Iru did not change the music score. It just revised the original music score to make it more perfect. Because of Mirko's mess, Iru's grand music of creation evolved. Fuck. Danny was stunned, confused, and confused. Mirko was still going on. He was full of energy and enthusiasm. He thought that he had won all the battles in Iru's first theme. So he was full of fighting spirit and went into the second theme with greater enthusiasm. The conflict this time was fiercer and more violent than before. Many Inu were no longer in the chaotic and violent rhythm. They were shocked and stopped talking. Mirko gained the upper hand faster than the first time. Danny frowned. Last time, Mirko had used 70% of his skills and 30% of his strength. This time, Mirko seemed to have run out of tricks and had only used 30% of his skills. The rest of his skills were purely to cause trouble. The smile on Iru's face disappeared. The Inu only saw his serious expression. Danny vaguely felt that there was a hint of disappointment in the seriousness. Was it expecting the change that Mirko would bring? Danny had a flash of inspiration. Eru was omniscient and omnipotent. He knew the ending of the world before the creation. Was he craving for changes? Yes, he must be craving for changes. Danny suddenly felt the same way. In the lower universe, whether she wanted to or not, as long as she opened her eyes, she would see the beginning and end of fate. She stretched out her ears, and the prayers, pleas, and curses of all living beings in the past, present, and future echoed in her ears. When she opened her mouth, every word and sound that came out of her mouth would determine the direction of the world's fate. She knew too much and was omniscient. She could do too much and was omnipotent. Omniscience and omnipotence was the biggest enemy of the omniscient and omnipotent. The omniscient and omnipotent God of creation could no longer get anything from the creation of the world. But since he worked hard to create the world, he must want something. Humans did not want to do useless work, and the God of creation was even more unwilling. But he was already omniscient and omnipotent. What else could he get? How could he break this closed chain of contradictions? Only variables. Die in 49, escape 1. Danny was in a trance. She murmured silently, "The omniscient and omnipotent God wishes to create an imperfect world." In other words, the perfection in the eyes of ordinary people is the biggest flaw in their eyes. Eru stood up again, raised her right hand, and slowly added the third theme into the chaotic noise. It was no longer similar to the previous two themes. It was gentle and sweet, and the voice was like the ripples on the surface of a lake in spring. It was elegant and delicate to the extreme. Its power was profound beyond imagination. Danny suddenly realized that Mirko could not surprise Eru anymore. He had personally come to the battlefield, but Mirko did not know his own limits. He thought that he had defeated Eru twice and was ready to continue to fight for the right to lead the movement for the third time. Eru's song was open, beautiful, and profound. It was mixed with infinite sadness, and unparalleled beauty was born from the sadness. Danny could not sing anymore. In fact, except for Mirko, everyone stopped. They could not integrate into Eru's solo. Mirko went against Eru. His voice was loud, empty, and repetitive. It was like a bunch of noisy loudspeakers trying to drown out Eru's song with monotonous and piercing high-pitched voices. Even so, he was quickly assimilated by Eru. He could not help but imitate Eru, but the arrogance in his heart did not allow him to be Eru's follower. So, he stole Eru's tune, rearranged it, and sang it loudly as his own. For the first time, Danny truly respected her. Boss me, this kind of stubbornness, this kind of self-satisfied plagiarism, this kind of thick skin, she had to admire. Because of the plagiarism, Mirko's music could collide with Eru's. The fierce vibration caused by the conflict shook the eternal hall where Ainu lived. The realm of emptiness in the distance was also shaking. The demons in the realm of emptiness were crying in the chaotic song. The song of creation was about to collapse. Eru was angry. Danny and Ainu saw Eru angry for the first time. Mirko was noisy and noisy. Eru could tolerate it. After all, Mirko was singing his own song. But Mirko had plagiarized him, and so clumsily. Not only did he not get any inspiration, but his own music of creation was also tarnished. Eru stood up for the third time. The expression on his face was so terrifying that no one dared to look at him directly. Danny was amused. She glanced at Boss Me, who was proud and puffing out his chest. Chapter 1161. As the creator of the universe, there was no need for Iru to hide his emotions. His anger was so obvious that all the Enos and demons, except Mirko, saw it. Under the light of Iru's eyes, all the Enos and demons trembled. Danny followed the crowd with a few shudders. IRU stood up straight and raised his hands. At that moment, Danny didn't even know what had happened. A powerful sound came out of IRU's mouth like a sharp sword, penetrating all the limits of time and space and perception. Louder than the sky, deeper than the abyss, Mirko was like a noisy goose whose throat was grabbed by a butcher. The music stopped abruptly. IRU sang the next movement in an instant. Danny couldn't believe it, but she had to believe it, because the grand symphony of creation, which was originally at the climax, had already ended. It didn't stop, but ended with IRU's magnificent roar. Mirko was also dumbfounded. IRU spoke. "Enos, you are all extraordinary people with great abilities. Especially you, Mirko, your ability is the most outstanding. But all of you, Enos, have to understand that I can perform the music you sing more perfectly, surpassing your limits." Then he looked at Boss Me with his holy eyes. "Mirko, the ultimate source of all your songs came from me. Without me, none of you and your songs will be able to become reality in the universe. No one can go against my will and change the music at will. Any attempt to change the music will only prove that everything I create is more beautiful than yours and far beyond your imagination." His words were so direct that even Danny felt embarrassed for Boss Me. The other Enos were afraid when they heard that. Mirko was also ashamed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. But he was too proud and rebellious. Gradually, the shame in his heart turned into anger. Danny could see Boss Me's twisted and ferocious face. Fuck, how dare he? The completion of the grand symphony of creation didn't mean that the creation of the universe was complete. The difference between the two was like an architect designing an ideal building in a computer first, and then a construction worker turning the design into reality. Of course, Iru's methods were far more brilliant than that. After reprimanding his subordinates, he brought Ainu and the others out of the Eternal Hall and entered the Void Realm. The realm of emptiness was originally empty, but now it was filled with the sound of the movement. "Look, this is your movement," Iru said. After that, Danny and the rest saw a brand new universe. In the middle of the realm of emptiness, a sphere appeared. It was not a physical sphere. Its way of existence was very special. It existed in the void, but it did not belong to the void. It was still a living being that was constantly growing. At this point, Iru began to treat them differently. Danny and the demon gods were unable to see the details of the sphere, nor could they hear Iru's voice. The Enus, on the other hand, were dancing happily in the same demonstration. "This is too much. We also contributed." A demon god complained. There were many who agreed, but Danny remained silent. If it were her, she would have made the same choice. After some time, they heard Iru's voice again. "See," it said, "this is your movement, the reality created by the ballad you sing. Each of you can find everything in the world I created, as if you created or added to it yourself. Mirko, you will find that all the hidden thoughts in your heart will be exposed in the new world. You will see that those discordant noises have become a part of the whole. Of course, they have also contributed to the glory of the world." Danny's heart was burning. She knew that she could also find what she created in the new world. Well, she thought she created it herself, but it was actually Iru who created it. Suddenly, a bright light dispelled all the darkness in the realm of emptiness. Danny focused her eyes and saw everything, and the highest of holiness. That was the origin of the first flame, the real first flame. Iru, let everything exist. I will send the inextinguishable flame into the realm of emptiness. It will exist in the center of the universe, and the universe will thus turn from an illusion into a reality. The ball of the universe from before was actually a rehearsal of the echo of the great movement in the realm of emptiness. It was equivalent to a holographic 3D projection of a building at a construction site, a projection of the same scale. When the inextinguishable flame filled the illusory projection, the illusion became reality. This was completely different from Taoism's 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. The light of the fire occupied the entire vision of Anu and the demon gods from the outer domain. They could only see a flaming cloud in the center. Dani could see more. She was intoxicated, hungry, and crazily absorbed Iru's creation technique, as if a long time had passed, or as if it was only an instant. The light of the fire disappeared, and a new universe called Iru was born. What made Dani fearful was that after completing the creation of the world, it was not as she had expected to die. After Pangu completed the creation of the sky, he declined. If Dani forcefully created the world herself, even if she was lucky enough not to die, she would only be left with the will of the heavenly axiom. Iru was still standing there, casually, only showing a hint of fatigue. Its aura was weakened by 90%. The origin of the first flame in its body was reduced by 90%, but it did not die, nor did it become the world's will. It was alive and kicking, chatting and laughing with the other Anu. Iru, this is definitely not the first creation. There is a higher realm above the first flame. Dani had a realization. Iru said, Iru has been formed. You can choose whether to enter the material world based on your own will. As long as you enter the universe, your power will be restrained and restrained by the universe, and you will exist in this universe forever. You and the universe are each other's lives and depend on each other. If one side is missing, the other side will also cease to exist. Dani shook her head and smiled bitterly. There was no such thing as completely voluntary. Every Anu was a representative of the Song of Laws. If they did not enter, who would support the Sea of Laws? As expected, the strongest Anu all bid farewell to Iru and voluntarily entered Iru. Those who stayed behind to accompany Iru were all boorish people who had power but did not have strong laws, such as the god of strength, Tokus. They returned to the Hall of Eternity where the other Anu lived and guarded it to the death, acting as the guards of Iru. Fuck. Dani cursed in her heart. She finally understood why Iru was bragging before the creation. The grand movement included the glory of the new universe's beginning and the magnificence of its end. Great Iru, I also participated in the grand movement. Can I enter Iru? A demon god in the form of a dung beetle asked excitedly. Whether or not you can enter Iru depends on fate, and it has nothing to do with whether or not you participated in the grand movement. Unfortunately, you do not have the fate. Iru said, I participated in the creation, and I don't get any preferential treatment. The demon god shouted unwillingly. You also received rewards during the choir, didn't you? Iru said, How is fate calculated? A demon god asked. Iru was silent for a moment, then said, Your birth is related to my fate. What do you mean? Iru was silent. What else could it mean? The E clan wasn't born out of nothing. It has an origin, growth, and countless evolutions in the past, present, and future. The demon gods that are related to these are its fated ones. An earth-type demon god that was as large as a small hill said, What's so good about going in? There's no way out. We can only be free when the universe ends, a demon god mumbled, then turned and walked towards the energy dimension. You don't understand. When the world ends, Iru will sing another grand movement with all living beings, the final grand movement. The dung beetle demon god sighed. How do you know? Dani asked curiously. I heard it during the grand movement. Why didn't I hear it? Dani was suspicious. It's true. I heard it too, another demon god said. You sang blindly with Mirko, but they followed Manway, and followed Iru's footsteps. They must have heard something different, Sagrado said. Is that so? Danny thought for a while and asked, Do you want to go in? Angorian was indeed fated with the new universe. However, she was not the only one. Sagrado and hundreds of other demon gods had the right to enter the first subspace. I'm a little hesitant. Sagrado approached Danny and used telepathy to say, Emperor Sargeras has fallen. He betrayed the organization of the Secret Fire Titans. He's currently recruiting troops and is preparing to go alone. The Void Monarch, who summoned us, previously also submitted to Director Sa. The Lord sent me a message earlier, saying that he thinks I have a bright future and wants to summon me to work in the Burning Legion. Because of that, I changed my name to be similar to Sargeras, hoping to get some good luck. You were also called by the Lord. He thinks that your greedy mouth is most suitable for the job of extracting the planet's origin power. Danny's mouth twitched. She did not know what to say. Why don't we wait in the dark dimension? You know how powerful Sargeras is, an old friend suggested. Before Danny could think, a black shadow flew over from the center of the first subspace and landed at the edge of the universe. It was Mirko's astral projection. He said to the demonic god in the void realm, I need a group of subordinates. If anyone is willing, I'll take out the secret fire to transform your divine bodies. Then, without waiting for the others to agree, Mirko shouted at Danny, Angorian, why aren't you coming over? Why are you recruiting subordinates? Danny asked curiously. As expected, Manwë has become the king of the gods. All the villa have submitted to him. I'm all alone, and I only have a group of Mayans. I can't beat him. Mirko shouted with resentment. Danny hesitated and said, There's a secret fire titan at the top-level universe recruiting. He even asked me to be the commander of the Burning Legion. If you're not a commander, how can we be qualified to be a commander? Sagrado quickly said, I'm not any worse than the secret fire titan. I'll let you be the commander. Mirko was arrogant. Although you're not a commander, you're still in the top-level universe. There are many opportunities, and you can grow quickly. You can't leave the first subspace. You'll be trapped for life. Sagrado advised. I have the secret fire. Mirko said proudly, Forget it. I still want to live a peaceful life. The Burning Legion's enemy is the secret fire titan. It's much more dangerous than the first subspace, Danny said. Now, it was Sagrado's turn to hesitate. You're really willing to give us a part of the secret fire? He asked. Of course. I'm the Divine King. How can I go back on my words? Mirko said loudly. Thus, Danny, Sagrado, and hundreds of foreign demonic gods submitted to Mirko. They first separated a small part of their thoughts and put it into their respective energy dimensions before entering the first subspace. Yes, those who could listen to the great movement in the void realm definitely did not lack wisdom and methods. One could only enter the first subspace, but not leave. Of course, they had to leave one or a few seeds at home. Chapter 1162. After Iya was born, her name in the mortal world became Illuvida. Anu was also divided into two parts because of Iya. The Anu that stayed in the Hall of Eternity was still called Anu, while the Anu that entered the material universe was called Villa. Illuvida and Villa were the names of the ancient elves. When humans were born, they directly called Villa the gods. Villa meant the power that sustains the existence of the universe. It was a very appropriate name, just like Maya, Anu's servant. Villa, Maya, and Anu were essentially the same. They were all the manifestations of a single thought at the beginning of creation. They were all natural gods. The only difference was the identity and position given to them. King Mirko, please introduce us to the new universe. Danny said. After entering Iya, they came to a completely dark and cold void. It was different from the void that did not exist in matter and time. The void here was actually outer space. Beyond outer space was the void realm. Ask Soren if you have any questions. I have to keep an eye on Arda all the time, Mirko said impatiently. Well, his attitude changed after he tricked them into coming here. However, Danny, Sagrado, and the other demon gods did not dare to say anything. First of all, Mirko was stronger than them. Second of all, Mirko was not alone. He had thousands of Maya by his side. Iya was a world that was created with the origin of the first flame. It could be said that Iya was its body. Danny did not dare to bring her own flame of creation into Iya. She was now purely in the essence of Angorian. Of course, Danny was not Angorian. She had learned the brilliant Song of Darkness, the Law of Gluttony, and dozens of choruses in the chorus. Most of the Aenus were not as strong as her. Big Me's eyes were glowing with evil fire. He stared at the center of the universe that was blooming with light. Maya floated in the empty space with nothing to do. Danny and the other evil gods that had just joined them surrounded the vanguard Soren. Brother Soren, aren't you Aoli's relative? She greeted him warmly. Ollie is dull, Manwë is hypocritical. King Mirko's talent has convinced me deeply. The once bright and elegant young man was now wearing the same dark coat as Mirko. Lord Vanguard, please tell us about the next tier. It seems like a long time has passed, a goat-horned demon god said in puzzlement. You're right. Countless years have passed in the world. Soren had a complicated look on his face. The great movement that we sang in the Hall of Eternity was just the creation of the world in our minds. Even though Isuzu later took us to the void realm and showed us the beauty of the new universe, it was only the manifestation of the premonition. When I first came in, the universe didn't have a concrete reality. Everywhere was pitch black, just like now. Soren pointed at the dazzling light at the center of the distant universe. In the prophecy, it's as if it's pointing out our residence. Arda, compared to the entire universe, Arda was as tiny as a needle. But it's the most glorious place in the universe, the core of the world, at least for now. Villa used countless years of hard work to turn Arda from darkness, emptiness, and wilderness into a magnificent entity. Then why not go to Arda? Why stay here in solitude and emptiness? Danny asked. Soren secretly glanced at Bosmi and said in a low voice, Arda was actually built by Manwë, Ollie, and Womu. Manwë was responsible for wind, Ollie for earth, and Womu for water. Earth, water, wind, and fire. Bosmi's fire was missing. Wasn't Song of Fire the most precious and core elemental law in the world? Where's Bosmi? Danny asked. Sauron whispered. The king caused trouble everywhere. When the Vala built the land, the king went to tear it down. When the Vala dug out valleys, the king made them into mountains. When the Vala carved out mountains, the king pushed them down and crushed them. When the Vala dug out oceans, the king filled them up and flooded them. In any case, whatever the other Varys created, he would destroy. The king wanted nothing to be peaceful. When Arda was finally formed, he even announced that he wanted to take over everything he saw. So, the angry Villa kicked him out of the 9 main gods. This suited Bosmi's personality, but without Bosmi's fire, how did Villa create Arda? The new universe is filled with fire. It doesn't need the Master's fire. Soren said. Danny was stunned for a moment before she realized something. In the Song of Ice and Fire world, Song of Fire was noble because it was the easiest way to control the first flame. But if one already had the first flame, there was no need to forcefully raise the status of fire. Sir Vanguard, tell us about Arda, Sagrador said. Arda is a basically symmetrical continent. There's a big lake in the center of the continent, and there's a big island called Omeron in the lake. All the Vera and Maya live on the island. Outside the continent was a vast ocean. The ocean surrounded the continent, and outside the ocean was the wall of darkness that we were currently in. In the entire universe, most areas are the wall of darkness. You all know that outside the wall is the realm of emptiness. What a strange world, Danny muttered. According to the revelation in the great music, Arda will become a planet in the future. Earth, a demon god with a human head and a snake body said. Why didn't I know? Danny deeply regretted singing blindly with Mirko. Soren looked at the snake monster in shock. I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of the great music. Even I didn't see that scene. If only I was more generous. I could also become a villa, or even a main god among the villa, the snake monster said proudly. Which main gods are there? Denny asked. 7 divine kings, 7 queens, and 8 main gods were chosen from the 14 villa kings. They are Manwe and Valda, Wolmu, Yavanna and Aoli, Manduz, Nina, and Olami. Danny had participated in the chorus before, so she was very familiar with them. They were all abnormally powerful, worthy of the title of main god. Manwe controlled the power of the wind. Valda was the ruler of stars and light. Wolmu was the ruler of water. Yavanna was the goddess of life. Aoli was the god of earth. Manduz controlled death. Nina was the goddess of mercy and compassion. And Olami was the king of beasts. There was a need to explain why Valda and Nina could become main gods. Different worlds had different laws. In the Song of Ice and Fire world, the Song of Fire was more advanced than the Song of Light. But in Yaya, Valda's light surpassed Mirko's fire. In the early years, Mirko's courtship of Valda had nothing to do with lust. He simply wanted to unite with Valda and completely control the light of the world. Nina's mercy and compassion were also very powerful. She could soothe all sorrows of people and the world, rejuvenating it. She was almost the projection of the first flame on mercy. Nina had always been someone Danny secretly learned from. She gulped and said with difficulty, "Are we going to become enemies with the 8 main gods?" "There's no hope at all." The snake monster sighed. "No wonder you were banished to the wall of darkness, but we—" The goat-horned monster shook its head bitterly. Once they entered Yaya, they could forget about leaving. Don't be afraid. Ability doesn't equal strength. In the first battle of the gods, we had an overwhelming advantage. Soren quickly comforted the evil gods. And then Tokus entered Yaya. So it was laughing, Tokus. Danny was enlightened. Tokus was the god of strength. He was not as powerful as the 8 main gods, but he was really powerful. If you don't understand the relationship between strength and strength, you can refer to Gandalf the Great Sword. That's right. This was the world of the Lord of the Rings. At first, Danny did not know anything about the Inu. She only felt that Soren's name was familiar. Later, when she joined the Great Movement and saw the future of a small part of the world from the creation movement, she realized that the Lord of the Rings was a world of low martial arts and low magic. Knowing that this was the world of the Lord of the Rings where Gandalf dominated the world with his great sword, she could understand why Laughing Tokus was so powerful. Ha ha, they're tired. They're finally resting. Boss Me's terrifying laughter suddenly echoed in the dark universe. Who's resting? Danny leaned over enthusiastically. Boss Me glanced at her casually. The spy I left on Omeron Island sent a message. Everything has been created. Villa spent a lot of energy and is now exhausted. Just now, in order to celebrate the arrival of the spring of Arda, they held a spring banquet on Omeron Island. Tokus even married Olami's sister, Scimitar, Nissa. Boss Me started to grit his teeth. His eyes spewed out poisonous flames, causing the cold universe to heat up. They're happy, they're dancing, they're satisfied. Boss Me's hatred turned into reality, infecting the Maya and evil gods around him like a virus. Even Danny could not help but release layers of dark smoke filled with fear and hatred. But they're also very tired. Tokus is asleep. Boss Me was very agitated. Villa, whose hearts were filled with secret flames, was like a never-ending engine. They were almost never tired and did not need to sleep. But once they were tired, once they fell asleep, they would sink deeper than mortals, and it would be difficult for them to wake up. This is a good chance. Danny would not let go of any chance to show off. Let's go kill Manway while Villa is tired. Fool! Boss Me shouted angrily. What do you think Villa is? Do you think fatigue can defeat them? Then what should we do? Danny asked, puzzled. Take over a base first, then destroy everything that Villa has created. Boss Me said proudly. Fuck, that's it. I think we can give it a try. Kill Manway. Then you can become the king of gods, marry Valda, and reach the peak of life. Seeing that Boss Me was about to get angry again, Danny quickly added, I'm doing this for your own good. Boss, you're a born king of gods. For you, I'm willing to fight Villa to the death, even though I know that they're invincible. Boss Me laughed happily. Angorian, you'll be my deputy. When we reach Arda, you and I will each lead a team and attack Villa's giant lamp. Danny did not know much about the giant lamp, but she knew that she had been promoted. King Deputy, I will not let you down. Even the Maya were looking at her enviously, let alone the otherworld evil gods. Master, when will you give us the secret flames you promised? The goat-horned evil god asked carefully. Big Me's lips curled into a frighteningly sinister smile. I'll give it to you immediately. Chapter 1163. The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit are more famous. Most people have at least seen the movies, but The Silmarillion does not have such a wide audience. Actually, I have wanted to introduce the content of The Silmarillion for a long time, but it is too complicated. Just the names of Fëanor's son and brother are enough to take one's life. It is almost impossible to introduce them all in one chapter. Later on, I thought that there is no need to introduce the details. After all, I do not know how to write details. Thus, today's chapter is written. First of all, what is the Silmarillion? It is the Bible of the Lord of the Rings world, and it is also a parallel of the Bible in reality. Personally, I feel that it is more awesome than The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. The story is not good, but it is really cool. Nowadays, the power and god settings of Western fantasy novels can be seen in The Silmarillion. It has really created a fake world. Just by looking at The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, you will only feel that this is an interesting world. Looking at The Silmarillion, you will not help but think, is this a real world? All right, after the awkward praise, let me introduce the content of The Silmarillion. I feel that it can be divided into 3 parts. First, the process of creating and perfecting the world. Second, the 3 wars of the gods between Mirko and Villa. Third, the tragedy of elves and humans caused by the Silmarillion. From the perspective of creation, the Silmarillion starts from the prelude of creation until the world matures. This point does not need to be introduced in detail. I will mention it in the book. The 3 wars of the gods are the simplest structural analysis of the Silmarillion, the first war of the gods. In the process of creating a physical universe from nothing, Mirko fought Villa. Seeing that Villa was defeated, it was as if the god of strength, Tokus, who was guarding the door, entered the universe. That was the peak of Mirko's power, and also the moment when he was closest to becoming the God King. The author of the Silmarillion, Tolkien, is not a bad author. When he wrote this book, he was greatly influenced by reality, the First and Second World Wars, and the conflict between the Soviet Union and the United States after that. For example, the definition of power. In Chidian novels, those who were strong in strength were definitely strong in combat. This was not the case in the Silmarillion. Power included both knowledge and skill. Even the skill of forging gems was a part of one's power, but it was obvious that this kind of skill was not beneficial to combat power. Therefore, it was common to see such content in the book. On one hand, it was said that Mirko was the strongest. On the other hand, it was written that Mirko was beaten up so badly that even his mother could not recognize him. He had digressed, back to the 3 great battles of the gods. For the first time, during the battle of splitting the heavens, Villa and Mirko fought for the position of the king of gods and the right to rule the world. Because of the appearance of the god of strength, Torkas, Mirko was defeated. After that, Mirko pushed down the giant lamp that acted as the sun and captured the elves to torture them. For the elves, Villa went to war with Mirko again. This time, Mirko was arrested and put in jail. When Mirko was released from prison, he teamed up with Angorian to ambush Valinor, where Villa lived. They destroyed the twin holy trees and stole the most precious gem of the elves, the Silmarillion. Even so, Villa did not go to war with Mirko again. In the days that followed, Mirko's enemies became the elves, humans, and dwarves. They fought a few great battles that were enough to be sung in poems forever. However, they were not battles of the gods. In the end, the allied forces of the humans, elves, and dwarves could not fight anymore. Mirko was about to defeat the mortals. A human came to Valinor and asked Villa for mercy. Villa sympathized with the plight of Eluvida's children. When the 3rd great battle of the gods began, Mirko was defeated again and was exiled to outer space forever. End of story. Ugh, looking at it this way, was the content of the Silmarillion very simple? The outline was that simple. The complexity was mainly reflected in the stories that happened between the elves and humans during the 2nd and 3rd great battles of the gods. The story was related to the Silmarillion. The story of the Silmarillion was not complicated. It was a process of fighting for the Silmarillion. You can refer to the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. The Silmarillion was the Dragon Saber. For this saber, there was a feud between the elves and humans. In the beginning, the elves and Villa lived together and shared wealth. One day, an elf named Fino created the 3 most beautiful and powerful diamonds in the world. Any one of them could light up the world. It was 100 million times stronger than the Aegon diamond of the dwarves in The Hobbit. After creating these 3 diamonds, Fino became arrogant. Even Villa was not convinced. Because of his arrogance and because of Mirko's instigation, there was a crack in the close relationship between Villa and the elves. Later, when Mirko snatched the Silmarillion, Fino swore, "Whoever touches the Silmarillion will be the eternal enemy of me and my descendants. Even if he is Villa, Mirko, or my fellow elves, there is no exception." He led a part of the elves out of Valinor and into the mortal world of Middle-earth. Because of this oath, he and his son became enemies with Mirko, the other elven kings, and the heroes of the humans. Because of this oath, they gave up their former glory and committed the crime of kinslaying, murdering their own kind, betraying their allies, stealing, robbing, and so on. The original sins of humans were displayed one by one. In the end, Fino and his descendants offended almost all the forces in the world. They bled dry for the Silmarillion and lost all the glory of the ancient elven royal family. It was sad and lamentable. Chapter 11:64. Without giving the others time to react, Mirko stretched out his black right arm. His arm turned into a black python and coiled around the goat-horned evil god with lightning speed before retracting quickly. "The secret fire you wanted is here." Mirko's maniacal laughter resounded through the universe. Dark red cracks appeared on his black left palm that was like a rough rock. Fire dripped out. Poof! A palm imprinted on the goat-horned evil god's head. Dark, red lava flowed in from the top. The evil god howled in agony and struggled with all his might. Like a sausage, his body expanded bit by bit. Through the surface, the red liquid and fire inside could be seen. Like defecating, his body squeezed with all his might and squeezed the red liquid out of his intestines. This tug-of-war repeated. The evil god's gaze became frenzied. The mark of the true God appeared, shattered and reformed. It was deeply imprinted into the center of the universe. After the mark of the true God was the rule. The distorted song of the rule made the sound of glass being twisted. Mirko's maniacal laughter could be heard. He was actually tampering with the evil god's song of the rule. This method. No, I'm a demon god who is cultivated for billions of years. My will is as strong as steel. You can't possibly twist. The goat-horned evil god's eyes flashed with red and black light. Suddenly, it fixed into an evil, turbid yellow light. He stopped resisting Mirko's modification of his body and will. TSK. Tisk, sparks burst out from the surface of his body. Darkness poured down from his head like glue. The evil god became a monster with darkness as his clothes and fire as his core. He had the outline of an ape, burning yellow eyes, and a long mane that was burning with flames and releasing steam. His arms were longer than his knees. His palms had steel claws, and he held a flaming whip. Behind him, there were wings that intertwined with shadows and flames. The roaming black shadow cloak covered his body. Master, the monster bowed to Mirko. Damn it, Mirko, you broke your oath. The evil gods shouted in horror. Then they scattered in all directions. Danny did not run. Run. Sagrado pulled her again. Where to? Danny sighed. Let's see where you can run to. Mirko laughed maniacally. Big Me himself had power that surpassed the deity king level, and he had thousands of fallen Mayas by his side. The evil gods were unfamiliar with the new universe. They had yet to adapt to the new universe's laws. None of them could escape, apart from Danny and Sagrado, who she was trying her best to pull away. Everyone else was tightly bound by chains made of flames and ice. Mirko, I curse you, you scoundrel. Mirko, you will die a horrible death. One day, Manwë will chop off your head. Mirko, fuck your ancestors, fuck you, the evil gods cursed loudly. You're all too naive. You're just a foreign evil god. You want to come to Iru's world to reap benefits? Dream on. Mirko sneered. I contributed to the creation of the world. I participated in the great movement. The basilisk howled indignantly. All glory to the One, and the glory of the One belongs to me. Mirko, I am the most powerful ruler in the universe. You are nothing, Mirko mocked. Iru, you're a black-hearted bastard. All the gods and devils in the universe curse you and spurn you. Iru. The demonic god with a human head and a snake body no longer paid any attention to Mirko. He only shouted at the Hall of Eternity outside the Wall of Darkness. His voice was sorrowful, filled with regret and resentment. Danny gulped. She felt cold all over. Slash. Mirko swung the 3 whips of darkness, ice, and flames entwined together. He drew a deep and long whip mark on the body of the evil god, who was shouting loudly. Ah! The evil god's soul was in pain. He let out an inhuman wail. Slap slash, slap slash. Whip after whip, the more painful the evil god's wail became, and the more carefree Mirko laughed. After some time, the evil god could no longer make a sound. Mirko walked forward and easily used the secret fire in his body to distort his divinity, precepts, and will. Another fire demon, who was completely under Mirko's command, was born. It was much easier than the first time. The exhaustion was also greatly reduced. After that, Mirko tortured the poor evil gods one by one. He first used pain and fear to crush the will to fight and the will to resist. Then, he used the secret fire to distort their will and form. In the depths of the universe, the most despicable betrayal in the world was happening. The hair-raising whipping, hideous laughter, and wails became the source of evil and fear in the wall of darkness. "What do we do?" Sagrado said with a sobbing tone. "That's not the real secret fire," Danny said softly. "I know. That's the secret fire that gave Mirko a physical body. It's Mirko's essence. It's slightly weaker than the original secret fire, but we still can't resist." Sagrado said in despair. "Mirko's power is weakening," Danny said with a frown. "He's divided so much of his origin. It's no wonder he's not weak." "But why is he doing this?" Danny asked in confusion. "His personal power is weakening, but his overall power is increasing. He wants to be the divine king, not a lone ranger. No, everyone has their own mission. Mirko is no exception." Danny stopped. Mirko strode over with the 3 whips. At this time, the 800 evil gods from another world had been distorted into fire demons. "It's your turn." Mirko looked at Sagrado maliciously. Danny stepped forward, puffed out her chest, and said, "Come on, boss me. I've been waiting for you for so long." "Angorian, you—" Boss me hesitated. "I don't plan to turn you into a fire demon." "What? Danny was stunned. Then she shouted excitedly, "You can't be biased. I want to be your most loyal servant." Sagrado's face twisted. The fire demons looked stupefied. "You're loyal enough," Mirko said. "No, I still have evil thoughts in my mind. I'm not pure enough." Danny grabbed his hand and pressed it on her head. "Sigh." Mirko pulled his hand away and sighed. "To be honest, even if you openly rebel against me, I won't turn you into a fire demon because," he paused and said with a complicated expression, "just like how we turned the beautiful scenery we saw in the realm of emptiness into something concrete and placed it in the center of the void. Then we placed the secret fire in the center of the universe, burning eternally. The center of the universe is Arda. I can get some premonitions and information from Arda's secret fire. So I know that your greed can never be satisfied. Your greedy mouth can suck the secret fire in my body dry." "Slander, pure slander," Danny said agitatedly. Actually, she already believed Mirko's words. As the most powerful god, it was normal for him to control part of the will of the heavenly path. "Try it." Danny grabbed Boss Me's arm again, refusing to let go. Helpless, Mirko could only press on her head and pour the secret fire into her. Hungry, so hungry, Danny was prepared to pretend that her will was being twisted or almost twisted, or that she would be able to twist her will if she put in more effort. She wanted to trick Mirko into giving her the secret fire step by step. But as soon as the secret fire entered her body, her dark eyes turned red. The law of gluttony activated automatically and quickly sucked the secret fire that Mirko poured into her body. Her body started to swell. Maybe it was because the secret fire's quality was too high, but the law of gluttony stimulated endless desire and almost made Danny lose control. "I told you, it won't work," Mirko muttered in shock. "More." She grabbed his hand that was about to pull away, but he stopped pouring in the secret fire. "Give me the secret fire." Danny roared. "Psst, psst, psst." In her human form, 8 furry spider claws popped out from her back and stabbed into Mirko's body. "Oh no, Angorian is out of control again." Sagrado retreated in shock. "Awoo!" Boss Me wailed and struggled, but he was not as strong as Danny. Danny had the chorus of Tascali's song. Then a purplish-black spider tattoo appeared on her face. It was a very seductive shape. 4 dark, green, dagger-like teeth grew out of her upper and lower jaws. Sweet dark green, venom dripped from them. Slash! She opened her mouth and bit Mirko's neck that was covered in darkness. Boss Me's face turned green. He was poisoned. The power in his body poured out like a flood. "Help me!" he shouted weakly. Danny, who was in a frenzy, did not lose her sense of danger. In an instant, the shadow of death appeared in her heart. She suddenly woke up. She didn't loosen her mouth because the secret flame was simply too fragrant. She stretched out her left and right hands. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Continuous spider webs covered the entire universe. At the same time, endless darkness spread in all directions with her as the center. It was a darkness that was darker than the wall of night and the realm of emptiness. Danny could not snatch Mirko's main song of darkness, so she sang the song of black miasma that could block all sight. Even so, she could not escape the attacks of the Mayas and the fire demons. Mirko's wails were like a tracker. The attacks came at her from all directions. There were thousands of Mayas and 800 fire demons. They were all top-tier true gods. In just one wave, Danny's body was broken. She was like a cockroach that had been stepped on. She was not completely dead, but she was going to die soon. She quickly digested part of the secret fire to rebuild her divine body. Before the second wave of attacks came, Danny pushed Mirko away. The two of them quickly separated. The black miasma was still there. Big Boss Me's wails did not stop. Most of the second wave of attacks landed on Big Boss Me. Whoa! Big Boss Me howled. "Stop! She's running away!" Actually, he did not need to shout. The demons had already seen Danny's shadow. Many devil gods even chased after her. However, Danny did not run away. She was not familiar with this place. Where could she run to? Thanks to Manwë singing the chorus of the wind and learning the Song of Swiftness from Nisha, she was able to escape the devil god's attack range in a short time. "Big Boss Me, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I lost control." She ran in circles and begged for mercy. "Big Boss Me, you know me. I've treated you as my boss since the beginning. My respect for you is like the darkness of the wall of night that almost filled the entire universe. But the secret fire is too powerful. It can easily drive away any darkness. It made me lose control. Actually, I'm more hurt than you. I hurt someone I deeply respect." Danny's voice seemed to be choked with sobs. She had once sung the song of hypocrisy. Because Big Boss Me liked it, she gave it to him. Seeing that her words were clear and her thoughts rational, Maya and the fire demons slowed down and waited for Mirko's next order. "Forget it." Mirko waved his hand in resignation. "I believe she didn't do it on purpose." The pursuers retreated. Danny hesitated. Was Big Boss Me such a magnanimous person? Chapter 1165. If Mirko had scolded her and asked her to stop running, and then led the rest of the Maya to surround her, saying that he wanted to teach her a lesson, Danny might have begged him and returned to the team. But now, "Boss Me, your magnanimity, I really—" Danny put away the black miasma so that Mirko could see the uncontrollable guilt and gratitude on her face. "I've made a mistake that everyone who's tempted by the secret flame would make. Your magnanimity makes me feel even more ashamed. I want to punish myself," she said in a low voice. Mirko's face twitched. "Come here, let me punish you. I'll cut you into pieces." You were driven by desire. It was an unintentional mistake. Even with the Song of Hypocrisy, he could not keep up the pretense anymore. Looking at his twisted expression, Danny sighed helplessly in her heart. It was no wonder. The Balrog and Maya here were almost all of his subordinates. To be bitten in front of all his subordinates and cry for help, how could a demon king lose face? "My king, I must punish myself. I'm willing to be the vanguard and enter Arda earlier to attract Villa's firepower. I'll secretly build a base for you and fight for the best situation. Boss me, I'll leave first. If there's anything, tell Sagrador to inform me. I swear, I won't shirk from your mission." With that, Danny disappeared like vinegar dripping into a bottle of soy sauce. Angorian, Mirko clenched his fists. He suddenly turned around and stared at the shivering Sagrador. All kinds of evil thoughts flashed through his mind. Soren leaned over and advised in a low voice, "My king, our biggest enemies are Manwë, Valda, and the other villa. Angorian has no intention of going against you. In fact, she's always been your most loyal admirer. Instead of treating her as an enemy, it's better to use her. Sagrador doesn't need to be turned into a Balrog. From now on, use him as a mouthpiece to slowly remove Angorian's wariness." "I never wanted to kill Angorian. Mirko raised his flaming whip and lashed it at Sagrador. "Awuk king, spare my life." Sagrador howled miserably. Whip after whip, there was no mercy at all. Mirko's anger was gradually vented, and the voice and breath of the evil god from another world gradually weakened. Spitting at the dying Sagrado, Boss Me put away his whip and let out a sigh of relief. "That's all I wanted. Too bad she got away." To be honest, Danny did not want to leave Mirko's team. Mirko could definitely represent a part of Iru's will. His actions, way of thinking, and power would all reveal some of Iru's thoughts. Moreover, with him in front of her as a target, she would not attract attention when she caused trouble. He seemed to have suffered a loss for that little bit of secret fire. At the beginning of creation, the universe named Ya was empty. There was nothing. Arda and the few stars now were all built by Villa's efforts. The edge of the void realm was too far from the center of the universe. Other than Arda, there was almost no other light. It took a long time to pass through the wall of night. When she approached Arda, she saw suns of different sizes. They were all stars, and they were also stars that revolved around Arda. They were not suns. They were too far away. They were just stars. These big stars were all created by Valda. Not staying near the big stars for long, Danny quickly arrived at the border of Arda. At the edge of the wall of night, she stopped and used the black miasma that blocked all sight to weave a cloak for herself. After putting on the cloak, she slowly entered the outer sea, the ring-shaped ocean that surrounded Middle-earth. What a rich origin. Before entering Arda, it was easy to misunderstand that Iru's Ya was empty, desolate, and barren. In fact, Iru was bigger and richer than any world Danny had ever seen. The current emptiness was because Iru had stored the secret fire that should have been distributed to the entire universe in Arda at the beginning of creation. Still in the outer sea, Danny had not even stepped onto the continent, but she could already feel the rich aura of the first flame. They were two giant lamps that looked like suns. Villa's giant lamps, one in the south and one in the north, were placed on two towering lamp pillars that were taller than any mountain peak. They illuminated the entire world, and the light was eternal. Spring of Arda, the first, the most beautiful, and the richest era. Stepping onto the continent of the West Coast, Danny felt the long-lost excitement and emotion. The light of Villa's giant lamp flowed over the entire Arda, the flat land. The giant lamp of fixed height and brightness had no time, no season, and was set in the morning, noon, or evening of spring. It was determined by the distance between the location and the giant lamp. Many plants of different sizes grew on the land. The small ones had moss and grass, and the big ones were as tall as mountains. At the roots of the trees, there was also a ball of green light, like a dream, in the forest with an average height of 5,000 meters. The light at the bottom connected into a green carpet of light. Hundreds of beasts ran and roared in it. Such a fantastic scenery was intoxicating. Danny stood on top of a beech tree that was 8,000 meters tall. Looking at the clouds floating around her, she did not know what to say. This is the real big world. The world of 7 gods is a remote place. She sighed. Something's wrong. Danny, who was lying on a ginkgo leaf the size of a football field and sunbathing, suddenly sat up. Like the shadow of the wind, she quickly passed through the forest, grassland, and lake. After wandering for a long time, she stopped at the top of a lonely mountain and said strangely, "There are no blooming flowers in this world, nor are there any birds. Is this the responsibility of the life goddess Yavanna, or the white flower fairy Vina?" Other than flowers and birds, there were no humans. However, all intelligent life was the children of Illuvida. Villa had no right or permission to create humans. Creating humans was Illuvida's privilege, but Villa's taboo. There was no rise and fall of the sun, no cycle of the seasons. Danny could not calculate the time, and did not know how much time had passed. She was looking for traces of Mirko. She had seen Manway's great eagle Thorinder before. In the movie The Hobbit, Danny had seen many eagles appear and turn the tide of the battle. At that time, she was puzzled. Why did the idiots in the movie theater shout excitedly when the eagles appeared? Why could a few eagles that could spit lightning completely turn the tide of the battle? Now she understood. Bullshit eagles. They were all Maya, the messengers and servants of the god King Manway. In other words, they were all gods in the form of eagles. The eagles' participation in the battle was equivalent to Manway's evil hand reaching in, a group of gods ganging up on the half-orcs. How could they not turn the tide of the battle? The form of gods came from their understanding of the universe. When they entered the material world, mortals could not see them, even if they were standing opposite them. In order to be close to Illuvida's children, Villa specially chose a body that looked like Illuvida's children for herself. It was just like how mortals wore clothes. Every god would choose a different body according to their own characteristics. Men or women, beautiful or ugly, tall or short, they could all choose. However, the body did not affect their essence. For example, Manway's essence was male. If he chose the form of a woman, he would still be a man, but it did not mean that he had become a woman. Manway's eagle was the body of the eagle chosen by the Maya who served Manway. Danny also followed the trend and chose a body for herself. It was basically the same, with some minor adjustments. Black hair, black eyes, pale skin, and purple spidery patterns on the surface of her body. Her aura was more majestic and mysterious, but also had an indescribable horror. When necessary, she could also pop out 8 spider claws from her back and under her body like she had done with Mirko. Her essence at this time was very much like the spider queen Lolth, without the big spider, but bone. She was Angorian. Angorian's thinking and essence was that of a greedy and evil female spider. Previously, she had been controlled by greed and crazily extracted Mirko's secret fire. This was the essence of the life mark and its influence on her consciousness. Just like Gozi could never control himself from eating shit, Danny thought that she could control the gluttony's greed, but reality proved that she was wrong. She was really wrong. Instead of naming Angorian's gluttony the Song of the Gluttony, it was better to name it Angorian's Gluttony. The gluttony in Hwasha's ancient myths was not necessarily comparable to Angorian. Other than Manway's eagle, Danny also saw Olami. He rode the divine horse Nahal and ran like the wind in the forest with the divine hound. She had circled Omeron Island, where the gods lived a few times, but she did not meet any of the main gods of Villa. At this point, she confirmed Mirko's words. The Villa were all tired after a long period of hard work. After that, she began to look for Mirko. Boss Me should have secretly returned to Arda by now. Based on Boss Me's habits, his residence would definitely be far away from the light, far away from the villa's giant lamp. The two lamps were located in the north and south of Middle-earth. She went to the east and west, but could not find him after a long time. Just as she was about to head to the four corners of the continent to look for Boss Me, Sagrador found her first. "I have the black miasma cloak. How did you find me?" Danny asked in surprise. All the ES gods recruited by Mirko have a special mark on them. It's the method of the world will. We can't detect it, Sagrador said bitterly. He took the appearance of an old gnome, wretched and ugly. Danny frowned. "This is not good news. You're the queen in the center of the spider web. With your agility, as long as you're careful, it'll be difficult to kill you. Also, he vented his anger on me. He doesn't hate you anymore," the old gnome said with a sigh. Danny laughed and said, "I'll also protect you and prevent you from being turned into a flame demon, right?" "I don't blame you. I'll be safer after you escape," Sagrador said with a smile. "However, I didn't expect you to be so strong that you could even press Mirko to the ground and suck him," he said doubtfully. "This is the benefit I got from the Grand Movement." Danny casually replied and changed the topic. "Don't you admire Sardras? Why didn't you choose a more majestic and domineering appearance?" "Beside Mirko, I only hate that I can't be more humble. I want to be so humble that he can't see me," the old gnome said with disappointment. Then he explained the purpose of this trip. "Mirko has decided to attack Villa. He wants you to go to Angband to find Soren and attack O'Urmau in the south." O'Urmau was the name of the giant lantern in the south. Danny already knew that she was going to be the Demon King, so she happily followed Sagrador to Angband. Villa's giant lantern was to illuminate the world. Therefore, it was no longer at the border between the north and south, but at the midpoint between the border and the center of the continent. Thus, Mirko built his nest in the far north. "The terrain in the north is better than the east and west," Soren explained after hearing Danny's doubts. Chapter 1166. The east and west were mostly plains, but there was a huge mountain range in the north of the continent, the Iron Mountain Range. It was like the Great Wall that separated the Westeros from the Seven Kingdoms, blocking the light of the giant lamp in the central north. Because the Iron Mountain Range blocked the light of Elune, the north was darker and colder than the other places. Mirko built his base under the Dark Mountain Range and named it Udamo. It was located in the north. Angband was also under the Iron Mountain Range, with a huge cellar and deep cave in the northwest. It was the first line of defense for Udamo. The evil and hatred in Mirko's heart flowed freely here, and Arda's spring was poisoned. The green plants were sick and decayed, and the green light from Yavanna's favor at the roots of the giant trees turned into black, rotting smoke. The clear green lake became a stinky swamp covered in poisonous miasma. The beasts were also infected by Boss Me's evil power, turning into ferocious-looking monsters. Their eyes were like tumors filled with blood vessels, killing everything in sight. Danny was surprised that she did not notice the abnormality here earlier. Nessa, the Fleetfoot, was the first to discover our tracks. That day, she was like a wind arrow that flew close to the ground, causing ripples on the lake and faint traces of wind on the grassland. "I knew she had been here," Soren said. "Didn't Nessa and Tokus just get married?" Danny was puzzled. Tokus was sleeping, so she could only come out and wander around. That made sense. Boss Me's battle plan was simple: one giant lamp of Villa in the north and the south, and they would split up. Danny spread out the dark net to cover the southern army, led by Soren, and attacked the giant lamp in the south first. When Villa rushed to the south, Mirko would personally lead the main force to destroy the giant lamp in the north. At that time, Villa was ganging up on Soren, Danny, and the others, so Bosmi could go south and destroy the weak Omeron Island, which was located in the center of the Middle Continent and was Villa's nest. At this time, Danny and Soren led 300 flame demons and tens of thousands of terrifying monsters to the south of the southern giant lantern, O Urmau. Danny used all her magic, and all of Arda's shadows became darker, longer, and more distorted. Because the light source was fixed, the shadows of all things were fixed. If there were moving shadows, Danny's disguise, they would be easily discovered. Well, Villa had already discovered Mirko's northern fortress, and was even preparing to declare war on him. Therefore, they only needed to hide their whereabouts, and did not need to hide their existence. They followed the coastline, carefully avoiding any rivers and the sea itself. To avoid Wolma's perception, they took a huge detour and came to the lamppost. However, they did not immediately take action. Instead, they dug a huge cave under the mountain range and prepared to break the foot of the lamppost. At the same time, he was waiting for Mirko's orders to start the operation. The 300 flame demons waved their flaming whips and commanded the monsters that were tainted by Mirko's evil power to dig the cave. Danny was bored, so she chatted with Soren. Soren was rational and intelligent. He had also seen the rehearsal of the world. Danny and the other gods from other worlds could not see or hear it. I remember that the Lord of Water, Wolmu, was Bosmi's friend. They had a good relationship when they practiced the choir in the Hall of Eternity. Danny said curiously, "Sigh, it was just as biased." In the rehearsal of the creation of the world, he showed Wolmu the beautiful scenery weaved by wind and water. For example, clouds, mist, rain, and dew. Therefore, Wolmu and Manwë formed an alliance. Soren sighed. Bosmi was betrayed. Didn't he take revenge on Wolmu? For example, using flames to dry the sea and ice to seal the water. Danny asked. The king couldn't do it. The depth of the sea made him afraid of Wolmu, Soren said in a low voice. Danny's expression was strange. Valda rejected him. He hated and feared her the most. At the beginning of the creation of the world, he tried to rope in Aoki, but Aoki rejected him. He hated and feared Aoki. During the first battle of the gods, Taka's laughter traumatized him. Now, with Wolmu, who is Bosmi not afraid of? Actually, the king is still a little afraid of you. Soren glanced at her and said, Only the ignorant are fearless. The king's fear will only make him stronger. It will not affect his courage and courage. Otherwise, what are we doing now? Danny was stunned. It seemed to make sense. Bosmi dared to steal Iru's secret fire, fight with Iru for the position in the movement, and challenge all the other Villa alone. He did not lack courage. He was afraid, but was he fearless? Danny was embarrassed. She pointed at the lamp above and said, Villa's lamp is a big fireball. It contains a powerful secret fire origin. I think Bosmi contributed a lot to it. Other than destruction and distortion, the king did not create anything. He wanted to occupy all the beautiful things, but he could not and could not create anything beautiful. Soren emphasized first, then explained, When we first entered the first subspace, the whole universe was dark. Valda first created the ancient stars, but the light of the stars could not satisfy the needs of Yavanna's plants. Yavanna craved more light. She asked Aoki to split the earth and the hill, and took out 2 big fireballs from the depths of the earth. Then Valda turned them into light. Finally, Manwë made the lamp a saint. Thus, the Vera giant lantern that we see now was born. Danny looked at the ground thoughtfully. When the world was first created, all the flames in the universe were collected and sealed by Villa. Then they were buried under the ancient hill, and they could take one whenever they needed it. Soren shook his head. There was no need to collect them. It was like putting the secret fire in the center of the universe, which is where we are now. Arda, Vera built the world around the secret flame into what it is now. Did Boss Me say what we should do after we topple the lamppost and get rid of Vera? Danny asked. After destruction and destruction, of course, we will conquer and rule. We will rule this world, Soren said confidently. Danny was stupefied. After some time, a Maya with a face shining with holy light came into the cave. Her shadow was twisted and dark. She was a spy that Mirko had placed on Omeron Island. Umu is in the outer sea. His arcana is exhausted. Tokus is asleep. Olami went hunting in the west again. He just left and won't be back anytime soon. Let's start the operation immediately, she said. Soren looked at Danny. Do you want to do it, or should I? I'll go ahead and ambush Villa. Pushing down Villa's lamp was equivalent to destroying the world. Danny really didn't want to do it, so she manifested her Spider Queen Danny form. Endless darkness, mixed with purple and green poisonous smoke, spurted out from the cave at the foot of Almio Mountain like a fountain. It was even higher than the lamp and spread out like an umbrella. It also looked like a giant mushroom cloud. The endless darkness instantly drowned the lamp. Half of the world fell into darkness. As the darkness and poisonous smoke flowed downwards, the trees and grass on the nearby mountains and plains all decayed and withered. All the beautiful rivers and lakes instantly turned into poisonous swamps with green bubbles. Hundreds of beasts roared in pain, their eyes bloodshot and oozing pus. Their teeth and claws became longer and sharper, and their bones even protruded malevolent bone spikes. Arda's spring turned into hell. Roar, roar, roar. Danny shouted, cheering for the Balrog and the monsters. Like the bravest general, she was the first to rush out of the cave and kill her way to the north. Long live Emperor Mirko. Long live King Soren. Be loyal to the Emperor. Die for the Emperor. Charge. Danny Angorian's terrifying roar echoed through half of Middle-earth. The mountains were shaking. The earth was shaking. Lake Omeron, where Villa lived, had huge waves in the sound waves. Even Boss Me in the north could hear the spider demons roar. Angorian might be a little crazy and can't control her desires easily, but she never lacks loyalty and bravery. Boss Me lamented to fallen Maya beside him. Crack! It sounded like a bowstring breaking. It was crisp, but it suppressed Danny's roar and Villa's roar. The sky was falling. The pillar that supported Villa's giant lamp was pushed down by Soren. Even though the earth was covered by Danny's black smoke and poisonous gas, the people on the ground could still see a huge fireball falling down. It was Villa's giant lamp, O Urmau, Arda's son. Danny could even hear O Urmau's soul crying in despair. Biohoem, the mountain of lamp pillars that was as tall as the sky, collapsed. Middle-earth was like a biscuit that was snapped in half. The mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. In that instant, Villa, the Balrog, and the demon army on the ground were like dust on the surface of a drum. Because of the drum's vibration, they floated in the air uncontrollably. Whoosh, 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 the huge distortion of gravity and the rain of stones that came like cannonballs instantly destroyed more than half of the tens of thousands of demons. The sky darkened. Without gravity and space, the Balrog fled in all directions like headless flies. Boom, 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 the giant lamp finally fell. If Middle-earth was a symmetrical basketball court, then the giant lamp was a huge napalm bomb. In a few breaths' time, towering flames engulfed the entire Arda, which was also earth. Streams and lakes evaporated instantly. The sea boiled. Everything on the ground, including trees, beasts, and mountains, was burning. Danny looked around blankly. Her underlings, other than the Balrog that was struggling in the fire, the rest of the demons were all dead. The weakest of the demons was at least as strong as the Song of Ice and Fire demigod, and a demigod with above-average strength. Mirko! Villa's angry roar was like the thunder that destroyed the world. All of Arda shook violently. Emperor Mirko is here. Dani came back to her senses and quickly pulled aggro according to the plan. And so, tens of thousands of Villa and Maya fell from the sky like a meteor shower, crashing down on her. Dani ran back. As she ran, she called out to the Balrog Palace. Some of the Balrog obeyed and rushed over, but they were torn apart by Villa like tissue paper. Seeing this, the rest of the Balrog trembled and ran wildly. Fortunately, Dani was quite capable herself. She was still able to turn around and shoot spider webs behind her as she tried her best to escape with her spider legs. These were not ordinary spider webs. They could cover dozens of kilometers. The spider webs were as tough as the fascia of the gods. They were difficult to break free from. They were also poisonous and had paralyzing effects. More importantly, these spider webs were resistant to fire. Even the giant lamp's fire could not burn them. Many Mayas were stuck to the net like ants. Only the powerful main god Vera was able to tear the net apart as if it were silk. Just as Dani approached the foot of Orqua's lamppost, boom, the second sound of the world collapsing came. Mirko pushed down the giant lamp in the north. The world shattered. Chapter 1167. The world was like a pizza-shaped coal cake. It was broken into countless pieces, and each piece was still burning fiercely. Not to mention Middle-earth. Even the home of the gods, Omeron Island, was reduced to ruins. The land was broken, the sea was burned dry, and everything withered in the fire. The entire world was a sea of fire. This was still not the most terrifying thing. The truly terrifying thing was the underground fire that Villa buried under the ancient hill. The seal and suppression were about to be broken. If in the next moment, the new universe, Yaya, was reduced to ashes in an apocalyptic explosion, Dani would not be surprised. If Villa did not interfere, the universe would definitely explode into the most dazzling fireworks. Villa was on the battlefield. Mirko, ha! Takas finally woke up. He was still laughing, and his laughter was filled with flames of anger. He strode towards Dani. His wife Nissa was fast, but he was even faster. The broken earth trembled under his large feet. Mirko! The divine King Manway's voice was like a hurricane, sweeping across the entire world. Manway went to the north. Mirko! Mirko! All the Villa were shouting Mirko's name. At the same time, they were using their own powers to maintain the stability of Arda. Mirko was in the same predicament as Dani. The army that he prepared to deal with Villa was destroyed in the apocalypse. Those who created fear were more easily intimidated by fear. At this moment, Manway's howl, Takas's roar, Varda, Ori, Alami, and Womu were all his targets of fear. Now, they were all roaring at him. Mirko shuddered 3 times and ran away. Under the cover of the chaos and darkness, he quietly returned to the Udamo fortress in the north and hid in the deepest cave. Poor Dani was still pulling monsters for him. Mirko the Great King's Landing. No one dares to disobey. Mirko the Great forcefully marrying Varda. Who dares to oppose? Mirko the Great. So, the wind arrow created a vacuum passage in the sea of flames. Before Dani could react, her lower abdomen was hit and her body was suspended in the air. Before she could adjust the second, third, pong, there was only one sound because all the sounds of the attacks were connected together. The spider spirit, Dani floated up and down. A white arrow centered around her, crisscrossing up and down, changing left and right. The afterimages left behind formed a ball of air arrows. Flying-haired Nissa, you live up to your name. Unfortunately, are you tickling me? To be honest, Danny didn't want to mock her. This time, she followed Mirko to topple the lighthouse. She had an ulterior motive. She had already planned to topple the giant lamp. However, she was caught up by a small villa. After an evenly matched battle, she lost by one move. She shouted that she surrendered. But Nissa was too much. Apart from the first few attacks that made her float in the air, she also kicked her in the head and face. The damage wasn't great, but it was extremely insulting. Danny was furious. Spiderweb domain. With a loud roar, darkness descended, and even forced the nearby sea of fire to retreat. Dense layers of silver spider silk appeared one after another. Splat, a small worm stuck to it, and Danny regained her freedom. It was a petite girl with yellow hair tied into two big braids. She was 55 meters tall, with a round face, big round blue eyes, a round nose, and a round small mouth. She was wearing grass-colored boots, a short skirt, and a short shirt that exposed her navel. Angorian, Nissa's face was red. She glared with her big angry eyes, and was about to say something. Danny flew over and kicked her right in the nose. Nissa couldn't break through Danny's defense, but she herself was brittle. In just one blow, the round-faced girl was dizzy and had 2 streaks of blood under her flattened nose. Danny didn't give up. Her 2 feet, which were wearing long black high-heeled leather boots and 8 spider claws, were like a heavenly horse's meteor kick, creating afterimages of light. In the blink of an eye, Nissa's clothes were messy, her braids scattered, and her pretty and cute face was swollen like a pig's head. That's for hitting my face. Danny was very happy. Actually, she misunderstood. Nissa's strongest attacks didn't break through her defense. In order to increase the damage, she chose to attack her vital points. What was more vital than the head? Nissa. This anxious call came from Nissa's husband, the god of strength, Takas. The ground rumbled under his feet, like a Mercedes-Benz driving up a wooden suspension bridge between cliffs. The bridge was rotten, and the car was in full gear. Angorian, you dare hurt my sister? One of the 8 main gods, the beast king Olami, was Nissa's brother. He rode the divine horse Nahal and came from the west with a group of divine beasts. Woo, 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 woo. Olami blew the horn of the hunt. Villa Roma, a natural treasure born in the creation of the world. The horn sounded like a red sun rising from the sky, and also like a bolt of lightning that split the clouds. The loud sound echoed in the broken land covered by the sea of fire, its sound suppressing any other sound in the world. Ah, it's Olami. He's back so soon. Mirko shrank in Utamar and shivered. Don't be afraid, king. Olami went to the south. Soren comforted his boss. Is Angorian dead? Mirko quickly asked. No, he kidnapped Nissa, the fleet-footed, and is fighting with a few villa. At this time, Arda's spring had ended. Evil and terror had become the main theme of the world. The demon kings could see further than usual. Soren purposely left an eye on the top of Angeban's mountain to observe every change on the battlefield. A few villa, a frontal battle. Mirko was shocked. Yes. Olami's horn made Danny's mind go blank for a moment. Then fear overtook her, as if she was a rabbit that was targeted by a hunter's arrow. While she was in a daze, Tokus the laughing had already run over while laughing. He was like a champion. He stopped the other villa and was about to wrestle with Danny. Wrestle? Danny was a little embarrassed. Tokus was the last villa to enter Tier 1A. In the first divine battle after the creation of the world, Mirko had the upper hand. Tokus helped Villa turn the situation around by himself. Tokus was not even one of the 8 main gods, but he was indeed powerful. Danny refused to wrestle with Tokus. She even tied his wife Nissa with spider silk and hung her on the spider web above her head. Soldier to soldier, general to general. Tokus, if you want to wrestle, go find my master, Mirko. I only accept Maya's challenge. Olerin, Gandalf, are you willing to wrestle with me? Gandalf never lacked courage, not to mention that the Demon King had named him. But just as he stepped out with his mace, Manway's voice came. There's no time to waste. Mirko has escaped. Take down Angorian immediately. Repair Arda is more important. Dany's expression changed. She was about to curse and surrender, but Tokus roared. His angry laughter was like a real storm, dispersing the black fog that shrouded her body. Then, ha ha ha, a fist as large as a mountain smashed towards Dany's head, accompanied by a loud laugh. The spider webs, poisonous thorns, black smoke, poisonous miasma, and other magical attacks along the way were all crushed like pebbles by a stone roller. Dany hurriedly raised her fists to meet the attack. Bam! The mountain was torn apart. Dany's body was like a meteor plowing a huge canyon 500 kilometers long, 10 kilometers wide, and 20 kilometers deep on the burning land. Even in the Third Era, countless years later, the story of Angorian Canyon and Lake Tokus was still passed down among humans, dwarves, half-humans, hobbits, orcs, and countless other creatures. Dany was not a pushover either. She sang the chorus of the Song of Power. Although his bones were broken and his spider legs were shattered, Tokus was also like a missile. He crashed to the foot of the mountain, creating a huge crater with a radius of dozens of kilometers, and the deepest part of the crater was 20 kilometers from the ground. But Villa was not alone. Angorian. Aoli lifted a small mountain and threw it at the crater at the end of Angorian Canyon like a shot put. These Villa were too reckless. They did not care about the hostage in Dany's hands at all. Spider web domain, spider blade 1000 / Darkness covered the land. Even the flames were absorbed and disappeared. Endless white spider webs appeared in the dark void. The small mountain was like a meteor smashing the spider webs one after another. When it came to Dany, the shadow of a giant spider appeared in the dark void. The 8 spider claws reflected silver cold light. Like 8 giant swords, they continuously slashed out hundreds and thousands of silver light rays. Boom! The blast of the explosion destroyed the mountain range, forming a plane of impact. Dany spat out a mouthful of blood. Before she could repair her broken body, a black lightning zigzagged, avoiding the layers of spider webs, came to her side and bit her ankle. It turned out to be a dog the size of a warhorse. Divine Hound. Dany flicked it away with a finger. She hurriedly shouted, God Manway, all the merciful Villa, I surrender. I admit defeat. I am willing to accept Villa's judgment and final judgment. The appearance of the Divine Hound represented the arrival of the King of Beasts, Olami. Olami was not only the King of Beasts, but also the god of hunting. If he secretly shot her with an arrow, she would not be able to dodge. Besides, she had planned to surrender from the beginning. As her surrender was heard, the battlefield quieted down. The murderous intent in all directions also immediately subsided. Dany heaved a sigh of relief. Villa was not Mirko, especially Manway. Manway and Mirko were brothers of the same origin. The two of them had similar thoughts and great powers. It was just that Manway did not have any evil or negative personality in his heart. He represented complete righteousness, while Mirko seemed to bear all the evil of the other Villa. Other than the fact that Manway and Villa were pure and kind by nature, which made people easy to bully, the more important reason was the law set by the main god. A criminal who did not understand the law was not a good criminal. Before Dany committed the crime, she was completely familiar with Villa's law against the gods. There was only imprisonment, and the imprisonment period was very short. Of course, Dany was not a masochist. She had her own goals. Villa of the mighty people, I did not push down the lamppost. I am just Mirko's mercenary. He twisted our thoughts and used us as slaves. I am innocent. Let Nissa go. Manway's voice came from the wind. Danny did as she was told. She threw the scimitar out and then said loudly, "The world is about to be destroyed by fire. I am willing to atone for my sins. My ability is especially suitable for calming the violent earth and the surging earth fire." Manway was silent for a moment and said, "If you fulfill your promise, I will pardon your sins. P.S. So Danny opened her mouth wide and activated the devouring field. Like a huge black hole, she crazily swallowed the fire that covered the world. There was the fire of Villa's giant lamp and the earth fire that burst out from the depths of the earth. They were all good things that contained the origin of secret fire. Chapter 1168. But, my lord, I still don't quite understand what Aluvita's children mean to the world and to Eru. Danny sincerely asked Bosme for advice. Eru, hypocrite. Mirko spat at his creator before explaining, Iluvita's children were conceived and created by Illuvita alone. They are contained in the grand symphony of creation and are contained in a syllable. One day they will come to this world. They came with the third theme, and none of the syllables are in the first two themes. Anu has nothing to do with their appearance. They are completely Illuvita's children. They are completely different from us. In those children, you can see the complete projection of Illuvita's own mind. No wonder Danny was shocked, and then she understood. No wonder these Ainu were either evil enough to make one's hair stand on end, or too innocent to hurt, or too righteous to know what sin was. None of the Anu were complete people. They were the creators and managers of the world, the program that ensured the world's proper functioning. Illuvita's children were the true masters of the world. Wait, that's not right. The Anu were not ignorant of this situation. On the contrary, they were fully aware that they were programmed people. Danny was confused. What is Eru trying to do? She asked, Bosme, what is Eru trying to do by raising weak elves and humans? No matter how many shortcomings Bosme had, he had one advantage that no one could compare to: his profound knowledge. Mirko was the most capable of Anu's men. This ability was not limited to combat power, but also creativity and knowledge. For example, Master of the Earth and his wife, Goddess of Life Yavanna, had the ability to create things like Niwa. God King Manwë did not have this ability, neither did God Queen Valda. The other Anu did not have this ability, but Mirko did. His ability to create things was on par with Master of the Earth. This in the grand symphony of creation. Only Mirko and Eru sang to the end. As the old saying went, Mirko had some of the abilities and talents that Anu had. In theory, he was the God King who ruled over all the gods. Unfortunately, his mind was filled with evil, and his wisdom and abilities were not used on the right path. Mirko glared at Danny and said, Did I say all that for nothing? Illuvita's children were a complete reflection of her own mind. Isn't the growth and maturity of Illuvita's children the same as the growth and maturity of her mind? Danny felt as if she had been struck by the morning bell and the evening drum. Her heart was suddenly enlightened. Boss, you're so knowledgeable. She sighed. Angorian, the only people in Udamon who can understand me are you and Soren. Mirko laughed proudly. After laughing for a while, he said excitedly, We, Anu, are all incomplete creations. Do you know what Villa is? Villa's original intention was to maintain the power of the universe, but by observing Illuvita's children and intervening in their uncertain fates, Anu was able to learn some of Illuvita's wisdom. This wisdom was originally given to us by the One. Danny sighed in her heart. The One is not stingy. you are essentially no different from Illuvita's children. Your maturity and evolution can give the one. The wisdom learned by oneself is the true wisdom. Therefore, the one let you be as pure as a piece of white paper or black paper. Mirko started to dance, desire and greed condensed on his face. If I can follow my own thoughts and control the fates of Illuvita's children, then not only will the villa on Amen become the vassal of my fate, even the one, this is the big picture. There are thousands of villa in Amen. What's the use of killing one or two? My king, what's the meaning of the fourth and fifth themes? Danny asked. The smile on Mirko's face disappeared, and he said with a gloomy expression, the one cheated. It was at a disadvantage in the duet with me, so it sang the fourth theme in an instant, not giving me a fair chance at all. Danny's mouth twitched. You're too noisy. You want to destroy the whole movement with pure and useless noise. The one kicked you out to prevent the creation of the world from failing. What about the fifth theme? Danny asked again. Soren interrupted. The fifth theme has to be composed by all Illuvita's children and anew after the world ends. Mirko waved his hand tiredly and said, All right, now that you understand the true meaning of evil, you can go and carry out the mission. In the recent years, Boss Me had turned thousands of fallen Mia who followed him into intelligent Balrogs. Other than that, he also frequently used secret flames that were infused with his own will to distort the divine beasts of Europa and create countless powerful demons. Therefore, Mirko's power was much weaker than before. Exhaustion began to find him, but Boss Me himself enjoyed the feeling of exhaustion. He had never been tired before, and he did not know that sleep could be so sweet. The artist spring of the giant lamp era had ended, and now it was Mirko's dark age. Other than a few dim stars from outer space, there was no light in the world anymore. The once thriving forest fell into a deep sleep, and all growth stopped. These plants should have withered in the darkness, but Yavanna protected them and let them sleep in the dark. When the new era of light came, they would sprout and grow again. However, there would no longer be a truly towering tree that was taller than a mountain range. Danny wandered the dark land for many years with a group of Balrogs, but she never found Illuvita's first children. But she often met the beast King Europa. The rest of the Vala were in the blessed land, where Gaul rode Nahal with a pack of dogs through the dark woods. The divine horse Nahal was like a bolt of silver lightning in the deep darkness, and the sleeping earth trembled violently under its golden hooves. Any monster that entered Europa's sight could not escape the fate of being killed by his spears and arrows. Once, Danny brought her flame demon lackeys and demon servants to wander around the edge of the central forest with great fanfare. The Olomii is coming. Blow the great horn, Villaroma. The sound of the horn echoed in the mountains, and the demons under her command fled. Danny lost face and was ready to take revenge. But the land was slowly recovering, and she did not dare to start a divine war. Danny used a trick to separate Europa from his dogs and captured 10 divine hounds with spider webs. She gave 5 divine hounds to Mirko. Mirko had been longing for Europa's dogs for a long time and immediately began a bloody and cruel blood witchcraft experiment. He tortured them all to death, and then combined the evil spirits of the 5 divine hounds into a fierce and evil spirit. Finally, he created a wolf's body for the evil spirit, and when the evil spirit entered the wolf's body, the ancestor of the demon wolves, Zuagurian, was born. From the bottom of her heart, it was a cruel thing to see the dog being tortured. The dog could even speak and understand human language, and had the same wisdom as humans. But it was a taboo to forget one's own position. She was an evil god, a great demon king, and had to do things according to the demon's position, or she would lose her destiny and the meaning of existence in the world. It was the same reason that Danny forced Lalo to choose the chaotic evil side. if Lalo followed his heart and became a good bad guy who followed the evil order. He would be useless to the world and Danny. What was the point of keeping a useless thing? Danny was facing the same choice now. She could enter Yaya because she had the characteristics that met the needs of this world, which was destiny. Destiny asked her to be an evil person, a bad person, and she could at most be chaotic and neutral, but she could never be good. What do you think? Isn't my Zuigurian awesome? Mirko asked proudly as he pointed at the ferocious giant wolf with bluish-black fur. Danny shook her head and sighed. His Majesty's evil is too direct and violent, and lacks some beauty and artistry. Bosme pulled a long face. Tell me your opinion. And so, Danny began her performance. She first tortured her 5 dogs until one of them chose to submit to her. Then, she placed the dog with the strongest will in another cage, and used blood witchcraft to twist the remaining 3 dogs into a 3-headed dog the size of a calf. 3 heads is art. Bosme said with disdain, My king, your evil spirit is like 5 lumps of mud rolled into a ball, and is one. My 3-headed dog is a tree trunk with 3 heads, and each head has its own thoughts. Danny proudly patted the heads of the 3 dogs. This is cunning, this is gluttony, and this is jealousy. The food that one head eats can only satisfy itself, and the more satisfied it is, the hungrier the other 2 heads will be. So, my king, who do you think is better? Cunning, greed, or jealousy? Danny's gloomy and cunning voice echoed in the dark underground cave. The fire demons and demons who heard her laughter could not help but shiver. She had the aura of a great demon king. Not bad, interesting. Jealousy flashed in Mirko's eyes. He was jealous of Danny's talent in evil. Soren frowned. The 3 heads will definitely fight often, and sooner or later it will ruin the big plan that Master has arranged for it. It's just a dog. It has already completed the biggest mission in its life by proving the path of evil. What else can it do? Mirko did not think so. My king is wise. Danny praised. What do you plan to do with the other 2 dogs? Mirko asked with great interest. Danny smiled proudly and pointed at the most stubborn dog. This divine dog is called Juan. It is brave, loyal, and has outstanding abilities. It was also the first to rush out of the spider web maze last time, and it even dared to bite my foot the time it pushed down the giant lamp. Woo-woo. The divine dog Juan bared its teeth and glared in the cage. This dog must be severely tortured. When loyalty turns into betrayal, when bravery turns into cowardice, you will experience the most wonderful feeling in the world. Mirko laughed. Danny shook her head. Not only will I not torture it, but I will also reward it for its loyalty and courage. Mirko was stunned, Soren was stunned, and Juan's dog face was also blank. Danny opened the cage and touched Juan's head with her right hand. She said with a vicious voice like a curse, Juan, I grant you rich compassion and passionate love. You will experience the most wonderful feeling in the world, love. You will fall in love with a woman who has the most beautiful face, the purest heart, and the noblest birth. For the love in your heart, you will be willing to do anything. At the same time, the more you love her, the stronger you will be. Your strength will grow with the love in your heart. You want to possess her, but your will is blessed by me. You will never do wrong. You will always be a good dog, brave, faithful, noble as Manway. You will not betray her, though she will always love another man, brave, faithful, and as noble as yourself. You are a dog, a simp. A simp is not human. This is the difference between you and him. Chapter 11:69. This was the beginning of the creation of the world. Many things had divinity, including spring water and the most ordinary light. If a mortal could bathe in the light of Villa's giant lamp and do nothing, They could live for thousands of years without any illness or disaster. If Danny kept some of the water from Lake Omeron, the center of the world, where Villa lived, it could be passed down to later generations as the holy water that could revive the dead. Therefore, the dogs of Alam were not ordinary dogs. In the Eldritch world, they were probably like the golden deities of the Jia sect. As the first batch of divine beasts created by Alam after the creation of the world, they were filled with holy light. They were almost inferior to Maya. The souls of the dogs were pure and kind, like a clear spring that had not been touched by the world. They did not have any impure desires that belonged to mortals. Naturally, their love was purely for beautiful things. It was very different from the love of desire that Danny gave to Juan. The love of a baby for a big-breasted beauty was completely different from the love of an adult male for her breasts. Juan was not the first dog to be born with mortal desires. Previously, when Mirko created Luin, he was also tainted with endless greed and evil desires. Danny learned from Mirko's method and created the three-headed dog, which was also filled with desires. However, only Juan's love was one of the most beautiful qualities of a human. It was a blessing. It had the ability to love a person. How is this evil? Mirko's expression was gloomy. He hated all beautiful things, including love. Boss me, compared to deprivation, giving is the greatest punishment. If he has never received it, how can he feel the pain of losing it? He has been in hell his whole life. The punishment of hell is not evil to him, Danny said faintly. Hiss. Mirko took a deep breath and said in shock, "That seems to make sense." He could not help but feel jealous. He was jealous that Danny's artistic evil could make him feel emotional. After Danny threw one out of Udamo, Mirko pointed at the dog that surrendered in the torture and asked, "How do we deal with it?" "I will give it the deepest jealousy and endless emptiness. Only the satisfaction that one experienced can satisfy it, but it will never experience what one experienced. Therefore, it could only bark madly in its mad jealousy and maddening emptiness. Also, I'll let the flame demon whip it every few days." Mirko was stunned and murmured, "You are so evil." "Your Majesty has taught me well." Soren couldn't hold it in any longer. What's the point? What's the point of evil that has no practical use? Before Danny could say anything, Mirko scolded angrily, "Evil with practical purposes is just a conspiracy, not pure evil." "Soren, you disappoint me. You were much more intelligent than Angorian when we were in the Hall of Eternity." Soren was embarrassed, angry, and resentful. When Danny brought the dog to the south to complete the quest, Soren said to Mirko, "My king, Angorian's learning ability is too strong. Not only did he learn how to create new evil creatures from you, even the evil itself seems to have surpassed you." Bam! Before he could finish his sentence, Mirko's huge black fist, which was like a battering ram, landed on Sauron's equally black face. "I am the Dark Demon King. Who can be more evil than me?" Mirko roared. Sauron was smashed to the ground. His mind was in a mess. It took him a long time to recover, and said, "My lord, I was wrong. But Angorian's talent is really outstanding. We have to guard against him." "How?" Mirko's eyes flashed. "Let him stay away from you. He has been learning from you and imitating you. Give him a patrol mission. Don't let him go back to Udamo," Soren said. "Oh, okay. Therefore, in the next few hundred years, Danny and the dog could be seen wandering around in the dark Middle-earth. Her two big dogs also gave birth to a group of small dogs. Because Alamis also often brought the dog to hunt monsters on the continent, when the two met, there would be a small dog fight. One day, after her monsters fought with Alamis' divine beasts, Danny met the god of earth, Ori. "Stop fighting. Every time you fight, the earth of Arda groans in pain. Ori sighed as he repaired the damage on the mountains and plains. It's always Alamus who started it. I'm just defending myself, Danny said. When Villa and Maya chose their human form, they intentionally imitated the elves. However, they were taller and more majestic than the elves. For example, Ori was now a 4-meter-tall, burly elf. Ori looked at Danny and thought, if you were not defending yourself, I would have helped Alamus beat you up. Mirko's territory is in the north. You've crossed the line, he said in a low voice. King Mirko said that the whole universe is his. He won't be happy for long, Ori said coldly. That's right. Danny's heart skipped a beat. Mirko cared so much about Iluvida's children. Villa would not be as stupid as Mirko. They would never allow Mirko to control the fate of the newborn. She waved the dog and the monsters away, then approached Ori and whispered, Brother Ori, I have to confess something to you. I'm looking for the traces of Iluvida's first children. Don't you dare. Ori raised his big fist and roared at Danny. I don't dare, Danny said quickly. Ori was stunned. What do you want to do? Mirko forced me to find the elves. He wants to twist the elves into his evil creation before Villa does. But I can't bear it. Those are Iluvida's children. What should I do? Danny's expression was very sincere. How dare you, Mirko? He can't wait for the birth of his first children. Villa will not let him go. Ori was so angry that his face turned red. Then he said in a low voice, Angorian, if you don't want to do evil, then leave Mirko and stay far away from Udamo. I swear it won't hurt you. Danny understood. The day the elves were born was the day of Mirko's bad luck. There are only Villa and Mirko in the world. Villa doesn't want to accept me. The loneliness is too scary. I can only go to Mirko. Danny sighed. Ori frowned and thought for a moment, then sighed. I've said what I should say. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Why don't you let me follow you in the days before the elves are born? I can help you heal the wounds of the earth. I can also heal the wounds of the sky and the sea. Danny said. Ori was a little confused. He did not know if he should agree to the evil god's request. I'm also very proficient in creation. We can exchange techniques. When you return to Amen, we'll separate. When you come to Middle-earth, come find me. How about that? Danny said. All right. Ori thought of Danny's extraordinary forging skills during the choir and reluctantly agreed. Every Anu was the manifestation of Iruvida's thoughts. If Iruvida's children reflected part of Iruvida's mind, then Anu represented Iruvida's ability. Danny hated that she could not learn from every Anu. Then she dismissed her subordinates, put on the black miasma cloak, and only communicated with Ori. Ori was a very hard-working Villa. He loved his creations and enjoyed the process of creation. Once the wounds of the earth were healed, he began to work. Danny witnessed how he created the majestic earth and mountains. She also saw him create the most delicate and exquisite gems. She saw him create everything in the world except for life. That kind of creativity broke Danny's misconception that the fire must create life. The first flame created everything. Life was only a small part of everything. During this time, she also met Ori's wife, Yavanna, a few times. She was depressed by the plants that could not grow in the dark forest. Why don't you create life? With your ability, it should be easy to create humans, right? One day, Danny asked Ori, I want to, but Ori was very conflicted. When Danny suggested creating humans, his desire and impulse were almost written on his face. I know creating humans is Iruvida's power, but you can create other kinds of humans. Just like Yavanna's garden, there are other plants besides the 2 holy trees. Ori was tempted. He made Danny swear, that she would not tell the other villa about his actions of creating humans, let alone Mirko. Danny swore a holy oath. Not only will I help you keep the secret, but I will also not actively harm your creations in the future. Ori was overjoyed. He took her to a cave deep in the mountains of Middle-earth. For the first time, he fully unleashed his talent of creation. He was fully focused and immersed in endless hope and joy. Danny was also overjoyed when she saw his handiwork. She was even tempted. Due to the harsh living environment, Ori created 7 dwarves with strong bodies and strong wills. They were also the ancestors of the dwarves. Before the last dwarf was completed, Danny, who had absorbed countless knowledge and inspiration from Ori's creation process, finally could not help but say, "Ori, I also want to add some glory to your creation. Let me create a dwarf cousin." Ori was now in a daze. He agreed without thinking. Danny used the soil and rocks left by Ori to create a half-human. When she sculpted the half-human face, she subconsciously thought of Tyrion. Thus, she gave the half-human Tyrion's original deformed appearance, body, and a long deformed penis. She even subconsciously gave it a life mark similar to Tyrion's. Oh no! Ori turned around and saw the half-human Tyrion. He could not help but hold his head and wail, "Angorian, must you project the evil in your heart on an innocent creation? Evil on the outside, but very kind on the inside." Danny said. Ori stared at her half-human for a long time. His gaze passed through the surface of her body and into the deepest core of the soil. He nodded and exclaimed, "What a deformed little thing. His alertness and sincerity even surpass my dwarf, but he's so ugly. This is my gift to you in return for teaching me knowledge." Danny smiled. Is that so? Ori was too universal. He liked all creations related to him. Thus, he accepted Danny's gift and slightly adjusted the half-human appearance. Middle-earth is too dangerous. His deformed legs will seriously drag him down when he's in danger. He said he tried to thicken the half-human's legs and cut off a section of his penis. But after the modification, Ori felt that the half-human had become uncoordinated. At first, he thought that it was a problem with the length of his penis. He increased and decreased it bit by bit. In the end, his penis was still as long as before, but like a bamboo pole, it had many bamboo joints. The calves were also deformed. He only widened and thickened the pair of large feet. I was too arrogant before. Although he's deformed, he's very natural. My modifications were as superfluous as drawing legs on a snake. He apologized to Danny, just as Ori was done and began to teach the dwarf and half-human language. Illuvita descended. Chapter 1170. After entering Level 1, Danny heard Illuvita's voice for the first time. Both she and Aori were dumbfounded. Such a quick reaction, so intense. They were only creating a subhuman. Illuvita's stern voice rang in their ears. "Why are you doing such a thing? You clearly know that this action has exceeded your authority and the limits of your power. Angorian, perhaps I shouldn't have let you enter Level 1. Your creation has tainted." At this point, Illuvita suddenly saw the different future that the half-human would bring. She paused for a moment and softened her tone. "Although the half-human isn't completely useless, you have violated my prohibition." Danny said, "Illuvita, I know that I don't have the right to create things, but this isn't a real human. It's a subhuman. Just like Willino's twin holy trees also need other plants and flowers to accompany them. Creating half-human is the power of the master." Illuvita said. Danny said sincerely, "I don't want any power. In fact, I was just impulsive. After creating the half-human, I gave him to Villa's main god Arcane. It's like I was wandering around Yavanna's garden and accidentally picked up a red apple. I immediately gave it back to Yavanna. From the moment the half-human was born, his fate was no longer in my hands." His words were too clear. Eluvita replied with a soft, before turning her stern tone to the terrified Ollie. Aori, your existence and talents are all bestowed by me. The life you created with your blood and sweat will be limited by the essence of your existence. Compared to my children who are about to be born, your creation is so crude and unnecessary. Aori said with a sobbing tone, I don't want any power of the master. I just saw that Arda was too empty and couldn't help but want to imitate you, just like a child imitating his father. What can I do so that you won't be angry, just like a child to his father? Should I give these little things to you? I am your creation, and they are the finished products of the hands of your creation. You may judge them as you will. Or should I destroy the things I created based on my conjectures? After saying this hurriedly, Aori picked up a large iron hammer and was about to smash all the dwarves. When the dwarves saw this, they were so frightened that they hugged each other and trembled. The half-man was also shrouded by the shadow of the hammer. Unlike his 7 cousins, he did not show any fear. Instead, he stood up and shouted, Mercy, Father God of creation. Oh, take pity on the omnipotent great Lord, Eluvita. I have already given birth to spirituality. I can't help but want to beg for mercy. Now that I had followed my instinct and begged for mercy once, it was time to let reason prevail over instinct, because I understand that our birth was not part of the great ruler's plan. Seeing Father God being reprimanded, I couldn't bear it. For the sake of Father, and for the sake of the Almighty Sovereign's unborn children, my 7 cousins and I are willing to end our lives. This way, all sins will be attributed to me. This way, the Father will not have to bear the pain and self-blame of killing his own children. This way, the great ruler's plan will not be disturbed. The 7 dwarfs stared blankly at their cousin. It was hard to imagine that he could talk so much. Aoli was also stunned. Then with a clang, he threw away the hammer, covered his face, and wailed, I can't do it. Just as the half-man pulled his 7 cousins and hit his iron-like head against the rock, intending to kill himself by hitting the wall, Eluvita spoke. She was also stunned for a moment. She said to Aoli, the half-man is right. They have given birth to spirituality, and the creation is a foregone conclusion. I am willing to accept the creatures you offer, but they will be independent lives in the future. They will not be afraid of your attacks and censure, nor will they listen to any of your orders. These words were straightforward enough. Since you have given the dwarves and the half-man to me, they have nothing to do with you. Danny wasn't sure if Eluvita was being petty or if its arrangement in the 3rd and 4th themes of the creation movement really couldn't be disrupted at will. Aoli's thoughts were very simple. He thanked Eluvita again and again. May Eluvita bless my works and improve them. He only cared about the future of the creation. He didn't care about sovereignty at all. Eluvita said, I will give them space to live, but I will not make any changes to them. My focus has always been on the children I have conceived for myself. As Ungorian said, your creation is like a green leaf to a flower, just an embellishment for my children. You bury the dwarves and the half-man in the dark rock ground until the first child wakes up in Arda. They can't be born. After saying these words, Eluvita left. Aoli gave Danny a happy smile. Eluvita is really merciful. I'm so happy. Danny nodded absent-mindedly. She was still thinking about what Eluvita had done. Oh, a cry of surprise woke her up from her thoughts. Aoli was shouting. He held the 3 dwarves in his left hand and covered his crotch with his right hand. He looked a little confused. What are you doing? The half-man held a simple bow, an arrow woven from branches and bark in his hand, and gestured to Aoli, I'm shooting you. You just wanted to beat us to death. I'm your father. How can you shoot your father with a bow and arrow? Aeoli said excitedly. The dwarves loudly advised the half-man brother not to go against his father. You're just my adoptive father, the half-man said. Aeoli heard this and was very hurt and sad. Danny smiled awkwardly. This is all Iluvida's arrangement. In fact, the half-man is very much like you. He perfectly inherited your creative talent. That's why he was able to invent the bow and arrow so quickly. Aeoli's sadness turned into joy, and he laughed. He held the 7 dwarves and the half-man in his hands as if they were treasures and strode out of the cave. He placed them in different places and let them sleep before returning to Amen continent. Later, Danny met Aeoli a few more times. He said to her, Yavanna had a premonition that the dwarves would destroy the forest. She asked Manwë for a gift and also got the chance to create life. After the birth of Iluvida's first child, the shepherd of 100 trees will appear. He also asked her not to hurt the Ents who looked like big trees in the future. Danny agreed. After many years, Danny was cultivating in the forest with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she felt the sky brighten a little. She leaped onto a tree branch and looked up. She saw a star rising from the blessed land in the west and flying into the sky. It was a spectacular scene. It was as if a rocket had been launched from the divine land. The sky rumbled, and the dark land was lit up. The monsters in the forest ran away in fear. Not only were there new stars in the sky, but the ancient stars were also approaching Arda and arranged into constellations. They were like bright lights in the night. Although they could not completely illuminate the world, they drove away most of the darkness and lit up the path ahead. It was also at this time that Danny received Mirko's summons again. Villa is going to attack me. Mirko's face was gloomy. Danny wasn't the only one in Utamir's underground fortress. Vanguard Sauron, Flame Fiend leader Gusmog, Demon Wolf Sigluyan, Wolf of Envy Enwë, Vampire Selenwise, and other demons were there as well. There's news from Valino. Danny was surprised. Bosme still had spies in Amen at this time. Mirko glanced at her with a strange expression and said, Zorro, explain the situation to her. Yavanna and Olami are villas who travel between Amen and Middle-earth most often. Because of their attachment to Middle-earth, they often encourage Villa to attack us. Now, Yavanna has finally convinced Manwë. Soren pointed to the sky in the north. Do you see the 7 shining stars in the shape of a scythe? It's Villa's scythe. Valda used it to declare war on us. I thought it was a spoon, Danny complained. Valda harvests our malice in the starlight. Didn't you feel it? Mirko said coldly. When did Valda not have any malice towards us? Any light created by Villa can harm us in the darkness, Danny said. The demons were deeply touched and nodded in agreement. Mirko was silent. It's different this time. Valda's ascension is a general mobilization before the war. The moment Iluvida's first children appear is the day they attack Udamo. Soren said in a low voice, My king, did you summon us this time to mobilize for the war as well? Danny asked, What have you been doing for the past few hundred years? Even the demons and dogs were chased back to Udamo by you. Mirko said angrily, My king, it's not my fault. Your order is to find the first children, but they haven't been born yet. I can't make something out of nothing, right? Danny said, Iluvida's children's fates are not even interfered with. Villa, and we don't even know where they will be born. Arda is so vast, and the terrain is so complicated. If you don't search hard, how do you know they haven't appeared? I asked Aoki. He told me clearly that the first children won't appear in the next few hundred years. Because he couldn't wait, he even created dwarves. Danny argued. You have a good relationship with Villa. She even told you such a secret. Mirko said coldly, I still make friends and do bad things. I do whatever I want and have no scruples. That's the nature of the Demon King, Danny said proudly. Boss Me's face was cold, and he stared at her unkindly. Soren coughed softly and said, Valda is carrying out the biggest project in history. Every time she creates a big star and rises into the sky, the darkness that shrouds Arda dissipates a little. She won't stop. We can't sit still and wait for death. In addition to reorganizing the military, we have to increase the search for the first children. Speaking of this, Soren opened his right hand and handed Danny an iron box the size of a rice cooker. The surface of the iron box was dark and full of rivets. It had a rough and heavy texture. Danny took it curiously, unlocked it, and opened the lid. Whoosh! Along with the sound of flowing spring water, endless silver light gushed out from the iron box. In an instant, the thick darkness and sticky evil aura in the Empire of the Dark were swept away by the soft and holy light. Ah, ah, ah! The weaker vampires and werewolves turned into ashes in the silver light without any resistance. The Balrog and powerful demons also covered their faces and retreated. This is Valda's holy light. The Demon King screamed in horror. TSK, TSK, TSK. Danny's hands and her face that was facing the box started smoking and burning in the silver light. Her face was charred black. Soren and Mirko also couldn't stand the burning of the silver light, and their skin was burnt. No, this is not Valda's light. It's Yavanna's. Danny hesitated. It doesn't seem to be the light of life. There are some other great elements that surpass Villa's power. Chapter 1171. After we destroyed the giant lamp, not only did Villa create a new light source in Amen, she also created the incredible twin holy trees. It was the creation of the second theme. It was more majestic, more sacred, and more detestable than the giant lamp in the first theme. Mirko gritted his teeth, smoke coming out of his nostrils. Soren continued. That day, Yavanna sat on the green hill and sang the song that gave birth to all things in the world. She was the mother of all things, the master of all life. During the era of the giant lamp, she was still a little restrained and did not even sing about flowers and fruits. This time, she sang the praises of all life. Thus, 2 slender sprouts broke out of the ground on the green hill. At that moment, the earth was silent, and only the sound of spore growth and Yavanna's singing could be heard. At that moment, all of Villa leaned over to listen to Yavanna's singing and secretly gave their blessings to the tree sprouts. At that moment, Nina shed tears in deep thought, moistening the soil under her feet. In the song and tears, with Villa's silent blessings, the twin holy trees grew strong and brought unprecedented glory to Velino. This is the light of life created by Yavanna and Nina, Danny murmured. The twin holy trees, 1 female and 1 male, 1 gold and 1 silver. The 2 trees alternately bloomed. When the flowers bloomed, light shone everywhere. When the flowers closed, the light dimmed. Each flowering of the twin holy trees represented 12 hours a day. When the silver male trees' leaves fluttered, silver dew would fall. When the golden female trees' flowers swayed, golden rain would fall. Soren pointed at the closed iron box. There was a bottle of dew from the male tree inside. Valda used a large wooden bucket to collect the dew from the twin holy trees and used the silver dew from the male tree to create 1 big star after another. Danny's heart skipped a beat. The king asked the spy to steal Valda's dew so that I could create a star too? Among all of us, only you have sung the song of the Bane Star. The king hoped that you would bless us with the Bane Star and curse other living beings, bringing unavoidable misfortune to Villa, Soren said. Danny's face contorted. It's one thing for humans to have bad luck, but Villa, how is that possible? Don't worry, all of us will bless your star. Think about it. The demon king here is the representative of all the evil in the world. Doesn't our curse represent the limit of the curse? I'm certain that Villa won't be able to escape the light of the Star of Calamity as long as we bestow it with origin power. Mirko said, Boss, as I recall, you used to be the chief sovereign of Starlight as well. Danny said, she was not talking nonsense. In terms of talent alone, Mirko was simply favored by the heavens. He had some of all the talents that Villa had. In his early years, when he was still practicing songs in the Eternal Hall, Mirko could sing the Song of Light. However, Song of Light alone was unable to completely dominate the light of light, because Valda had the light of stars. Therefore, Mirko courted Valda, hoping to open the husband and wife of light store with her, and achieve a monopoly of light. It was important to note that Boss Me monopolized light, not to expand the light business, but to better spread the darkness. It was like a large company buying a small coffee plantation, not to start a new business, but to sell and scrap it. On one hand, it reduced competition, and on the other hand, it fought for the right to set the industry standards. Therefore, when Valda rejected him, Mirko gave up on light and pursued fire. Even if Boss Me gave up on light, no one other than Valda had a better understanding of light than him. In theory, Boss Me could complete the star upgrade independently. Mirko looked hesitant. Seeing Danny and the other demons looking at him, Mirko made up his mind and told the truth. Sigh, as I go deeper into the darkness and become more evil, the power that once belonged to me is gradually disappearing. He sighed. Your Majesty, is it because you gave away too much of your secret fire? Danny asked in surprise. Mirko had countless flaws, but he also had many good points. For example, he was knowledgeable and generous. He was never stingy with his secret fire. Distorted demons, fire demons, monsters, the many demon kings of Udamo had all received a part of Boss Me's secret fire. Maybe part of the reason Boss Me frowned. He did not want to talk about his weakening. It was as if as long as no one talked about it, his power would not fade. Angorian immediately forged the Bane Star. I can't stand Vera swaggering over my head. Boss Me ordered. Since the birth of Angorian, the Eye of Angorian had always been the most famous star until the end. It was not the first star in the sky, and it did not have the most dazzling radiance. It rarely appeared, and some people had never seen it in their entire lives. However, all the intelligent beings in the world knew about it. May the Eye of Angorian never see you. This was the most commonly used and beautiful blessing of the elves. The Eye of Angorian will follow you forever. This was the most vicious curse of the elves. As soon as this was said, everyone's face turned pale, and their legs trembled. Later, when humans, dwarves, and half-humans were born, they immediately used the blessings and curses of the elves. The most lamentable fate in the world Nordo's tragic fate, and the most irreversible curse Mandu's curse, were both spoken by the Eye of Angorian from the mouth of the ancient elf king and Vera, and then followed all the way. The Eye of Angorian was not only the witness and guide of disasters and tragedies, but also a part of fate. It was not big, but it was not small either. It was considered average among the stars created by Valda, because its creator was the demon King Angorian, and it was still at the peak of the dark power. It was deeply blessed by Mirko and the other demon lords. Of course, it did not radiate holy silver or silver blue light. It was red, like a ball of thick blood that could not be dissolved. It was also black, like a ball of cow dung that was roasted on fire, and black smoke billowed out. Not only was it emitting black smoke, but there were also black lines and small gray dots that swam like tadpoles on the surface of the star. It was like an evil Mangekyo Sharingan. It was the most naughty child and also the worst troublemaker. It always liked to quietly approach Valda's constellation, use black smoke to cover some stars, and change the star atlas into another appearance. For example, after Danny spent hundreds of years injecting a large amount of Earth fire origin and lifting it into the starry sky, it slipped to the north and entered Villa's scythe. The black smoke obscured the stars, making the sharp scythe look like a middle finger. It was said that even Angorian himself could not determine the direction of the eye of Angorian and the meaning it represented when it appeared, because it had received the blessings of all the demon lords. In the dark heyday, the demon lords had not yet withered, and later, all the ancestors of the monsters were in the ranks of blessing. Later, all the evil creatures could gain strength from its mournful evil light. Countless years later, countless bards recorded similar content in their own works. It opened its eyes, and Valda's stars avoided it in fear. The village at the foot of the mountain was bathed in a mournful blood mist. The vampire bats flapped their wings and flew out of the deep caves, chirping happily. The werewolves walked out of the dense forest, stretched their limbs, and howled at the blood stars. The farmers hugged their children, shivering under the quilt, praying to the almighty gods to drive away Angorian's gaze, but the gods could only sigh helplessly in return. The first time the eye of Angorian worked was 100 years later, pointing the evil in the direction of Iluvida's first children. The elves would always remember the scene they saw and the tragedy that happened on that day. In the age of the giant lamp, the gods lived on Omeron Island in the center of Lake Cuvian. It was not the height of the mountain, but the presence of the gods made it spiritual. Because of the divine aura of Villa, the lake became the birthplace of the first children. Of course, under the catastrophe of the giant lamp, everything was destroyed. Lake Cuvian and Omeron Island had long been destroyed. Even part of the lake that was once in the center of the continent was twisted to the northeast, encountering the mountain where the giant lamppost was. In short, when Valda, who released a star every few days, created the blue fireball known as Lucian, the elves woke up on the shore of Lake Cuvian. They wandered around curiously, making sounds and naming everything they saw. At that time, they were as pure as angels, because the first thing their eyes saw was the stars in the sky. They loved starlight forever, and revered Valda far more than any other villa. It was not until they saw the eye of Angorian that they felt endless fear of starlight for the first time. That day, the elves were carefree. They sat on the grass and sang to the stars in the sky. Their joyful song spread far and wide. Suddenly, the wind stopped, and so did the singing. They stared blankly at the sky, bewildered and frightened. This was because a blood-red star had jumped and flashed above their heads, sprinkling an ominous blood-red light that caused people to fear. The black smoke it emitted even covered the other stars. Rumble monster knights riding terrifying war horses appeared. Balrogs waved flame whips and laughed. Demons and ghosts were like a tsunami, drowning them. The elves had never seen such a terrifying scene. They all screamed in horror and ran wildly. When the catastrophe was over, the elves who returned to their homes cried for the first time, crying the names of their loved ones. In the decades that followed, there were often horror nights imitating Alamus. They wandered around with monsters, hunting and eating all the elves they came across. Yes, Mirko asked the demons to imitate Alamus. In this way, if any elves encountered the real Alamus, they would stay far away. In Utamar, Danny saw the most evil and cruel thing. Mirko himself was tormenting the pure and holy elves with everything that had ever existed, had never existed, had never existed, had never been imagined, and had never been imagined by a normal human being. He made them suffer, waited for them to succumb to the pain, and ordered them to do things that were contrary to human morality countless times. The fallen elves killed and devoured their own brothers, and gave birth to monsters cursed by the gods with their sisters, children, and parents. At some point, the ugliest and most evil monsters were born among the slaves. They were half-orcs. They were full of mockery and jealousy of the free elves and became Mirko's cheap cannon fodder. Dani felt her scalp tingle and goosebumps rise all over her body. She was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. She never dared to imagine that evil could be so evil, the ultimate evil, without any art or imagination. Then she betrayed Mirko. Betrayal is also a kind of evil. Demon Lord Dani thought to herself and felt more at ease. Chapter 1172. Aoki, Aoki. Dani wore a black miasma cloak and stood by the sea. She called out softly to Amen Island on the other side of the West Sea. Splash! Silver water splashed. Another villa's voice sounded from the depths of the sea in front of her. Are you the Star of Calamity, Angorian? Dani recalled for a moment before confirming the identity of the person opposite her. It was the water lord, Womu. There was more than one water god in the world. It did not mean that the god of the sea was the main god, Womu. In fact, Womu often stayed in the outer sea, the inland sea near the continent, and the rivers and lakes in the continent were controlled by his gods. I thought it was that bastard Auzi. Why are you in the inland sea, Womu? Dani did not lift her cloak. After all, she was preparing to be a traitor. As for Auzi, he was the storm god, a Maya under Womu. He was the ruler of the coast of the continent. Dani did not like Auzi, other than the fact that he had imitated Boss Me and stolen her Song of Storms. He had also said many bad things about her to Mirko. Well, in the early years, Auzi was also Boss Me's little brother. Aoki later found him a wife, and used pillow talk to persuade him to repent. Auzi is not here. I just happened to hear your call. Why are you looking for Aoki? Because he created the dwarves and half-humans with you. He was locked up in Amen Island by Manwë to reflect on his mistakes. Womu said, I have a big secret. I can't let that fallen Maya know. Auzi has turned over a new leaf. Womu said, if I say I'm a good person, would you believe me? Womu was silent. Forget it. Swear to keep my secret, and I'll tell you a big piece of news. Oaths are not to be taken lightly, Womu said. Dani thought for a moment. Womu had always been a loner in the villa. He was not a big talker. She said, Iluvita's first children have appeared. What? You're not lying to me. Where are they? Womu asked anxiously. Can you swear now? I'm betraying Mirko. Dani said slowly. Womu immediately swore a sacred oath. They've been here for decades. If it weren't for the fact that Lake Cuvane used to be the residence of the Vera Empire, and that you'd be alerted if you destroyed it without permission, Mirko would have taken them all to Utamo. The first child was born at Lake Cuvane. Womu was stunned for a moment before he said excitedly, yes, it should be there. Cuvane, which means water of awakening. Why didn't we think of it before? Had the firstborn been at Cuvane and not wandered about? Why haven't Olami and his hunting dogs found any trace of them after so many years? Dani said, Iluvita's first children are not ordinary people either. They are all tall and full of strength. They are both excellent warriors, hunters, and great sorcerers. When they work together, they can even fight against a small army of fire demons of Mirko. As a result, many people fled Lake Cuvane, but Mirko was very cunning. He asked his subordinates to pretend to be running knights like Olami, and even disguised their faces with the light of Amen. When they led the wolf demons to patrol around, ordinary people couldn't tell if they were villa or demons. Mirko also chose some of the captured elves to release, and spread rumors among the elves that the night is long and there are dangers everywhere. In this way, the firstborn children were completely unaware of the existence of Villa. When they heard Olami's horn and the rumbling of running, they thought that the demons had come to capture them, and they all ran away to hide. Too vicious. Mirko's heart is completely black. Wolma was furious, and the sea was rolling up. Danny was a little embarrassed. She had participated in a large part of this vicious plan. She quickly changed the topic and said, "Let Olami go to Lake Cuvian and pretend that he wandered there by accident. In this way, Mirko won't suspect me." Wolma pondered for a moment and asked, "Where is Lake Cuvian?" "Aren't you the Master of Water?" Danny asked strangely. "The Master of Water only has a pair of eyes and a pair of ears. There are so many lakes in the world. How long will it take for me to find them by myself? You also said that Mirko's evil claws have reached out to the firstborn children. There is no time to waste." Danny marked the location for him and was ready to leave. Wolma hesitated for a moment and stopped her. He warned her, "You'd better not go back to Udamo during this time." Hearing this, Danny wanted to go back to Udamo even more. Otherwise, she would not be able to clear herself of suspicion. Of course, she had betrayed Bosmi, so she would not lose her mind and fight Villa for him. She used her outstanding achievements as an excuse to ask Mirko for the same right as Soren to establish a mansion and live in 8 places. Well, Soren had his own fortress, Angband, in the northwest. Mirko only wanted to borrow her power and did not want to see her every day. As long as she was in Udamo, she especially liked to follow him and learn all kinds of evil skills. However, Angband was not just a demon king's cave. It had a very important strategic position to defend against Villa, who came ashore from the sea in the west. "Why don't you go to the west and help me monitor Amen?" Mirko asked. "My king, I don't want to be too far away from you." Danny reached out and pointed to the east of Udamo. It was very close to Mirko's nest, but it was further east than Udamo. Villa came from the west. "You also noticed Amen's movement and want to hide behind me?" Mirko's face was gloomy. Damn, it had been thousands of years. Villa still did not get rid of all the spies. "My king, this place is only 100 kilometers away from Udamo. If Villa really attacked, the range of the gods' battlefield would be more than 100 kilometers. How can I avoid it?" Danny complained. Well, that makes sense. Just as Danny was urging the demons to help her build the underground city, Olami finally found the elves and went back to announce the news. After that, he lived by Lake Cuvenin and hunted Mirko's minions who came close. As the war was about to start, Mirko began to withdraw his forces. He dug deep holes and tried to hide as deep as possible. At the same time, he summoned Danny and the other demon kings to Udamo to protect him. He also wanted Danny to be the world's generalissimo and lead 3,000 flame demons and 100,000 demons to wait for Villa's army in the northwest. No matter who wins or loses, such a powerful force will definitely cause a catastrophe that will surpass the War of the Giant Lamp. In fact, the Earth hasn't recovered from the last war yet. Mirko was very excited. However, Danny had long been prepared. She rarely formed factions. When she guessed that the war was about to start, she purposely caused trouble in front of the fallen Maya. Hearing Mirko's appointment, Danny was overjoyed and looked down on the demons. Soren and the fallen Maya looked at each other and stepped forward to persuade Mirko. "Angorian is not useful. He can't control the generals." They were one of the generals. With so many people objecting, Mirko had to be careful. Therefore, the general became the leader of the flame demons, Gusmog. Before he became a flame demon, he and Soren were known as the civil and martial heroes. Under Bosmi Soren's wisdom and Gusmog's bravery were famous among Anu. From the first battle of splitting open the sky to the War of the Giant Lamp and the current War of the Elves, Bosmi had never made a mistake in his strategy. The Battle of the Giant Lamp had almost gone according to his plan. There were only 2 points that he had not taken into account. Firstly, the flame demon was far inferior to Vera. Secondly, his courage and strength were far inferior to his ambition and evil. This time was the same. Only Mirko had a strategy. Villa was like a group of boorish men and gangsters fighting on the streets. Mirko accurately predicted where Villa would land. Before she could gain a foothold, 100,000 demons and 3,000 flame demons waited for her to be exhausted and surrounded her. If it was a human against a human, Mirko would definitely win. However, Villa was unique. Angorian Blood Star silently came to the north, above Mirko's head. Ha 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 ha! Takas laughed loudly. He smashed the coast with a punch, turning the continent into a bay. Encirclement, gathering, demons and ghosts were all sent flying in all directions. Gusmog was much stronger than Danny in one aspect. The demons and flame demons under his command were defeated at the first clash. It was not that he was better at commanding than Danny, but the officers in the army were all corrupted Mayas. They were not convinced by Danny, but they obeyed Gusmog wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, Villa was too strong. They had the advantage in terms of quantity and quality. With lightning speed, they destroyed 100,000 demons and 3,000 flame demons. However, Yudamo was Mirko's nest after all. It held on for a long time. Both sides engaged in a brutal battle in front of the gate of the Iron Mountain Fortress. The dead Mayas and flame demons could be piled up into a small hill. As expected, the ground was torn apart again. Mountains collapsed and rivers changed their course. The entire north was filled with darkness, fire, lightning, and the angry roars of the gods. It did not disperse for a long time. Danny was right. The battlefield of the gods was more than 100 kilometers. Even the mountains, thousands of kilometers away, were turned into deserts. However, she just hid underground and did not go out. King Angorian, the gate is about to fall. King Mirko is calling for you. The vampire messenger screamed. Where's King Soren? Danny asked, still in Ongban. Where's your vampire ancestor? Danny asked again. Nowhere to be found. Where's King Mirko? Danny asked again. He's hiding in the depths of the cave, like you. Danny spread her hands. These kings don't dare to go out. I'm scared too. After saying that, she gave the dog a look. A whoa, the second-generation dog pounced and bit the messenger to death. The battlefield was too chaotic and dangerous. She did not receive Boss Me's order. Mirko, ha ha ha! Takas's laughter could be heard even 100 kilometers away and dozens of kilometers underground. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises came from Yudamo in the west. It was more terrifying than a magnitude 10 earthquake. In fact, the battle that took place there was far more terrifying than any natural disaster of any level. Mirko's cave was deep and wide. Villa was like a lecherous man. She lifted the quilt-like ground layer by layer until the sun shone on the shivering little wife, Mirko, at the bottom. In order to dig out Mirko, the rocks that Villa threw aside were piled up into the largest mountain range in the north. The river that used it as the source became one of the largest rivers in Middle-earth. Mirko, your end is here. Ha ha ha. Takas waved the other Villa away and started wrestling with Mirko while laughing. Mirko was no match for him. He fell face first onto the ground many times. The other Villa laughed at him from the side. In the end, Mirko surrendered in humiliation under Takas's fist. Villa used the giant iron chain Angenor made with mysterious energy to tie up Mirko's hands and feet. She blindfolded him and brought him back to Velinor. Chapter 1173. After defeating Mirko, the Villa did not want to give up. They were going to search for Danny and Soren. They were too famous. When Mirko was being punched by Tokus' iron fist, he even shouted Danny's name to the east. The Lord of Water, Umu, volunteered to go to the east to look for Danny. He was going to throw the match. In fact, he did not need to throw the match. Seeing that Villa was going to tear the earth apart layer by layer for Mirko, she shivered and ran away. She did not even bring her dog with her. She put on the black miasma cloak and ran away quietly. Like her, Angban Soren also ran away quietly. Soren was proficient in the 72 transformations. He could transform into any demon, ghost, human, or elf. He turned into a vampire bat and mingled with the vampires as he fled to the south. After that, Villa's main force escorted Boss Me away from Middle-earth. Danny secretly returned to the Iron Mountain Range in the north. Well, at this time, 90% of the Iron Mountain that traversed the entire northern continent had been destroyed. Half of it had become a scorched wasteland. "Hey, Aori Nina," Danny greeted Villa, who was repairing the earth. "Do you need help?" In this battle, Middle-earth changed the map again. More than half of the north was in ruins. The rising smoke formed a thick layer of clouds, covering all the stars in the sky. Only the eye of Angorion cast a bleak blood color on the broken land in the north. Wherever there was disaster, there would be the eye of Angorion. It was a sign and a manifestation. "How dare you come?" Aori looked left and right. There were only Yavanna, Nina, and the other god of engineers who repaired the earth. The hot-tempered gods of war, like Tokus and Olami, were not there. "I didn't do anything bad. Why can't I come?" As Danny spoke, she opened her mouth as if she was familiar with the place. She lay down on the ground and sucked in the fire that was spewing out of the ground. "Mirko has confessed to all your crimes in the trial circle. He said that you asked the Terror Knight to play the role of Eurom." "Crybaby?" Nina's eyes were brimming with tears. She complained indignantly and wept sorrowfully. The tears that fell on the ground healed the crack and restored the vitality of the earth. Danny knew about the sentencing circle. The Villa members formed a circle to judge the prisoners in the circle. Sometimes they would also discuss and make decisions about major events. For example, the decision to attack Mirko was made by Yavanna standing in the judgment circle and Villa voting. Danny scoffed at Nina's accusation. "I've advised Mirko to make peace with Villa so that everyone can run Middle-earth well. Now, I want to persuade Mirko to eat shit. Will he listen to me?" "Don't try to quibble. Every word and action will bear fruit. What kind of fruit it bears will be the responsibility of the person who planted it." Yavanna's temperament was quiet and noble, like a snow rose on a lonely peak. "I agree with you very much." Danny nodded. Mirko asked, and I gave the answer. "He chose and did something evil. Of course, I'm guilty, but the crime of persuasion is like a pebble on a hill compared to the crime of carrying it out. This crime doesn't even deserve my identity as the Demon King. The land that I'm repairing now was destroyed by Villa. I didn't even participate in the battle. Yavanna, tell me who is more guilty. Quibble." Yavanna's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, but she couldn't refute. "Humph, you said that I'm quibbling. I also said that Villa is useless. It's your responsibility to take care of Iluvita's children, but they've been born for decades, and you don't know anything. That's because of your conspiracy." Nina cried sadly. "So, isn't stupidity a crime?" Danny mocked. Nissa and Yavanna turned around and quickly left the barely healed land. The big Aori looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he whispered, "After the birth of the first children, the dwarves and half-humans are about to wake up. You should pay more attention. In the previous battle, many demons scattered to Middle-earth. It's very dangerous. That's your responsibility. I've already given you the half-humans." Danny shook her head and refused. Then she asked curiously, "How's Mirko now?" We dragged him back to Velino and brought him to the sentencing circle. He knelt down in front of Manway, kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. So useless? Danny was angry. Bosme was so embarrassing. She was also embarrassed. Aori looked at her deeply and said, "The more you spread fear, the weaker you are." Danny shrugged. And then, of course, we won't forgive him so easily. Mirko is now in Mandu's prison. Villa was not sentenced to death. Danny had expected this result. "How long?" she asked. "Not more than 1,000 years. Only 1,000 years." Danny felt like committing a crime. The real sentence is that the damage caused by Mirko has to be repaired before he can be free. I estimate that the land needs 1,000 years of rest, Aori explained. Danny sighed and asked, "If you caught me earlier, how long would you have to keep me here? You didn't seem to have caused much damage to the world. You even helped us repair the damage to the land." Aori thought for a moment and said, "Maybe we'll keep you in Amen. You can move freely on the island, but not anywhere else." "Then let's go," Danny said. "Where to?" Aori was puzzled. "To Amen. I've always wanted to see the scenery of Velino, but Valda stopped me," Danny said. Aori shook his head. "No, you're not Inu. You can't live with us. Just like the wild cows and horses on the grassland. Although they don't eat each other, they don't live together." "Is there something wrong with your brains?" "I did good things, but I didn't get anything in return. I did bad things, but I'm sentenced to a blessed land to enjoy life," Danny said in disbelief. "You don't understand. No one can avoid making mistakes forever. We'll allow you to correct your first mistake, but if you do it a second time, the punishment will be severe," Aori said seriously. "How severe?" Danny asked curiously. "Perhaps 10,000 years in prison. Perhaps you won't be free for the rest of your life," Aori said in a low voice. Danny said strangely, "You've never thought of the death penalty?" Aori seemed to have heard something extremely terrifying. He waved his hand in horror and said, "Murder is the world's greatest sin. In the previous war, you killed hundreds and thousands of Balrogs," Danny said. "Death on the battlefield is not considered murder." "Olami killed a lot of monsters," Danny said. "For the beast hunter Olami, the hunting ground is his battlefield." Aori thought for a moment and said, "Angorian, don't confuse Villa's sentence with the actions of a single Villa. When necessary, I will also follow the fate that has been arranged and take away the lives of living things. But the sentence is sacred. It represents the will of all Villa to uphold justice and fairness." "You Villa have an interesting way of thinking," Danny said with a smile. "Tell me, why take away a criminal's life? Since he's been brought to the circle of judgment, he can no longer do evil," Aori said. "There will always be a time when the imprisonment is over. The death penalty can completely end the possibility of him committing evil again." Aori smiled. "Don't think of Villa as stupid. We also know that it's hard to change one's nature. Didn't we say before? The first time, and even the second time, will give the criminal a chance to change. But if he doesn't change, he'll be locked up in Mandos's prison forever, or exiled to the void. Either can achieve the effect of the death penalty. Since we can achieve the same effect without killing him, then killing him will be a murder that manifests evil desires. What if he escapes?" Danny said, "It's impossible to escape. Any living being, be it Villa, Iluvida's children, or an ES god like you, once locked up in Mandos's prison, they will never be able to escape," Aori said firmly. Danny's heart was itching, and she suddenly wanted to try Manduxa's cell. Mandos was the god of souls and death. His prison must be unique. At least, Mirko would not be able to escape. "Aori, thank you for telling me so much. Now that I've completely understood Villa's bottom line and way of thinking, I'll be able to do things more easily in the future. Since Mirko would be released from prison one day, Danny temporarily gave up on the idea of being the boss. Once the boss for a day, always the boss. In Anjuban Fortress, the Demon Kings gathered to discuss the distribution of power in the post-Mirko era. Danny pointed at the empty throne, her face full of righteousness. Other than King Mirko, whoever dares to touch this seat will be killed by me first. God and Flame Devil had no right to speak. Fall and Mia looked at each other. This is my throne. Soren protested weakly. Anjuban was in the northwest, Soren's base. The destroyed Udamo was Mirko's nest. Danny stared at him and said, Udamo is destroyed, and my cave of coiling silk has collapsed. Only Anjuban is extremely sturdy and undamaged. The best thing goes to the king. Do you object? Angorian, I think you're the strongest. You can replace him, Sagrador said. Danny could not tell if he was sincere or if he was plotting something. The two of them had different temperaments, and they did not talk much in recent years. However, she did not even bother to guess. She walked over and slapped the old goblin dozens of meters away. Like a mold, he was imprinted on the wall of the cave. Even if you're my best friend, you can't say such disgraceful things. Danny's face was filled with anger and pain. Drag Sagrador down and lock him in the lowest level of the prison. Wait for the king to come back and deal with him personally. Speaking of this, her voice became slightly hoarse. Sagrador, don't worry. I'll work hard to earn merits and plead with the king for you. Sagrador stared at her as if he had seen a ghost. He was taken away by the two flame devils. At this point, even Soren could not doubt her loyalty to Boss Me. She was the strongest and the strongest. Her loyalty to Mirko completely dispelled the other Demon King's thoughts. The scattered hearts of the people gathered together reluctantly. What are we going to do next? Soren asked. First, build a statue of the king and place it on the throne to accept your worship every day. Second, due to the fact that the king cannot rule over us, we have to choose a Demon King Crown Prince. Finally, the Demon King Crown Prince will lead us to rescue the king. Angorian, your ambition is exposed. An ES god wants to be the Demon King Crown Prince. The Flame Devil King Gusmog said agitatedly. Soren also narrowed his eyes, activating her spiderweb domain. The Balrog was wrapped up like a dumpling with a whoosh. Danny picked up his flaming whip, ignoring the hostile demon kings that were slowly approaching, and whipped Gusmog a few dozen times. She even cursed, "You good for nothing. You couldn't even stop Villa's army for an hour." Less than half of the 3,000 flame devils are left, and they all escaped to the southern continent. You refused to save Udamo. If I didn't call for this meeting, you would still be the king in the Eastern Valley. You didn't save the king, either, a fallen Maya said. The battle was too intense. It even collapsed my silk cave. My subordinates and dogs are all buried underground. They're all dead, and I barely made it out alive. I was all alone, and it took me a lot of effort to dig out a tunnel. Danny's eyes were like lightning, and her voice was loud. Her stern expression made the demons who had the ability but did not save the king feel ashamed. Chapter 1174. Amidst the silence, Soren sighed. I agree that Angorian should be the Demon King's crown prince. The Flame Devil and the fallen Maya remained silent. Danny shook her head. I'm not the crown prince. Soren, you're the true heir to the throne. Soren was stunned. He couldn't believe it. The demons looked at each other. They didn't expect her to be the crown prince after all this trouble. King Long Live Mirko. Long live Demon King Soren. Danny raised her hand and shouted. The demons were stunned and mumbled. King Mirko of Longlive, Prince Sauron of Longlive Demon King. King Longlive Mirko. Long live Demon King Soren. Gradually, the whole Angevin shouted. Soren was so excited that he trembled. Angorian, thank you. I won't let you down. He quickly climbed onto the crown prince's throne that Dany had just made and placed under the statue of King Mirko. Today is a great day to remember. I'm going to hold a banquet here. Enjoy the elves in the dungeon to your heart's content, even if you want to tear them apart and eat them. Orc, bring out the blood-fat honey wine. Demon Kings, let's get drunk today. The joy of becoming the crown prince made Soren feel a little dizzy. Demon King, there's something more important. We can celebrate after we're done. Dany said, What is it? Soren smiled. Save King Mirko, Dany said in a low voice. Soren sighed. For the first time, he hated the fact that Villa didn't give him a death sentence. How? He was still smiling, but it was a little forced. To be honest, he didn't want to betray the Demon King. He believed in Mirko more than anyone else. However, he had just become the crown prince and didn't even have time to enjoy it. Prison break. Dany said a word that terrified the crown prince. You're crazy. That's Mandu's prison. Apart from Mandus himself, no one could open it, let alone destroy it. Besides, Amen Island is filled with villa. How are we going to get in? Soren woke up from his dream of becoming the crown prince. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Soren smirked. Angorian, you're the best at hiding. Why don't you give it a try? I've already tried a few times. As an ES god, his aura is naturally incompatible with Villa's light in the Amen continent, and I'm discovered the moment I get close. It's different for you, Crown Prince. You're born with Anu, and you haven't fallen too far, so it shouldn't be hard for you to sneak in. Dany said, Do you want me to die? If I die, you can become the Crown Prince, right? Soren's heart was filled with hatred, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Under Dany's constant urging, the Crown Prince had no choice but to lead a group of fallen villa to the sea in the west. Dany had instigated Soren to break into the prison, not because she missed Bosme, nor because she wanted to kill Soren. She had always remembered her purpose in coming to Yea, to learn the mysteries of the First Flame. This prison break was to verify two things. First, she wanted to find out the secret of Aemon's light. Second, she wanted to know more about Mandus, the most mysterious of Villa. Aemon's light was also known as Villa's holy light. Villa's face and body gave off a holy aura, which could even be seen with the naked eye. However, once Mirko and Mia fell, Aemon's light would disappear, and they would be covered in a thick shadow, evil and terrifying aura. Anu's essence was the secret flame. The change in their form and aura was a mutation of the secret flame. So, was it possible that the two different auras of Mirko and Villa represented the difference between good and evil of the secret flame? What would happen if the two merged into one and changed freely? Dany had tried it herself. The evil aura she gave off couldn't imitate the real Aemon's light. Soren wouldn't take the risk himself, but he allowed Dany to modify and disguise the fallen Mia. After countless experiments, she really managed to reignite the brilliance that they once possessed. Have they fallen? Soren was bewildered when he saw the holy Amen on Bright Mia's face. We seem to... One of the Bright Mia frowned and murmured, What have we been doing with Mirko all these years? Have they really fallen into the Bright Mia? Soren was frightened. Dany flicked a finger, and a wisp of black smoke shot into the Bright Mia's forehead like an arrow. Ugh, The light on Maya's body was quickly replaced by darkness. By Mirko, what did I just say? What's going on? Soren was confused. This guy hasn't really fallen. His mind has only been twisted by Bosme's power, similar to ES gods. I devoured the evil power in his soul, and he recovered. When I returned the evil power to him, he fell again. Danny's eyes lit up as she stared at Soren. Your Royal Highness, you're different from him. You've fallen from the bottom of your heart. How about you open your heart and let me examine you? How dare you? Are you trying to peek into my heart and twist my mind? Soren was furious. Danny shrugged and went back to studying the other fallen Mia. After studying hundreds and thousands of Mia, she still didn't understand the evolution of the secret flame. She didn't know what she could get out of it. However, her efforts weren't in vain. She successfully made 200 fallen Mia emit the real Amon's light. The jailbreaking warriors were divided into 4 groups and sneaked into Amen from 4 different directions. They had really deceived Valda, who was at the peak of Oyulua's snowy mountain. 3 teams had even successfully met up outside Mando's prison. The internal defenses of Velinor were very lax, or rather, Vela and Maya were idling their days. Blade said excitedly, "There's a traitor among us. Willinor is covered by Villa's light. It doesn't die or wither. Even the flowers and plants are green all year round." After we entered, Villa's light drilled into our bodies, minds, and souls. Then, we couldn't help but want to get closer to Mandu's. I resisted the terrible desire for depravity, but not everyone can resist it. Just as we were hacking at Mandu's iron gate with our axes, the traitor told Villa about this great rescue mission. Of the 200 fallen Mia, only 30 came back. Other than a dozen traitors who were tainted by Villa's light, the rest were locked up in Mandu's prison and became roommates with Mirko. You said they wouldn't have any problems. This is your mistake. We lost more than 100 strong Mia, Soren complained. Danny said, unhappily, I told you to choose the warriors with the strongest will. What did you choose? There were only 200 people, and there were a dozen traitors. There's something wrong with your holy light. If their wills were as strong as this blade warrior, the king would have already regained his freedom. Danny said, No. Blade shook his head. There were more than 100 of us. We used all our strength to hack at the gate, but the axes cracked. We didn't even leave a scratch on the iron gate. Soren glanced at her. There was relief in his eyes, but also a hint of mockery. Danny sighed and said, At least we sent the king a message of never giving up. Time passed, and 1,000 years passed. In the past 1,000 years, the once quiet land had become a little more noisy. Overall, Middle-earth did not become too prosperous because of the arrival of the elves and dwarves. 90% of the land was still barren. It was far from the golden age Danny had hoped for. The main reason was the migration of the elves. Eluvida actually only had 2 children. The first was an elf, and the second was a human. As for the dwarves and halflings, they were adopted children picked up from the garbage. The elves originated from Lake Cuvian in the northeast. In the beginning, they were not divided into races or kingdoms. Alami brought 3 elven messengers, Ingve of the Fanya, Fenway of the Nodo, and Elway of the Tellery to Velinor. They were called the Sanway, the head of the family with the word way. After seeing the 2 holy trees and villa, the Sanway was deeply impressed and decided to bring his family to Amen. Thus, the elves who came to Amen and bathed in the holy light of the 2 holy trees were called light elves, while the elves who did not want to move to Amen and stayed in Middle-earth were called dark elves. Actually, they were not dark or evil at all. It was just that they had not seen the light of the 2 holy trees. The 3 most famous elven tribes, the Fanya, Nodo, and Tellery, each had their own unique characteristics. The Fanya were honest and loyal, and had always been Manway's servants. The Nodo were smart and energetic, representing the glory of the elves, like the Germans in World War I. The Tellery were clingy, slow, and lazy, like the Italians. The Fanya did not leave their own story in history, so they could be ignored. The Nodo were the essence of the elves, and had lived in Amen for 1,000 years. The Tillery people were undisciplined. They had been on the road to Amen for decades, and many of their people had fallen behind. They had become glimmering elves that were between light and darkness. They wanted to go to Amen, but they gave up halfway. Even the king of the Tillery, Elwë, one of the 3 elves, was abducted by a female demon on the way. Actually, she was a fairy, the most beautiful Maya, Melian. Just from her name, one could tell how beautiful she was. Melian was the sister of the goddess of life, Yavanna, and could be considered Aoli's sister-in-law. She loved singing. Once, she went to the forest of Middle-earth to sing. Elwë was leading the Italians through an extremely difficult migration. His 2 old friends had already led their people to Amen. When he heard singing in the forest, he ran over to take a look. When he saw the tall and beautiful Maya, he was mesmerized. He could not help but walk over and hold Melian's hand. The 2 of them looked at each other for a few decades. That's right, the 2 of them held hands and looked at each other in the forest. In the past few decades, Elwë absorbed part of Melian's power, allowing himself to grow taller. Maya and Villa were both very tall. When he was tall enough to match Melian's figure, he had already become the tallest elf in the world. Melian became the only Inu who had mated with a mortal, although the elves of the Wei generation were not ordinary at all. In the past 1,000 years, Dani had nothing to do. She cultivated while instructing her followers to dig the cave of coiling silk, a cave that spread all over Middle-earth. She lured a large number of dark elves to become true dark elves. They lived in the underworld, had slightly dark skin, were lustful and vicious, and worshipped the Spider Queen as their god. Just as she was enjoying herself, Bosme sent a letter. Chapter 1175. On the stage, an elf singer with a mohawk and a leather jacket was holding a microphone and singing at the top of his lungs. Behind him was a drummer wearing sunglasses, a guitarist with a huge golden ring on his nostrils, a harmonica, a harp, and other musical instruments. They were all dressed in non-mainstream outfits. Below the stage was a dance floor the size of a football field. Elf men and women were scantily clad or naked. They held wine glasses and swayed their hips to the music. Above them, there were also colorful lampposts sweeping back and forth. The atmosphere was very lively. On the stage, Dani looked at the stunned Soren with a smile. "Do you want to go down and play?" "No, we have more important things to do." Soren looked away and sighed. "This is the real demon's den, a paradise of depravity. I'm impressed." Dani smiled and asked, "What's the situation with the king?" Manwë thought that the king had recovered and was completely free from evil. Nina forgave him first. Thus, the king became a free man. Although Vera did not allow him to leave Amen continent with his ability, he could easily escape back here. Then why didn't the king come back? Soren sighed. He saw how beautiful and happy the elves of Valinor were, so he was unhappy. He wanted to destroy everything that was harmonious and perfect. That was very boss-me. Dani nodded in understanding. "What plans does the boss have for us?" "The king removed my position as the Demon King's crown prince. He said that he was free and didn't need a crown prince." Soren said gloomily. "Don't worry. With the boss personality, he'll have to go back sooner or later." Dani comforted him. Soren didn't say anything. He only said he wants you to be prepared and be on standby in Angband. It's up to you to destroy the glory of the twin holy trees and Villa. Dani hesitated. She wasn't surprised that Mirko wanted to destroy the twin holy trees. However, the significance of the twin holy trees was too extraordinary. Because of its extraordinary nature, If she could devour it, she would gain great benefits. The Villa giant lamp was the creation of Ori and Villa. The twin holy trees were jointly created by Yavanna, the goddess of life, and Nina, the goddess of compassion. They were also blessed by all of Villa. In Villa's giant lamp, not only had Dany obtained enough power to create 10 Song of Ice and Fire worlds, but she had also grasped the secrets of light creation. If he could devour the twin holy trees, that massive amount of power, a bottle of dew could create a star. The stars in the sky were all created by Valda using the dew from the twin holy trees. Besides the power, the life profound contained in it was even more precious. Are you afraid? Sauron's eyes flashed with ridicule. Aren't you afraid? Dany rolled her eyes at him. Then, I'll help you reject the king? Soren asked. No, although I'm scared to death. I'm willing to die for my king. Dany looked as if she was unafraid of death. If that's the case, then follow me back to Angband. It's the closest place to Amen. Soren stood up and prepared to leave. Wait, there's no rush. Let's drink while we talk about Amen. Dany stopped him. I don't know much about Valinor. Soren sat back down. Just tell me what you know. Soren thought for a while and said, Villa is still the same. Manwë and Valda live in the palace at the peak of Mount Luoyu. Womu spends most of his time in the outer rim. See, Ori, on the other hand, often hangs out with the elves of Nodo. He even taught Prince Nodo how to create the most beautiful gem in the world, the Silmarillion. As soon as the word Silmarillion entered her ears, countless images flashed through Dany's mind, foreshadowing the future. She looked at Soren, and Soren looked back at her. Both of them seemed to have understood something from each other's eyes. You felt it too? Soren asked. The Silmarillion stirred up a huge whirlpool of fate. Dany sighed. That's why the king must have them. Fino used the eternal light of the twin holy trees and an unknown substance that was unique in the world to create 3 Silmarillion. Even Ori admitted that he couldn't replicate this work. Villa gave them all her blessings, and Valda made them holy. Any unclean hands that touched them would be burnt and withered. Mandus prophesied that the fate of the entire Arda would be closely tied to these gems. That Prince Fino, what's his background? To be able to create such a great treasure with the hands of a mortal. Dany was shocked. Fino is not a mortal. Think about the meaning of Fino in the High Elves' language. Soren reminded her. Countless years later, even the most intelligent human scholar would find it difficult to master the High Elves' language of Amen. However, powerful beings like Dany and Soren only needed to hear their voices to be able to understand and speak their language. Fino, the soul of flame. Dany murmured. Soren nodded. In order to give birth to him, his mother paid the price of eternal life and slept forever in Mandu's hall. Death's kingdom materialized into a physical house in Amen. Nina's elegy can heal the earth and restore vitality to the dead land, but it still can't help her clear her exhaustion. She used up all her fire of life for him. The fire in Fino's soul is most likely the origin of Secret Flame, the only first fire among Iluvatar's children. Therefore, he must be shouldering some kind of destiny. I'm afraid he won't live for long. Dany said, the elves should have an eternal life, but destiny will always be fulfilled. What about the Fanya elves? And the Teleri elves? She asked again. The Fanya elves are loyal servants of Mandus and have completely lost the spirituality that the Creator gave them. The abilities of the Teleri elves are inferior, and the king doesn't care about them at all. The king's energy is mainly focused on the Nodo elves. He pretends to be a knowledgeable person and teaches them more advanced knowledge and forging skills. He also works hard to be close friends with Fino. At the same time, He also spreads his own thoughts. I think it won't be long before we hear the news that the Nodo elves are finished. Soren said. Indeed, within a few years, Dany heard that Prince Fëanor of the Norder had been exiled and was not allowed to return to the city of Tyrion, the capital city built by the Norder elves on the continent of Aemon, for 12 years. Villa was still so kind. Fëanor slandered Villa and even wanted to cut his half-brother with a sword. That was why he was sentenced to 12 years in prison. However, at the same time, the news that Mirko was finished came. Mirko secretly instigated the German elves. Nodo elves Mandus is putting you under house arrest so that when the humans come, they can replace you and become the masters of Middle-earth. Because you elves are immortal and difficult to rule, humans have short lifespans and weak strength, so they are very easy to manage. The German elves and Fëanor believed it. Mirko also instigated Fëanor. Your two half-brothers not only want to take away your father's love for you, but also take away your throne and your subjects. Fëanor believed it again. It had to be said that Bosmi's ability to fight tough battles was not good, but he was very good at bewitching people. He even led hundreds of Lightmia to fall, including the traitor who was sent to Aemon by Dany to break out of prison. On this day, Dany was discussing the problem of sorcery cultivation with Soren when a rumbling sound suddenly came from the west. A familiar evil aura spread over. The king is back. Soren was pleasantly surprised and disappointed. He was really happy about Bosmi's return, but he was also disappointed about losing the title of crown prince. Mirko was like a dark cloud surrounded by lightning. His anger and embarrassment turned into clouds within 100 miles. Keep a low profile, king. Aemon is just next door. Dany shouted from afar. I'm not scared of it. Mirko roared. Ha ha ha, Mirko, I see you. You have to be responsible for your evil deeds. Takas, who was laughing, loudly strode over from the west. He was laughing angrily. Whoosh! Bosmi instantly took off his elegant and handsome elf body and turned into a breeze invisible to the naked eye, disappearing in front of the gate of Angband. Dany was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly drilled into the underground cave. Takas circled above Angband and did not find Mirko's aura before returning to Aemon. Angband is so close to Aemon. It's not safe. Dany said to Soren, Sigh, for Villa, what's the difference between being thousands of miles away and being next door? It's better to be close to Aemon and monitor the situation there. As long as the cave is deep enough, Villa won't dare to open up the ground. Soren said helplessly. Not long after, a messenger came to Angband and asked Dany to go to the southern coast. It was Mirko's messenger. He did not dare to go back to Angband himself. Avida in the south had the thickest darkness in the world. It was the nest of the original owner, Angolian. There, Dany met Mirko. Bosmi changed into Tyrant Eudemo's coat, again, which made him look like a terrifying demon king. Angolian, you're the only demon king who wanted to save me. Although breaking out of prison was stupid, your loyalty moved me. Bosmi sighed. Boss, you'll always be my boss. I'll do anything for you. Dany said excitedly. Very good. Let's go and destroy the 2 holy trees. Bosmi nodded with satisfaction. With Valda and Ou and Loashua, I can't get close to Aemon. Dany said, Don't worry. I've figured out the defense of Aemon in the past few hundred years. Mirko promised. Dany was skeptical, but she followed his request and covered both of them with the black miasma cloak. Mirko led her around the sea and came to the west of the island of Aemon. Aemon was a continent, and Valinor was a city built by Villa. The light of the 2 holy trees could cover Valinor, but it could not cover the whole of Aemon. Therefore, the west of Aemon was the darkest, and the tall mountains added a thick layer of shadow to it. Yes, there was a tall mountain range on all sides of Aemon, like the walls of a castle. Valda usually stayed on the wall in the east because the east was facing Middle-earth and the west was surrounded by the outer sea. There was no one there. To avoid being discovered by the patrolling villa, they did not dare to fly. Like mortals, they climbed up the secret cliff that Mirko was looking for. The wall of the mountain range was built by Villa. The cliff was steep and smooth. Danny used her spider claws to climb to the top of the mountain. She then put down her spider silk and pulled Bosmi up. Walking down from the top of the mountain, they came to the forest of beasts in Alam. If they went south, they would see the shining fields of Yavanna, where Villa's golden wheat fields were. Villa did not need to eat, but they could enjoy wine and fruits. Hee, it's harvest season now. Villa and the elves are all having a feast in Manway's palace in the east. The elves and Villa's cities are empty. Mirko was so excited that his body could not stop shaking. Danny was also excited. She finally saw the light of the two holy trees. Chapter 1176. In Valinor, there were two important cities. Vilma City, where Villa lived, and Tirion City, which was built by Nodo elves. There were 3 branches of elves that entered the Amen continent. They were the loyal elves Fanya tribe, the German elves Nodo tribe, and the Italian elves Teleri tribe. The 3 tribes all had residences in Amen. The Fanya tribe were loyal servants of the Vera and lived together with the Vera in the city of Wilma. Tirion of the Noldor tribe lived on a hill near Wilma. The 2 tribes were not far from each other. The Teleri tribe loved the sea and built the port city of Okarandi. When Villa moved to the Amen continent to defend against Mirko's attacks, she built a wall along the coastline of the Amen continent, a towering mountain range. Vilma and Tirion lived within the wall of the mountain range, while the Teleri tribe's port city was outside the mountain range. On the highest peak of the mountain range between the two was Manwëll's palace. The other Villa elves often lived in Vilma City on the plains. Manwëll and Valda had the mission of monitoring the eastern Middle-earth and lived on a mountain called Oyo Luashua. Today was the harvest festival. Nodo elves, Fanya elves, and all Villa elves went to Oyo Luashua's palace. Vilma City was empty, and there was no one on the streets of Tirion City. Danny and Mirko came to the outskirts of Vilma City. In the city, there were golden domes, silver floors, bright bronze corridors, sacred bells, and standing on the city wall, one could see the European forest outside the city, Mandu's Hall, Nina's Hall, Lorien's Hall, and the Dream World, and so on. All the sacred places were here, including the golden villa's ring of judgment outside the west gate, and the gold and silver holy trees on the green hill beside the ring of judgment. The silver male Telperion had dark green leaves on one side and silver light on the other side. When the leaves fluttered, silver dewdrops fell. The golden female Laurelin had tender green leaves and golden edges. Its flowers were like strings of golden flames, and as they swayed, golden rain sprinkled down. The water droplets from the 2 holy trees were collected by Valda in huge buckets. Bright wells could be seen everywhere in Valinor. At this time, the soft light of the 2 holy trees intertwined, and the quiet Wilma City was filled with silver and golden radiance, sacred and beautiful to the extreme. Gulp! Danny swallowed her saliva and looked at the twin trees with infatuation. She murmured softly, "So this is the twin sacred trees. There is actually such a beautiful thing in the world. I can't bear to destroy it." Mirko was also dazzled. He wished that he could swallow them all. In the distance, the cheerful singing of Villa, Maya, and elves could be heard from the mountain peaks of Oyu and Luo Shue. If one looked closely, they could see countless gods and elves in splendid attire dancing happily on the hillside facing the twin holy trees. On the other side of the mountain, the Teleri elves were also singing by the sea. The quiet and peaceful city, the people singing joyfully. What a great and beautiful world. Why? Why am I not the respected Villa? Why am I here to destroy this place? Why? Danny stared greedily at the twin holy trees. She pinched her fingers and complained pretentiously. After being pretentious by her, Mirko woke up from his intoxication. His face gradually became ferocious. Now is our party time. Danny could not wait to get close, wanting to swallow the holy trees in one bite. But in the next moment, the gold and silver light flashed, and she screamed in panic. Ah, the holy trees have spirits. They have activated Villa's blessing. I am not allowed to get close. Ha ha, I am Villa too. Mirko laughed maniacally and jumped onto the hill. A black spear appeared out of nowhere and pierced into the core of the holy trees like lightning. Danny seemed to hear a mournful wail. Like a mortal being pierced in the heart, the sap of the holy trees was like blood spraying out. Unknowingly, the Eye of Angorian appeared in the sky and cast a blood-red light on Velino. Hurry up, the holy trees are not dead yet. Mirko urged. Danny immediately pounced, her body expanding to the size of a small hill. She opened her huge mouth and held the two holy trees in her mouth, as if she was holding two lollipops. Ah! Like a person dying of hunger and thirst who had encountered the peach juice of the Queen Mother, Danny's soul let out a carefree moan. The two holy trees were like two straws inserted into the ground, sucking up all the sap in the tree trunks. She also extracted a huge amount of strange energy from the ground. It was the healing power of life, fire, and sorrow. As the huge, mysterious energy entered her body, Danny's body expanded uncontrollably. She was taller than Villa's city gate and bigger than the palace. The terrifying aura and black miasma that she emitted made Mirko, who was at the side, stunned and tremble. Villa, who was on Oyoluo's snow mountain, could not help but gulp when she saw the darkness that covered Velino below. The two holy trees are dead. Let's run, Mirko begged. I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Danny turned her body, like an aircraft carrier turning 180 degrees at sea. She was so powerful that the ground rumbled. Her greedy eyes landed on the well, which contained all the dewdrops that Valda had collected since the birth of the two holy trees. Just a small bucket of dewdrops was enough to create a Big Dipper. Just how vast was the energy it contained? Those wells were like the rows of wine glasses that the bride's family had placed in front of the wedding procession on the day of the wedding. The groomsmen on the groom's side drank one glass after another. In a short while, all the well water had entered Danny's stomach. Her body became even bigger. She breathed out a mouthful of black smoke, and the whole of Velino turned dark, filled with pure black. The black became a thick, solid substance. She spat out a mouthful of venom, and Villa's holy temple turned into a stinky swamp. The elves, Maya, and even Villa, who were looking down with their eyes wide open, covered their eyes and wailed. Only the green smoke of the venom could be seen. The venom seeped into the body, soul, and mind through the eyes, trying to kill every bit of light. Valda's expression was grim. She waved her hand, and endless starlight blocked them from the venom. Manway's eyes emitted a bright green light, but he could not see the scene below clearly. Oh no, we've been too high. Manway was the spokesperson of Iru. Just a cold glance from him made Danny's scalp tingle. She woke up instantly and pulled Mirko to run. As she ran, she released the black miasma into the world. The next moment, the world was covered by a black quilt called None of You Can See. No one could see him anymore. Even someone as powerful as Manway could only see a black shadow moving quickly towards the northeast. It must be Mirko. He's heading towards Ongband, Manway said. And so Villa's pursuit began. Olami took the lead. Golden sparks appeared under Nahal's hooves, and the army of beasts shook the earth. They were about to catch up with the two fleeing bandits. Danny turned around and breathed a mouthful of black smoke at him. The Beast King and his dog immediately lost their sense of direction and ran randomly in the cotton candy-like black smoke. Torcass and another villa caught up with them in the second wave. Danny breathed out another mouthful of black smoke, which was mixed with a large amount of spider webs. Torcass was accidentally tripped by the spider webs and fell flat on his face. When Villa's main force arrived, Danny and Mirko had already disappeared from their range of perception. Continue to breathe out black smoke. We're turning around. We're not going back to Ongband. Mirko pulled Danny and said she was not in the right state at the moment. Although she had regained her rationality, her body would swell from time to time. Her stomach was full and hungry. She frowned, and her face was pale. She seemed to be in great pain. Angorian, what's wrong with you? Mirko also noticed that something was wrong with her. I seem to have eaten a little too much, but also too little, Danny said. Is it too much or too little? Mirko was confused. Danny thought for a while and said, put it in a small bucket. I have too much in my stomach. Put it in a bigger bucket, but it's not enough. Mirko was enlightened. You're about to level up. Let's find more food. Danny was a little hesitant. Is there anything else to eat in Amen? She had an inexplicable sense of crisis in her heart. She could not eat any more, but the desire of gluttony tortured her deeply. She longed for the satisfaction and happiness when she drank the sap of the two holy trees. To be honest, she had never been as happy as she was in the world of Song of Ice and Fire for so many years. Desire, the source of evil and corruption, was also the greatest source of happiness. I want the Silmarillion. Mirko said, You want to give it to me? Danny asked. Mirko said vaguely, You'll be satisfied when the time comes. So they released the darkness together and wrapped Arda in thick black clouds. Velinor lost its former glory, although Manwë used the wind to drive away the black smoke and poisonous miasma, and although Varda summoned the starlight again, the sacred Vilma city was still dark. Outside the golden ruling circle, the figures of Villa were also shrouded in darkness. The nearby elves and Maya cried loudly. The crying and darkness replaced the previous joyful light and song. Crybaby, Nina's eyes were like an open faucet. Tears rolled down, but she could not revive the two holy trees that had been gnawed off. Yavanna, after checking the withered roots, got up happily and said, Fino is really far-sighted. His Silmarillion stored the living glory of the two holy trees. Even the most powerful Vera could only complete certain creations once in this world through the will of the heavens. The light of the two holy trees that I created, at least in this universe, can't be recreated again. Now, the two holy trees are being squeezed dry by Angorian like sugarcane. But as long as there is a trace of light, the seed of holy light, I can make it sprout again. Danny was shocked. Yavanna is so powerful. At this time, Velinor was surrounded by darkness. Even though Villa's face and body were shining with the light of Amen, they were still shrouded in darkness. No one could see their expressions clearly. In addition, thousands of elves surrounded them. They were densely packed, and their auras were mixed. Danny and Mirko, who were covered in the black miasma, could also hide in the shadows cast by the elves at the outermost layer. Sigh, I should have stomped my feet and pulled out all the roots under the green prison, Mirko said regretfully. Then he became excited again and smiled. But it's okay. Villa is always so hypocritical. She never forces people to do things, and Fino will never hand over the gem. It had to be said that Boss Me was really good at reading people. When Manwë asked Fino if he was willing to take out the gem and let Yavanna save the two holy trees, the tall, fair-skinned elven prince with a stubborn face looked gloomy and did not say a word. Ha, ha, ha. Mirko laughed happily. Chapter 1177. Fino's silent rejection and silent resistance made the villa's smiles slowly disappear because of the hope of the twin holy trees being saved. Laughing, Tonkas was the first to lose control and roared, "I can't believe that there's someone who can reject Yavanna. The flowers and plants you see, the wine you drink, the bread you fill your stomach, the sweet fruits. Which one of them wasn't given to you by her? Wasn't she the one who created the holy light in the Silmarillion in the beginning?" Fino clenched his teeth and still didn't say a word. Tonkas raised his fist and was about to hit him. The big Aeoli stopped him and advised, "Don't worry, give Fino time to think slowly. Asking him to give up the gemstones is as serious as asking Yavanna to destroy the twin holy trees. The twin holy trees were born by fate, so was the Silmarillion. It can only be born once. After it's destroyed, it can't be reforged. But the Silmarillion has all of Fino's efforts, skills, and even a part of the fire born in his soul." Fino glanced at Aeoli with some gratitude in his eyes, but he still said coldly, "No matter what happens to the gemstones in the end, I can be sure that I won't hand them over willingly. If Villa wants to snatch them, I can't resist, but I'll be sure of one thing, you Villa and Mirko are in cahoots. Both of you want to get my gemstones." "Good fellow," Danny exclaimed. The elves were shocked, and Villa was shocked. The handsome and sunny god of death Mandus said with a gloomy face, "Fino, son of Fenway, do you know that once you say this, it'll be hard to take back the water that's spilled?" Fino didn't panic or fear. Instead, he showed the anger on his face even more blatantly. "Ha ha ha, this is all thanks to me." I whispered in his ear, and he heard it. Mirko was so excited that his body trembled. "Quick, let's move quickly." Before Fino showed any signs of changing his mind, let him firmly resist Villa's crime become an unchangeable fact. At this moment, his will was firm, but after a few years or decades, he who was used to the glory of the twin holy trees might change his mind. Moreover, Fey Nual was a filial son and a loving father. He loved the Silmarillion more than he respected Villa and feared death, but his love for his father far exceeded the Silmarillion. I saw through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. As long as his father, wife, son, and tribesmen persuaded him, as long as the crybaby Nina shed a few more tears in front of him, as long as he gradually grew tired of dark Valinor without the twin holy trees, he would definitely change his mind, kneel, and offer Yavanna the gemstone. But I won't allow it. I want everything to be settled at this moment. With that, he pulled Danny and ran north. Back then, Boss Me had disguised himself as Nodo's friend and poisoned Fano and his people. For example, Villa asked the elves to move to the Amen continent to imprison them. For example, Fino's two half-brothers wanted to usurp his father's love and property. Fey Nual was affected by this and spouted nonsense. He said blasphemous words about Villa and even pointed his sword at his own brother. In the end, he was brought to the ruling circle by Villa and sentenced to 12 years of exile. Therefore, Fey Nual left Tyrion with his son and built a fortress called Fominos north of Ilma City. All these years, the gems that Fey Nual had forged were all placed in Fominos' treasury. For this year's harvest feast, Manwë was prepared to be a good person and invite Fey Nual to his palace to set him up with his two brothers. Don't doubt it. God King Manwë often did this kind of work for the neighborhood committee antes. In reality, Villa and the elves were too honest. If they did not cause trouble, there would be no big deal. The quarrel between the princes was already the biggest trouble in Valinor's history. Fominos was the fortress of Nodo's royal family, so there would definitely be guards. However, when Mirko lifted the black miasma cloak and revealed the terrifying tyrant Eudemo's true form, Nodo's guards could not hold their swords under the aura of fear and scattered. Evil Demon King, if you want to enter my house, you'll have to step over my dead body. In the end, a tall and muscular middle-aged majestic elf blocked the way. When he said this, the eye of Angorian emerged from the black clouds again. The Elf King's resolute and strong face was covered with a layer of blood. The eye of Angorian, he was stunned. He seemed to have understood his fate, but his eyes were even more resolute. "Ha ha, Fenway, I'm very satisfied with your request." Mirko laughed. Fenway, one of the three powers, one of the three elf kings who had left Lake Cuvian in the early years and followed Alum to Valinor. He was the king of the German elves, Nodos, Fane Nua's father. He was not exiled, but he was dissatisfied with Villa's punishment of his son. He swore that as long as Villa did not accept Fane Nua, he would not return to Tyrian City, Nodos' elf kingdom. The old king was indeed a first-generation elf of the Might generation. He actually held a great sword and fought with Mirko for dozens of rounds. During the fight, he even injured Bosme a few times. Dany's mouth twitched as she watched from the side. She wanted to help him. Bah, trash! In the end, Bosme stabbed the exhausted Fenway with his spear and spat proudly. Only then did he rush into the elven treasury impatiently. Bosme was not very good at fighting, but in other aspects, he had always stood at the top of the mountain. For example, the secret lock of the elves was like floating clouds to him. "Mirko, I curse you." When the messenger elf ran back to Velma and told Fane Nua about the tragedy that had happened in Fominos, Fane Nua was furious and furious. "Mirko, I curse you, you are Morgoth." Fane Nua gave Bosme a new name. Mirko was the name of Anu, which represented greatness and strength. Morgoth was the elvish language, which meant the dark enemy of the universe. From then on, all elves and later humans called Bosme Morgoth. Mirko was gradually forgotten by mortals. Other than cursing Morgoth, Fane Nua also cursed Manway's summoning loudly. Mirko's goal was achieved. He made Fane Nua's fight against Villa a reality. In fact, whether Fane Nua agreed to hand over the gemstone or not, it would not change the outcome of the gemstone being stolen by Mirko. But if he agreed, his relationship with Villa would return to the past, and not like now, where there was nothing left except curses and resentment. "King, you've gotten rid of your past rudeness and directness. You've finally mastered the art of evil," Dany praised. "Sigh, being locked up in Mando's prison for 1,000 years, I didn't spend it in vain. Manway asked me to calm down and repent. I listened and began to recall the past. I gradually realized the inadequacies of the past, recalling the idea that you put forward in the early years to make evil more artistic. I suddenly had an epiphany. Then I practiced hard in the prison for 1,000 years and finally achieved what I have today." Mirko sighed. Dany grinned and asked curiously, "What grudge does that Fane Nua have with you? Why do you have to torture him like this?" "He called me a prisoner of Mandos in public and asked me to get out of his house." Mirko growled with resentment. "I'm the most powerful Anu. He's just a mortal. How dare he insult the King of Gods?" Dany was silent. They went all the way north, passed through the north of the Amen continent, crossed the walled mountains, and entered the Arctic Ocean. Then they turned east and returned to Middle-earth. Only when they hid in the cave at the bottom of Anjabin did Mirko breathe a sigh of relief. "King, you said there's still something for me to eat." Dany looked at the pile of treasures looted from Fane Nua's treasury eagerly. Old Me's general Fane Nua's treasury was emptied. Looking at her fearfully, Mirko said painfully, "Eat them one by one. Stop when you're full." Fane Nua was the greatest craftsman among the elves and Aoki's disciple. The gems he forged were not only beautiful, but also full of powerful and magical power. For example, the Palantir crystal, which was the true vision crystal, that Saruman often held in his hands in The Lord of the Rings. Soren also had one. It could see any place it wanted to see, and it could also communicate with other people who held the crystal and even transmit magic energy. The gems that could be called divine weapons in The Lord of the Rings were only Fae Nuaw's most ordinary creation. They were not even qualified to be put in Fomino's treasury. According to her heart, Dany did not want to waste natural resources and chew on the divine gems like jelly beans. However, she was neither up nor down at the moment. She was hungry and full, and it was very uncomfortable under Mirko's regretful gaze, and under the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of the other demon kings. Dany grabbed a handful of sparkling gems and stuffed them into her mouth as if she was eating popcorn. Bam, bam, bam. Colorful radiance shot out from between her teeth, covering the dark and gloomy cave with a gorgeous and magnificent light. Burp, the gems that were as tall as a hill were all eaten up. Dany touched her belly and looked at Mirko's tightly clenched fist. "My lord, do you have any more hidden gems?" "No." Mirko shook his head repeatedly. "Open your hands and let me see." Mirko opened his hands. As expected, other than the crystal treasure box in his left hand, there was not a single gem. "This is the Silmarillion?" Dany swallowed her saliva. "The Silmarillion is mine. You can't eat it," Mirko said sternly. Dany nodded. "I'm not eating it. I just want to see it." Mirko hesitated for a moment. Seeing that there were only his followers in the palace, he was not afraid that she would snatch it away by force. He opened the lid of the treasure box. Dany, Soren, and the nearby demon lords looked over curiously. Buzz, a white light that was as sharp as a blade, shot out. All the demon lords, including Dany, could not help but cover their faces and step back. However, the pain was only temporary. The demon lords were afraid of the light, but Dany and the other demon lords quickly got used to the light of the Silmarillion. What a terrifying holy light! Angorian, how did you devour the twin holy trees? Soren asked in disbelief. The twin holy trees and the Silmarillion were both sanctified by Manwë. They now have life and will. If I did not severely damage the cores of the twin holy trees, Angorian would not be able to get close to them, Mirko said proudly. Bam, bam, bam. His right hand that was holding the gems made a sound like a steak being fried. Stinky black smoke came out from it. In just a short while, his hand was burnt black and withered by the Silmarillion. "Does it hurt?" Soren could not help but ask. "It hurts, but it feels good." "Angorian, what are you doing?" Mirko suddenly shouted. Unknowingly, a circle of darkness spread around Dany's body. The light around her, especially the light released by the Silmarillion, was all cast into the darkness. He could even distinguish the rays of light that curved in the air. "Oh no, I saw the Silmarillion. I lost control again." Dany's voice was distorted in the darkness. "Did you really lose control, or are you pretending?" Mirko held the Silmarillion tightly and hid it behind his back. He shouted angrily, "I really lost control. Quick, throw a Silmarillion into my mouth. I'm almost satisfied." Dany's body was trembling, as if she was trying her best to control her body and desire. "The Silmarillion is mine. Whoever dares to have any ideas about them will die. Attack together and kill Angorian." Mirko retreated into the group of flame demons and ordered loudly. Hundreds and thousands of true God-level flame demons surrounded him.